and welcome to Huntington Beach, California, USA for the International Surfing Association's World Surfing Games. With IOC members here taking a look at this sport, it is possibly the next Olympic sport.
Would have been to have won a gold medal, and I certainly have no intention of getting back into it, but I'm really looking forward to seeing.
This event will push us that much closer to the goal.
For the first time ever, an Olympic trophy for surfing.
Good morning and welcome, surf fans. We're live from Huntington Beach, California. This is the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. And as you can see, it's pumping here on a Monday morning, third day of competition. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. And by the looks of it, we're going to be seeing some big scores, some great waves. And I want to say good morning. Welcome, Mitchell. Welcome all of you surf fans out there. I have a feeling today we are going to see the women shine in the official call. Of course, we are on, and I think we're going to start off our women's round heats, and that's a great thing because the women deserve to surf perfect waves like we have out front today.
Yeah, and get on by the ISA on letting all the surfers compete at the Supergirl Pro and Oceanside this weekend as well, giving them a chance because they know it's a big opportunity for them for the regional rankings on the qualifying series, and now they have a chance here to push that gold medal for their team in the ISA World Surfing Games. So not only have the waves showed up today, Chris, but it's much cleaner than the past 2 days as well earlier this morning.
Yeah, great point as well. That means about, say, half of our field roughly has had a good warm-up this weekend in competition. But we do have a truly international field, and we're going to start right into it. We've got France, Netherlands, and Colombia represented. Tessa Thyssen, Eva Hoffman, and Margarita Conde. So every heat will feature international surfers from over 51 nations competing here today. And this is where our judges set their scale. So Mitchell, we're seeing a completely different look in the lineup right now. Surfline forecasted that the waves were going to start to improve throughout this entire week. And that looks like it starts today, right now.
Yeah, and it's definitely a predominant south swell, but we are going to see that west wind swell come into play later today. I think it's going to be increasing throughout the day. Luckily, the tides aren't too strong, either on the low side or on the high standard either. So I think that that's going to play a big factor too. Here are the kind of conditions that we're supposed to see for today. It's going to be 2 to 3 feet as of right now. It will pick up. It will pick up later though. On the low tide, as I said, 12:11 p.m., 3.2, but then a high tide at 7:55, so really not that big of a difference. Then the water temp staying the same despite that west wind swell coming through, Chris, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, every once in a while when the wind kicks up and you've had a couple of gusty days, the water can do strange things. I mean, we've seen dips of almost 10 degrees over the summer, but luckily for all of our competitors and for Southern California surfers, it's about 70 degrees in the water. It's going to be about 80 in the air. Just a classic late summer afternoon. I know we're pretty much dipping into fall, but it's definitely got that summer feeling. So we've got 20 minutes per heat today. Top 2 surfers will advance through and stay in this main round. 3rd and 4th place surfers or 3rd place surfers in these 3 surfer heats will go to those Repercharge rounds, and we saw how intensely those Repercharge rounds are surfed. Yesterday, halfway through the day, we went straight into the men's Repercharge rounds, and talk about urgency and performances. That's where we saw a lot of big dramatic finishes, buzzer beaters, everything that you want to see in a surf contest. I love those Repercharge rounds because you can just feel the passion, feel the desire, the drive. We're not going to see any of that potentially till later today. And we're going to kick things off now with surfer in white representing the Netherlands, Eva Hoffman. Nice looking wall running towards the pier. She gets a good little pocket snap there. Here's our first indication of what the transition from outside to inside is going to look like. Looks relatively easy today until you get to that shore break. Hoffman reacts nicely, makes it all the way to the sand. So a solid start for Surfer in White.
Yeah, and she's from San Clemente originally, goes to school in Santa Barbara, and you were mentioning off air that she got into university when she was 16 years of age too, which is really impressive. Congratulations to Eva. but she's no stranger to surfing Southside Huntington Beach Pier when it comes to competing. So I would think of her as a favorite in this heat, but Tessa Thyssen to me is a great surfer. She's done well at the U.S. Open before here, and Margarita Conde from Colombia is going to have a tough task to make it out of this heat right now with 17 minutes to go, Chris.
Yeah, this is going to be a big start. Tessa Thyssen is our ISA World Junior Champion from a few years back. She lives in St. Barth, in the French Caribbean. And here we go, Tessa. Beautiful snap there. Love the arc of the spray that she threw after that first turn. So gets 2 nice turns. Doesn't opt for the connector, but I don't think she needed it. I loved how fast she was going. Kind of gets that dramatic finish straight into the pier. Team France is loving it from the beach. You can see one of her teammates hooting and hollering for her. And here's that first wave starting with white. It's Eva Hoffman.
Yeah, so Hoffman gets a decent opener. Not up into the lip line like Tessa did on her first turn, but made the inside connection. And this turn at the end was really difficult. I didn't even know how she rode out of it. Goes up into the lip, but it was more of an under the lip snap, and somehow was able to keep her body centered over her board and ride out of it cleanly. But then this 2-turn calm on the outside. Great use of the rails right there, Chris, and straight up into the lip for the second one. To me, that's already good surfing just on the outside.
Well, if you think of speed, power, and flow, which is one of the bases that our judges looking for, I mean, she did it all right there, flying down the line. And I love where she placed those turns. You know, I think placement is kind of a underrated yet crucial part of getting a good score in a competition. As we see now, Margarita Conde, late drop, she goes down. So while, you know, when you see those waves coming through, they look like perfect lefts. You know, this is a very fast, dumpy wave on the outside section. As you see right here, Margarita's going to have to deal with one right on her head. Not how you want to start a heat, but she'll get right back out there with 15 and a half to go.
Yeah, and I believe Tessa, the year that she won gold for the juniors was in Oceanside in 2015, the same year that Leo won his gold medal. And very similar beach break, right up against a pier too, and the waves were at a similar time of the year too. I believe that event was in September as well. So not only does Tessa have great experience and great memories competing here in Southern California, she also has that complement of growing up in reef breaks, which makes her attack in those vertical sections much more noticeable. And unfortunately there for Margarita, just goes over the fall. She's got plenty of time though, and you'd be thinking right now that with the scores that both Hoffman and Thyssen are going to get, Conde's probably going to need at least 10 to 11 points to make it out of this one. And look at the score for Thyssen, 7-1-7 just for the 2 turns on the outside, Chris. Impressive. And Hoffman gets a 4.5 on her opener.
Yeah, solid start for Tessa Thyssen. And that right there is just a perfect example of what the judges are looking for. And I hope the surfers in the next few heats saw that and ingrained that in their mind. You know, you don't have to do a million turns down the line. Surf to what the wave has on offer. You know, the flow element is obviously something that the judges rely on heavily when they throw out those numbers. Over surfing a wave, you know, while you would think in your mind, okay, well, 4 turns is better than 2. That's not the case. 2 great turns will always eclipse 4 okay turns. So I think, you know, patience is a critical virtue that these surfers need to lean on as well. And again, Tessa Thyssen with that big score to start, just doing exactly what the judges want her to do.
Patience is also a virtue that few people have actually mastered so far in the sport of surfing too. And I think the best example on the men's side is Gabe. You know, you see the way he manages his time within a heat, and especially at a 20-minute pace, you need to be a lot more patient than you would be in a 30-minute heat.
Eva Hoffman there getting around that section. Nice snap there on the oncoming foam. First right of the day. Tell this is that's kind of a little sign of patience right there. What she did, not trying to turn where there was nothing available. So she waited to that inside, gets a good little snap. She has a 4.5 to start, so a decent run for Eva Hoffman. And loving the look of the waves this morning, nice and glassy.
It ain't 2 to 3 feet, I can tell you that.
2 to 3 foot Hawaiian. Hawaiian scale, so it's about 4 to 6, I would say. But, you know, I like that we have room to grow. And, you know, this swell hopefully is one of these swells that's just nice and consistent all week long as our next heat gets geared up and ready to go. Summer Savory, Mattia Dempolen, Julia Kulish, and Alexandria Kola. Wow, Greece, Ukraine, Canada, and Mexico Another eclectic international heat and a unique scenario that you'll really only see here in the ISA World Surfing Games.
Canada's got a great women's team. Matea and Sanoa Dempleolin and Aaron Brooks.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see all three of those ladies surf.
Yeah, we're going to get a really good kind of look at the current state of women surfing on a global scale. Rising nations coming to compete here, some of them for their first time. And then you've got veterans like Tessa Thyssen here.
You know what's funny about Tessa is that she's originally from St. Bart's, and you usually think of St. Bart's as a very touristy destination, great beaches, beautiful kind of background drops, and I think what she did is that she was so committed to surfing at a young age that she moved to France for half of the year and then moved back in the wintertime when it was cold over in mainland France and spent the Caribbean in the wintertime. So she had the best of both worlds.
Pretty sweet life.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, she also had the commitment and great sparring partners, too. As we're looking at Hoffman here, this is going to be her backup score, Chris. And, I mean, you talk about somebody that's been competing here for many years that's noticeable from Hoffman. And just going back to the point about Tessa, she's grown up with Mahina Maeda being one of her main sparring partners, too. And she's a former few times medalist as well.
And another precise frontside snap for Tessa Thyssen. Situation did switch, though. Eva Hoffman, nice and steady, consistency. 5.77 paired with the 4.5. She's in the lead for now, but I think that last wave from Tessa, the one big turn, will definitely go above and beyond that 1.07. And she's already sitting on a 7.17, so a solid start there. Team France on the beach. It's always fun to kind of watch the pit crews and see what they do throughout these heats. You know, we've seen a couple of broken boards, some creased surfboards as well, and you know, a lot of kind of mid-heat coaching.
Yeah.
The good news about surfers finishing literally on the sand is you do have a second or two there to, you know, either make eye contact, get some signals, or even get coached mid-heat. As you see, getting right up into it, Eva Hoffman, she goes down, but I like that approach. You know, she has 10 minutes to go, so wasn't going to be a great wave, but why not try, you know?
She already has a good score line, too. I think the only way she's going to improve on both the 4.5 and the 5.77 is by going for it, Chris. And, you know, talking about the Netherlands, too, they've always had a decent surfing team. Remy Peterson, Stevie Sawyer, among others, and now the younger generation with Eva Hoffman. And there you see Summer Sivordi from Puerto Escondido, Oaxaca. Good surfing lineage. Her dad, Isaac, originally from San Francisco, a great big wave surfer himself.
Yeah, when you say Puerto, I just think of big barreling waves.
You think of Quetzal all the time when you think of Puerto,
I do,
right?
yes, I do. You know, I think of that big, amazing group of surfers from down there that, you know, absolutely shine in giant barreling conditions. But personally, I think of the fun days, you know, the head high, peaky days, La Punta,
La Punta's
long
the
fun
best,
left
yeah.
point break. And, you know, the culture kind of, you know, meshing the Mexican culture with surf culture. It's a really cool vibe down there in Puerto Escondido. 8:50 to go. And Huntington Beach, California, our host to the ISA World Surfing Games. And the visuals that you're seeing, I know that they make you want to visit HB. Well, you can go to visit HB on the web, and you'll get some insider tips on how to maximize your trip, this beautiful part of California. 8:26 to go. Quick look from Eva. Now we see Tessa. Staying busy there. 4.17 for her backup, so now she's got that 11.34 total. That's a great way to not only start your run here in the ISA World Surfing Games, but also start our day knowing that there's a lot of scoreable waves that being ridden.
And make a statement, too. First wave you get out of the contest, a 7.17. Keep your composure on a big set wave, too. That's not easy to do at all, Chris. And with 8 minutes to go, you'd be thinking, okay, she's comfortably in the lead, but she's got, you know, a couple of waves that are still on offer out there with 8 minutes to go. So I'd be thinking that both her and Hoffman have a chance to better their score lines. But Conde, though, I just want to see her get on the board, get something at least that matches the 4.5 of Hoffman, and make this heat more competitive as we see a great drone shot. I was about to say, couple of wrecks that you need to do here when you visit Huntington Beach. go up on Main Street, visit all the stores, go to the Sugar Shack. Turner family owned, Ryan and Timmy Turner. Great food. They serve breakfast up until, I want to say, noon. Great spot to go right after surfing. You have the International Surfing Museum, which Peter Townend is part of. And PT's been residing in this area for years. And I do want to say a big thank you to all the locals that allow for everybody to surf Southside so many weekends out of the year. Because I would say out of California, Huntington Beach is definitely the place that has the most events out of the entire state.
Absolutely. And when you do come, the place to stay, Paseo Hotel.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful hotel with a really cool vibe. It's right there in the thick of it. The pool scene has been awesome in the afternoons, and
I bet.
Yeah, talk about maximizing your stay. Go to the Paseo, surf south side of the pier, and obviously when you do come here, you got to make a trip to the end of the pier. That's a prerequisite. Not only amazing views of the Pacific Ocean, but also some incredible people watching.
Yeah. I would say the pier is one of the raddest and most weirdest experiences that you're going to have in your life.
It's like they took the Star Wars bar, put it on a barge in the ocean, and spread it all out.
You have people that yell at you. You have people that are super nice at you, and you see Chewbacca-looking dogs, too.
Yeah.
So,
something for everyone.
Yeah.
Team Japan, I like that. Look at that preparation, taking notes, getting their surfers ready to go out there. We're going to see most nations, we're going to see all of our nations competing today. We do have double podiums, so podium A is in front of us right now, podium B just down the beach. We do have a camera down there getting the highlights. You can go on isasurf.org to see all your results throughout the day.
Looking at the replay there of Hoffman. Won't better the 4.5, and Tessa, same thing, just kind of looking for opportunities to better her low score. And then Margarita's going to get her best. Unfortunately for her, that wave just closed out before she was able to get up into the lip. Made the reform, though. Let's see how this wave scores. Does a nice little roundy, but not much after that, Chris. So going to be her best, but don't think it's going to be competitive with the fours that we've seen in this heat so far.
We do have priority at play here. This wave was caught without priority by Tessa Thyssen. Almost gets another two-turn combo. Margarita Conde gets a 1-3-3 to start. Margarita, she lives in Prado Mar. She is the Colombian women's national longboarding champion. She loves hiking, skateboarding, making videos. It seems like every surfer in this event is at least a triple threat, if not quadruple, quintuple. I mean, the bios that we have for our surfers on isasurf.org are just incredible. I mean, the depth of field we have here, and of course the storylines that all these surfers carry into this event, just incredible. And speaking of incredible, that wave was so nicely surfed.
It was sick, and then Hoffman got her best, the 5.77 right here on the right, and I would definitely say her backhand is the best part of her surfing. Good vertical snap right there to finish off, and then Tessa just backing up that 7.17 with something in the fours, so she retakes the lead, and it's been a good competitive heat between Hoffman and Tyson, and I think so far, it seems like Hoffman got an interference. So luckily for her, it wasn't a priority interference, and it was just the second best, half of her second best wave. It's just a regular interference. Don't know what happened there, but got to watch out for those kind of things, especially in the first heat of the morning, Chris.
Yeah, we saw a handful of interferences yesterday. Nothing extremely shocking, just a couple of near crossovers, a little bit of contact, nothing too crazy, but yesterday it was really condensed and there was a lot of wind and really difficult to identify not only the waves that were actually going to break, but which way they were going to go. Today, it's a lot more clear. I would say we're looking at probably 75% lefts about to be served. There will be a handful of rights, but South Swell, Huntington Beach, I mean, you're thinking left. Margarita Conde, quick drop there. She's looking for a reform in here. Great surfer, just hasn't really had a lot of opportunity on, open-faced waves. So wave selection comes into question just a little bit there, but that's something that you can learn. She's got the natural ability, and I think just more time in the water in a jersey will definitely help. Tessa Thyssen, on the other hand, has been on all of the best waves of this heat, and you can just see the cycle that she's in. That's kind of the dreamy scenario for a heat. Start off with a big score, and then go back to that same spot. The honey hole keeps providing these left-handers for Tessa.
She put herself into a good rhythm with the ocean, that's for sure, within the 20 minutes that she has. And, you know, with 2 minutes to go, probably going to better the 4.17. So it was a priority interference for Hoffman. She does get her second best wave taken away from her. Don't know what happened right there, but, you know, if it weren't this heat specifically, that would have been a massive mistake. At least she's still in second place. Conde only has a couple of ones on the scoreline, so luckily for Hoffman, you know, I think she's still safe in second place. But once you move through the rounds, those kind of things are unacceptable, Chris. You know, as a competitor yourself, you got to be beating yourself up and knowing that you could be missing out on bigger competition, knowing that that was your mistake. Nobody forced you to make that kind of mistake.
Yeah, I think for Eva. So here's the interference.
Yeah, she just pushed down that section in Margarita when yellow had a higher priority than her. So, you know, to me, that's really not something that I understand. You're way out front. You know that your opponent probably isn't going to catch up to you. Why would you even paddle for a wave that she's looking at? So
that's something I like to do to my brother when we're surfing together. When he's caught too many waves, call it a chandelier. Just a little push of the tail.
Justin better not be listening to you right now.
Well, he does it to me too. We all do that. We all do that to our friends every once in a while. But you can't do it in the heat. Luckily for Eva Hoffman, you know, hopefully she learned a quick lesson there, and she's most likely going to get through this heat. But you know, she may have dodged a bullet there. You do that in a four-surfer heat when you have maybe a little bit more experience in that heat.
Yeah. It's
going to be nearly impossible to make it out. She only had to beat one surfer. That surfer was Margarita Conde from Colombia, who put up a good fight, a 1.67 and a 1.33, gaining some experience in a heat. With 15 seconds left, our first heat of our women's division here at the ISA World Surfing Games is about to be in the book. Tessa Thyssen, you know, while it's not a perfect score, a pretty much perfectly surfed heat.
Oh, yeah.
You know, started strong, backed it up quickly, then had the luxury to hunt and find some of those lefts that she made full use of. So congratulations to Tessa Thyssen and Team France. Team France is in the lead for the women's division, at least.
Yeah,
they're
going to be tough to beat, too.
Yeah, Paulina Doe, I mean, she is
and Vagina Fierro.
Title threat. So big moves for Team France already. It's only 7:50 a.m. here Pacific Standard Time. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more Mexico, Canada, Ukraine, Greece coming up next. Stay tuned.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Team Netherlands fired up after the performance of Eva Hoffman. She did get an interference, but still survived that heat. She moves on through here in the main round. We will be sending Margarita Conde from Colombia to the Repercharge rounds, which we know are going to be quickly filled with talent. On the men's side of the draw, the Repercharge round actually has some of the highest ranked surfers in our field already involved. And, you know, just knowing full well how many amazing surfers are in this ISA World Surfing Games, the women's division will probably be more of the same. Expect the unexpected. Truly, every time one of these heats paddle out, regardless of where these surfers are ranked, you don't know what's going to happen. 20-minute heat, Summer Savory, Matea Dempo-Olin, Yulia Kulish, and Alexandra Kola, Greece, Ukraine, Canada, and Mexico. We're so fortunate and privileged to have Team Ukraine here.
Yeah.
They had an interview yesterday that really showcased their spirit, their heart, you know, their gratitude of being welcomed into the ISA World Surfing Games. And, you know, I think they're getting that back and more from all their new friends and family, this surfing family that we're putting together from 51 nations. Every surfer has a story, and you can check out all of our bios at isasurf.org. And you should. I feel like every surfer in this event is worthy of a biopic.
And everybody's got a different story, too, which is the cool part about it. And there we saw Matea Demfleolin from Tofino, Canada. So a decent start right here. And then we saw Summer go on the right. Just a quick little closeout for her. And I remember when Matt Myers first told me about Matea Olin a few years ago, you know, when he was still a Rip Curl team and promotions manager, he said, this girl's got a lot of skills, and I'm really excited to sponsor her, and I think so far so good. Dom Domick from Surf Canada is also really pumped on her, and I think Team Canada, as far as the women's go, maybe the best team I've ever seen them put together, Chris. Erin Brooks, Matea, and her sister Sanoa in the event, too, so it's going to be really fun to see them compete here.
Yeah, Team Canada has some technology behind them as well. Endless Surf, which is one of the greatest new wave park, wave pool technology systems, is backing Team Canada. Their company is based out of Vancouver. And how cool is that as a sponsor?
Yeah.
Get a wave pool tech behind you. That means they could be privy to one of the greatest training facilities in the world. Hopefully, you know, Canada gets a great wave pool. Everywhere should have a great wave pool because, you know, that's where future training could possibly be going down. Summer Savory from Team Mexico, you said Puerto Escondido is where she resides, surfs, and helps teach the future of surfing. She's got her own surf school.
Yeah, she does, and loves to surf La Punta. I've been surfing Cicatela a lot more over the last few years, especially when it's bigger. Maya Larripa, who's actually competing for Team Argentina from Puerto Escondido as well, and she's been charging as of late. So I love to see that push from the women out there at Cicatela. It's a heavy wave. Personally, I think you could say that it's even heavier than Pipeline and Chopo every now and then because there's no channel there, Chris. So when it gets big, you need to go straight out, and if you're not making it out in time, you're going to get pounded.
Yeah, it seems like on big days there, the average surfboard length is
at least
all
8 feet.
above 9 feet.
Yeah.
And that's telling. And the locals and I'd say local travelers, you know, you've got a crew of surfers that always converge from around the world. And, you know, there's some serious underground charging happening with or without cameras. Luckily for all of us, more often than not, it's with camera, and we get to see, you know, this just incredible surfing in really giant, scary waves.
You remember Dean Brady?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's first time I ever met, I think, an Australian member of the Rip Curl Search crew was Dean Brady in Puerto Escondido, and dude, he was one of those guys that he's big, he's tall, and he'd still be afraid of paddling out on the big days, and that kind of shows you the amount of power that wave has. And then you see the local guys, David Rutherford, Oscar Moncada, who passed away a few years ago. Those guys are the gnarliest of the gnarliest because they'll paddle as deep as they can, and they'll charge it.
It's always incredible to me when you think of those big wave sessions in Porto and the surrounding areas, you know, surfers waiting 2 hours to ride one wave.
Right.
Totally worth it for them. I would be heading for the hills or to the point, maybe. Sightseeing. If it gets over 10 feet, that's a totally different story. 12:50 to go. Matea in the lead for now with a 4:17 as our surfers reset themselves in the takeoff zone. Let's go down to the beach. Tessa Thyssen standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Yes, she is. Tessa Tyson from Team France. An incredible way to kick off Ladies' Day competition. Opening wave, 717. You must have been feeling pretty relaxed out there.
Maybe not relaxed because I'm not used to 20-minute heats anymore, I think. So I was just having a different strategy, which was just to go out there and surf, catch many waves as I can, because I know 20 minutes can go by really fast, especially here in Huntington. So yeah, I'm really happy to start with 7 point.
Beautiful. And you were talking about earlier the conditions and how you've never seen it like this. There's some pretty good waves on offer out there.
Yeah, honestly, I've seen on the live the swell directions and stuff at the US Open. That was quite similar. So I was expecting more like conditions like this. And today when I saw the water, the ocean, I was like, oh my God, this is a dream, really? I've never seen it like this. Great.
Yeah, it's beautiful conditions this morning and obviously a massive day for women's surfing as well. Are you looking forward to seeing any of those new nations in the games?
Oh, for sure. I was actually thinking about it in the water. Like, we don't have to underestimate anyone because many people are changing nations with the Olympics. So I think that there will be great surfers, some with other nations. So it's going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations on that first heat win and look forward to watching you surf throughout the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you, Jess. Congratulations to Tessa Thyssen, our highest heat score of the day, our highest single wave score of the day. She did everything right in that last heat. Team France has to be excited. You know, regardless of when you put your team together, the test begins in these heats. And, you know, even our most elite competitors have, whoa, quick one there for Alexandra Kola representing Team Greece. You know, even our most competitors know full well that every heat is going to be a challenge. And if you can keep yourself in this main round, that's just less heat you're going to have to surf, less, I would say, less urgency. You know, if you can just stay in this main round, you always have that in the back of your mind that you do have a second chance.
Yeah.
These are double elimination events. So if you lose in your first heat, you can still make it all the way to finals day. That path is going to be really tough, but we've seen it happen before.
We saw Sally Fitzgibbons take out gold last year that way. She lost out early in the main round and then, you know, I want to say surfed at least 8 heats in the Repercharge, made it to the final, and is now a 3-time gold medalist at the ISA level. So right on Sally. She's going to be competing later today, and you know, with 10 minutes to go, Matea just got a backup right there. Summer on the board with the 2 as her best wave. And, you know, speaking of different nations, Yulia Kulish from the Ukraine in her early 30s loves to surf Uluwatu as her favorite wave. Says that her biggest accomplishment in her surfing career so far is surfing double overhead waves. So, you know, when you come from Ukraine and you don't surf that often, I would think the double overhead is quite big.
Oh, yeah. And Uluwatu is, you know, obviously one of the marquee waves on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
So get out there, get involved on a double overhead day. That'd be a big accomplishment for any surfer. As you see this quick replay of White, that was a nice snap for Matea, representing Canada. Beautiful part of the world here in Tofino. She's a skier, snowboarder. Her dad's actually a heli guide, which that is a insanely cool job.
Probably knows all the good spots around that area too.
You can imagine, take your daughter to work day. If your dad's a heli guide, you're about to get the best powder of your life.
Just drop her off at the best spots.
Can I be adopted with the Olin family? 8:45 to go. Team Canada on top for now. Summer Savory. She got a 2 and a .67. Room to grow there, but it's enough for second place so far. Alexandra Kola representing Greece. She lives in Santa Cruz, California. She likes big waves, riding big boards. She's actually surfed Mavericks a few times. You know, again, the storylines that each and every surfer bring with them to this event, they run deep. We'll see if she can kind of put her big wave game to use here.
Hard to do that. Get respect on a lineup that, you know, respect is not given to everybody either at Mavs.
Nice bottom turn there for Kola. Like a little under the lip snap there.
Yeah.
Little flare for the dramatic there on that wave. One turn only for Kola. She'll make her way back out to the lineup. Summer Savory getting back into the takeoff zone. 7:45 on the clock. Priority is with yellow, your surfer representing Ukraine. Yulia Kulish, 32 years old, lives in Shpola. And a good contingent of our Ukrainian team currently resides in Bali. Had a chance to talk to some of them yesterday, and I mean, the elation and stoke that they have to be here is, it's palpable. You can feel it. Yeah, talked to Valerie, the young surfer on the male team. Oh, that was a big radical floater. Here's a replay.
Yeah, so Kola, as you said, decent little under lip snap. Going to be her best wave so far. At that moment was needing something in the twos. Probably going to say that Summer's going to get a much better score than just the 0.2 that she had on the scoreline so far. And here goes Matea on the backhand.
Ooh, nicely placed turn there.
She's got talent, Chris.
Yeah, she's a great surfer. I mean, even though that was a quick wave, you could see the fundamentals are all there. And I liked that, I liked how she was looking around on that wave. Your head has to be on a swivel when you're surfing out here in Huntington because there's, again, there's a lot happening on these waves. Next heat's coming up, Argentina, Panama, South Africa. It's going to be another, every heat is going to be great. Not just for the talent levels, but also the storylines coming through. Of course, by Saturday, the Olympic picture is going to come into clarity. This is the first Olympic qualifier of this Olympic cycle, the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. The road to Paris 2024 starts here. WSL will field surfers. The winning team here by gender will get a slot. They don't have to pick the surfer that's going to fill that spot yet. But this is basically how we funnel all of this talent towards Olympic glory. The 2023 Pan American Games, always an incredible event held in South America, Central America.
For the most part, yeah. Mexico has hosted it a few times too. I believe the U.S. back in the day hosted it a few times as well. But next year going to be in Chile.
Let me guess, in Huntington Beach?
I would have to say so, yeah, for at least for the surfing part, yeah. But that universality place is going to be quite important for, I feel, a few surfers that are in this event. Coming to mind, first person is Brian Perez.
Yep.
I think there's a good chance that, if he doesn't do well in either next year's event or in 2024, Pan American Games is probably going to be, his best shot. He got bronze in 2019, so he was really close to making the Olympics off of that.
Luca Macinas won the Pan American Games.
Yeah.
Previously going into the Olympics.
Leandro Osuna got second, but then Lele qualified because Luca's spot in last year's game opened up the silver medal spot for the Pan Americans for Lele. So it kind of helps you out every now and then when you have some buddies that do well in the event as well, Chris.
Yeah, it's cool because, there's a couple different systems that are feeding our Olympic teams. So you have the WSL system that, that's most likely where you'll get your Gabriel Medinas, Felipe, John Florence, Kalohe, and Dino. And then you have the ISA system, which this is where we've seen surfers like Ramsey Bukiem, the international field that might not be competing on the WSL Championship Tour. They get their shot here. And it's cool, too, because they're all competing together. And, you're not locked in if you're Gabriel Medina, if you're Italo. You still have to qualify. You have to be in the top 10 on the WSL, or, you have to win yourself a WSA title. And, I think for a lot of those surfers, they like to have a backup plan because we know how unpredictable all of these tours and all of these events are. So you want to make sure that you have backups on backups, especially when talking about achieving, well, now every surfer's dream of surfing in the Olympics.
Yeah, I'm getting to compare yourself against or with some of the greatest athletes of all time, too. And not only is the Olympic dream up and running, but I think it's going to be here for many years to come, too, as we're seeing Matea up again, Chris, on a right now.
Well, Team Canada has staked their claim here in Huntington Beach. They have brought yet another heavily stacked team of 3 men, 3 women. So now we see surfer in red, Summer Savory.
That little offshore wind is making things difficult for these ladies to get into the waves. Despite it not being super strong, you still want to be under the lip as much as you can in order to get into it cleanly. But yeah, that makes a little subtle change that I think a lot of people don't notice. As Cola only needs a 191, so Summer, might better the 113 there, but she should be careful, knowing that there's still enough time on the clock.
2.5 to go.
Argentina, Ornella Pelissari, who's coming up later today.
Great surfer.
Yep. Been around for a long time, too.
I think we're going to be saying that a lot. Great surfer, amazing surfer.
Yeah.
Again, the field is just incredible. Well, if you're looking for something to do and you're local, tomorrow, Tuesday, we got a public screening of the brand new documentary, The Impossible Wave, 6 p.m. right here at the pier. And I would say, if you're anywhere close to this event, make your way down here because this is a truly unique surfing event where you can literally meet a surfer and potentially a new friend from 51 different nations.
And interact with people that got some great stories, too.
Oh, yeah.
You see the team from Iran. One of their surfers actually resides in Dana Point. You were saying he's originally from Kansas, but he's got a master's degree in engineering, and you see all these people, and you're like, wow, a lot of these people actually have careers, and they're not professional surfers like the people on top, those people with higher rankings. But there's a lot of real cool stories here that people should find out of.
100% agreed. One of my favorite things to do is just walk around the competitors area, and literally anywhere you walk, you're going to meet someone from a distant country or, someone. We got Team USA down here. You want to meet Chloe and Dino, he'll be here.
Yep.
Our teams have been so supportive of not only each other, but, of some of these rising nations. We've already heard stories in these kind of early rounds of surfers who get their scores and then take extra time to help other surfers who are, just getting involved with competitive surfing. So it's really fun to see. And, obviously things are going to get a lot more serious as we get into later in the week when, there's just that much more at stake, and every wave, every heat's going to count. I think in these opening rounds, it's an introduction for a lot of our newer surfers coming through, and I think it's a great warm-up for some of our more advanced surfers. Just kind of get out there and get a little bit of experience and, potentially meet a new friend. Matea right there with that opening snap that just looked so crisp and so sharp. Nice and relaxed. She tries to make the transfer to the inside section. She's going to get it. And that wave just dumps a little quickly, but the damage was done early on. Team Canada has to be excited about what they just saw from their surfer in white. And I think we did see a potential scoring wave from our surfer in blue, Alexandra Kola, representing Greece.
Well, Kola was only needing a 191 on this left right here. Let's see what she was able to do. I don't think it's going to be the score, so I think Summer Savory is going to hang on to second place. And good surfing here from Matea. Just, utilizing the waves that are on offer during those 20 minutes. No mistakes made by her, and I think so far from Team Canada, it's a good momentum builder for them, knowing that Sanoa is going to come up later, and the ISO gold medalist at the junior level, Erin Brooks, is going to come up, and she's one of the favorites to win this whole thing too.
She's one of the favorites anytime she paddles out. We're going to take a quick break. Team Canada gets the win in the second heat of the day with much more to come. We'll be right back after these brief messages. This is the ISA World Surfing Games.
I was a good student. I was kind of the intellectual brother. My brother was much better than me. You know, by 10 he was playing soccer, rugby, tennis, everything. I wanted to be good at other things, so I focused on other things. I was collecting stamps. Which 10-year-old collects stamps? I don't know. Many times I drifted away from the ocean. My brother will be the one that will reel me in back into the ocean. In many ways, surfing saved my life and allowed me to stay active. I think that as terrible as it was to feel insecure and to be shy, at one point I realized that it was just too painful to be like that, so I wanted to change. So instead of being shy, kind of maybe the pendulum swung too far the other way. But I needed to do something about it.
The Impossible Wave making its public debut. World premiere tomorrow, live here at the Huntington Beach Pier. Starts at 6 p.m. free to the public. Come on down. And we actually were privy to a premiere just the other night, and it is just such a cool story about tenacity, about self-belief, you know, not taking no for an answer. Fernando Aguirre, you know, had this, well, it was Duke's dream originally. Fernando carried the torch all the way to Tokyo. And our producers here from Action Sports Production, Jay and Jessica Johnson, actually produced and directed that film, Family Affair. And it's an inspirational story.
Yeah,
it really is. And, you know, I think without Fernando, we wouldn't be here today talking about surfing the Olympics. So next year, when you're in 2024 and you see those medals draped over those surfers' shoulders, let's give a little thanks to Fernando Aguirre.
Yeah, for real. And we got a good diverse heat in the water too. The one regular footer in white, Samantha Alonso from Panama, 14-time national champion. Chris spends a lot of time training at Puro Surf in El Salvador with Marcelo Castellanos and Brian Perez. Loves to get out and explore and always be as active as she can. And the 16-year-old in red, Vera Jariz from Argentina. We saw her at the juniors in El Salvador earlier this year too, and a great talent coming out of Argentina. And she was actually a replacement surfer, as I believe one of the three that was originally supposed to come was not able to. That might have been Josefina Ane, because I know Ornella Perisari is here. So
yeah, Josefina was on the list, but you know, Vera, as we just saw right there, she's a solid replacement.
Yeah, she is. And I mean, only 16 years of age, so a lot of room to grow as well. And excited to see what Danielle Georgette Powers brings to the table too. I haven't seen her much, and here goes Alonso again.
Woo, big snap there. Scorpion-style wipeout. Keep our eyes on her. And she's got her board. She's back out there. You never want to be fully extended when you're flying through the air straight to the flats, as we see right here.
She charges, though. She goes for things, and she's in great shape, obviously. But coming from those beautiful beach breaks of Panama and then going to the red hunt point breaks of El Salvador, you know that she's very prepared for any kind of condition that she has in front of her. And she's been around for a long time, too. I said 14-time national champion, but she's also been a medalist at the Central American Games several times, too. She knows what she's doing out there when she's competing.
Yeah, her bio is just, it's like a resume of all trophies, medals, wins, national titles. Probably one of the winningest surfers in this entire draw. She got 5th in the Pan Am Games in the last iteration of it, so she's, you know, no stranger to the podium. 14:25 to go as our surfers make their way back in the takeoff zone. That gives us a chance to catch up with the winner of that last heat, standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Matea Denfle-Olin, Team Canada. A great start to your morning here at the ISA Games. How was it feeling out there?
Well, it was pretty fun out there. I think our heat had the dead high tide, so it's definitely slower and mushier, but we all got a few fun waves and stoked to make it through.
And you've had so much experience in surfing competitions. I remember watching you come across even to Australia for all of those smaller events, just getting a lot of heats under your belt. Has the Olympic dream kind of been in the pipeline for you for a little while?
Yeah, definitely. I think being from Canada and like just getting to represent my country. It's always been a dream of mine to surf for Team Canada Olympics. And yeah, we're just all working towards that goal. And just enjoying it.
And you've got a sister in the same team as you. Is that something that helps you and spurs you along and really gets you fired up to compete?
Yeah, definitely. I think these days I'll paddle out, and a lot of times she's surfing better than me, so it makes me just want to get better and surf better. But yeah, this is her first year doing the Open, so I'm excited to watch her surf her heat later today.
Beautiful. And for all the people tuning in at home in Canada, any words for them kicking off Ladies' Day here at the ISA Games?
Just hi to my mom. You're amazing.
Great. Thank you very much, Matea.
Classic interview comment. Hi, Mom. And I think every surfer should say that at least once in their post heats. 12:50 to go. Anita Alonso in the lead for now. It's slim. She's got a 2.10 and a 1.5. Vera Harris with a 3.33. A great start there. She just backed it up with a 3.17. So now she's in the lead. Danielle Georgette Paulus representing South Africa. She's got an incredible story as well. She lives in a town called Muizenberg. Her favorite wave is called Cemetery. Sounds scary.
It does.
She actually got the Wild Card Award at the 2022 Bolito Pro, a WSL Challenger Series event. And for her, you know, we keep talking about these stories and, you know, these surfers that by any means necessary make things work. Her commute to get to the beach from Muizenberg, 3 taxis and a train ride. So no easy task for her to just get to the beach, let alone practice, train, and surf to get to the level where she is now. That's dedication. We love to hear it. She actually hadn't surfed for 3 years at one point, so she had to, you know, get back on the horse, as they say. And obviously it's been working out because she's here. She's representing that power pack Team South Africa, and we're glad to have her.
Yeah, those are some gnarly details about her life. You know, I've had bad injuries where I've been out of the water for, you know, 6 months, maybe even close to 8, 10. But not surfing just because you can't, maybe financially, just other parts of life, that's pretty bad, especially when you know that surfing's something that brings you so much passion and love, especially just being in the ocean, Chris. So get on Danielle, just making her way over here, and it's great to see her showcase that South Africa has more than just the talents that we see on the qualifying series and on the CT all the time. So good on her.
Argentinian flag.
Nacho Gundersen.
Yeah, Nacho.
There's Lucia Indurain coming up later today, too. She's a great surfer.
Argentina is always kind of that low-key threat coming into this event. I mean, Lele Osuna, you know, multi-time medalist here in ISA competition.
Santi.
Oh yeah, they've definitely got they've got some talent, that's for sure, and they always seem to crack up into the top 20 pretty easily.
Yeah,
we've seen them in that top 10 conversation. This could be their year. You know, Leandro Osuna is fired up. Nacho, a great surfer as well, and you know it's funny because while these are individual heats, when you put the entire team together on paper, you go, oh wow, okay, that's a lot of talent per team.
Yeah, and Vera, also part of the Argentinian team. Nice combo on the outside. But as Matea said, you know, even though the tides aren't too disparate in terms of the high and the low, there still is a fuller tide than you normally see for this time of the year. So wasn't able to get the finish, but at least backed up her high score. And then Danielle just done a closeout right there. There's Team South Africa. But going back to the point about the men from Argentina, out of the 3 men that are competing here today, all of them have at least 1 gold medal. And for a country that maybe isn't known as a surfing nation, that's really impressive, especially when you consider that some countries that have better waves and more talent haven't been able to even achieve a medal so far.
Yeah, these medals are hard to come by.
They are.
We only a handful of them available at the end of this competition on Saturday. 9:14 on the clock. And that's kind of a sketchy way to fall. You never want to fall with your head facing the beach like that, but looks like she got out clean, straight back onto her board. Conveyor belt coming into play today, so these surfers, if they can get themselves back to the pier, literally under the pier, there's a system, kind of a water system that sucks you right back out to the takeoff zone, and you can use that to your advantage to get back out quicker.
Decent turn on the outside from the Panamanian. I mean, she engaged with the lip, and this turn right here I felt like was just a bit too risky for how the section was. Don't think it was really necessary to try to do that turn. Maybe just go up into the lip and kind of secure it. But there we see a couple of the surfers that are coming up. The Candelaria, the Rosano sisters, excuse me. Candelaria, Valentina, who's going to be coming up. She's actually residing in Southern California now, I believe in San Diego.
That's right. She's been surfing at Seaside.
Going to school, right?
Going to school, and she's actually helping to train the future of surfing. She works with the Stanton sisters, Maddie and Kai, who are absolutely ripping.
Yep.
And it's pretty cool to kind of see Candelaria taking on that role of mentor.
Valentina, Candelaria's coming up later, yeah.
Yes, I mean any three of the Rosano sisters could be a mentor to any surfers out there. They're all so good, but yeah, just to see kind of the improvement that that she's already helped, some of the young surfers down in the Encinitas area is pretty incredible. A testament to how good she surfs. The fact that it can rub off on other surfers around her. It's pretty cool to watch.
No, their dad is gnarly too. Manny, big wave surfer right there from Popoyo too. And he's originally from Argentina and loves the surf Mavericks. And the way he actually makes a living is he teaches people how to sail. So that's how he got the ladies in the water. He bought a piece of land right there at Popoyo, was able to build a compound basically. And he wanted to surf great waves year round. Why not live in Nicaragua? So him and his wife have done an incredible job with those girls, and I think so far, looking at the development of not only Valentina, but you have Candelaria, who's the middle sister, and then Maxima, who's the youngest one, is also a ripper. It's just beautiful to see these kind of experiences and watch them grow up through surfing, Chris.
Yeah, a few years back when we had the ISA World Surfing Games at Popoyo, it was solid, 8 foot. All three sisters. I mean, I just kept looking at the heat sheets and going, how many Rosano sisters are there? Because they're all just smashing their way through heats. The waves were giant. And the youngest one was 9 years old.
Valentina back then was probably 14 maybe.
So looking forward to seeing the Rosano sisters enter the chat. 6:18 to go here. Vera Jariz from Argentina in the lead. She's got a pair of threes. Anilda in second for now with a 2.8 and a 2.10. Danielle representing South Africa. 0.57 and 0.37, so she has room to grow. She's in third place for now with 6 minutes left. Nice and consistent this morning. Again, mostly lefts. Handful of rights have been served and scored, but the biggest scores so far have come from the set wave lefts that are just speeding into the pier.
Surprised that nobody's moved more towards Middle Peak. You see white there towards your left. The next peak over is really where there's kind of one good wave that breaks all the way into the pier bowl. And you see their Team Argentina. They've got a lot of experience competing here at Huntington and in Southern California as well. But I think in terms of conditions, not only the best day so far, the cleanest one, absolutely. But I also think in terms of consistency, that wind swell is going to be a huge factor when it comes to those make or break moments in heats, because those little waves that pop up, which is the little wind swell that we're going to have in the water, are really going to make a difference in people getting a score at the end or not, Chris.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, wave selection is pretty critical in most cases, but as we saw in that second heat, some of our surfers with the strategy of just go out there and catch as many waves as possible straight from the jump. I think we've seen a lot of lessons learned from yesterday with some of our best surfers, not able to find a backup score. It's Team Panama there, fired up.
You can recognize Oli Gonzalez.
I was just going to say, I see Oli for sure. Backlit. The beautiful mane, lion's mane of hair.
Yeah. Actually, that's a cool nickname, the Lion King. I think that would be good for him.
The Panamanian Lion King.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if he wants that one.
Yeah.
4:14 to go. Both surfers in second and third just need mid-range scores to get themselves into these advancing positions. Here's surfer in yellow, Danielle Georgette Powis, Team South Africa. She's got skills, but right now she just hasn't found a wave to let her show those skills. A quick snap there, and she goes down. Out the back, Vera up and riding. Some open face to work with here. just a quick turn. That wave kind of dissipates underneath her feet.
Caught that wave kind of in that halfway point too, in the deeper spot. And, you know, Danielle, at least she's trying. You know, that's going to be her best wave. The one attempt on the inside, 3:30 to go. At the moment was needing a 4.33. So she gets a 1.23, now needs a 3.67. It ain't over till it's over, and she's got a chance to make it out the back with enough time and potentially catch a set wave to get that score. And if you're Alonso now, only having the 2.1 as the backup, you should be moving as quickly as you can. As this is the, I know this is another wave by Vera. Yeah, she's catching these waves too far in the deep spot. They're not breaking as well as she'd like them to, and they're not making the inside connection either. So kind of bad positioning there by the surfer in red, Haris. And it seems like Alonso's moved over to the main peak at the Pure Bowl, Chris, and she's going to maybe play a little defense here with 2:45 to go.
Yeah, I love that we get to see kind of all types of competitive surfing. You know, you get those surfers that are out there seemingly alone, uncontested for all these set waves, and then you see kind of the chippy matchups that happen, paddle battles, and we've had our fair share of interferences throughout the competition, and you know that just shows you the want that these surfers have to make it through these heats by any means necessary. There hasn't been anything dirty, you know. It's been clean in terms of, you know, as clean as the interference can get, and you know sometimes that's just the byproduct of a tight takeoff zone. Luckily today, the playing field is a bit more spread out. I think once the tide 100%. Fills in, you know, we're going to see it become a little bit more peaky and spread out a little bit even more. Well, maybe Rob Reef will start to activate throughout the day.
Could be. I would say maybe a bit more size would definitely make it happen, but there could be a couple of waves. And here's an important one by Danielle. Ooh, just stayed next to the whitewater. You can't deviate too much from the whitewater in that midsection, Chris. You're just going to get stuck up. And seems like Alonso's up and riding on this left. A good-looking one, too.
Nice pocket turn there. Trying to defend her second place position with 1.5 minutes to go. Unable to make the inside connection, but with one big turn, she'll probably get something along the lines of what she has now.
And maybe she betters her low score of the 2.1 as well. And Team Argentina, they look a little nervous despite their surfer being in first run out. That's a big set. Might be the biggest set I've seen all morning coming through right now.
In the 70s, they used to call that corduroy to the horizon. It looks like about 8 set waves rolling through. And unfortunately for Vera, after that quick turn, she's going to look up and see all these waves. If she can sneak under this first one, she may have a chance to get out there and get involved. But 36 seconds left. This is inopportune time for a big set to come through, as our surfers are most likely going to get caught inside. And then this is going to affect the other surfers paddling out for this heat. But it's par for the course.
I mean, I feel like it was a missed opportunity by both Alonso and Danielle to go on those previous waves, though, knowing that they were in that midsection, which is a lot flatter and a lot deeper. Waves didn't really break, and they just let go of a few waves that were not only quality, but I feel like in the terms of quantity, they were there too. At least 3 or 4 waves in that set, Chris. So, unfortunately for South Africa, Danielle's going to be relegated to Repercharge, but for both Panama and Argentina, they're moving through in the main round.
All right, well, our international field is heating up here in Huntington Beach. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back with more action featuring Shannon Hughes and Barton Lynch.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games 2022 here in Huntington Beach, California. We have a lot going on this week on the sands, and a little bit that's been going on behind the scenes because it's been the weekend. We're now into Monday, and we've got a big day of surfing ahead of us. With the women in the lineup, Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside of the great Barton Lynch. And Barton, it's been a pleasure to be calling the action for the World Surfing Games in the place where the very first World Surfing Games ever ran back in 1996.
Yeah, and previous to that, obviously, this International Surfing Association has been running events since 1964. And the first event was at my home beach of Manly. Midget Farrelly won the men's division there, and today we get to see the ladies take part here at Huntington Beach. 2 days of men's surfing, and great to see the ladies have their day today.
That's right, and to carry on the legacy that Phyllis O'Donnell started back there in 1964 as well in Manly. And I mean, how incredible are the conditions today, Barton, to wake up and to see that light offshore breeze blowing, just absolutely pristine.
Yeah, it's got that feel of a change of seasons out there, and it's always my favorite time of year when you sort of feel that crisp air in the morning, the offshore winds. There's some nice swell out there, and these are the best conditions that we've had so far for this year's ISA Games.
Feeling very thankful to show up this morning and to have waves like this, and just to have some sunny conditions. Now out in the lineup, we are in heat number 4 for women's round 1. We've got one small score on the board, just a 0.5 for Valentina Rossano of Nicaragua. She's in the water up against Sophie McCulloch of Australia and Holly Winger of Ireland. So just 3 surfers in this heat, and just waiting for that first good set to really roll through. We got about 16 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, 20-minute heats, best 2 rides. 3 ladies in the water at this point in time, so I always appreciate one less. That's a couple of waves and another person you don't have to deal with. Nobody loses here in this round. The third place will go to the elimination round or the Repercharge round, and everybody gets 2 chances, as we see in the white there. Valentina, one of 3 sisters representing her country of Nicaragua.
Yeah, they're a great family. They've been competing in the World Surfing Games and in the juniors for, so many years. Valentina is the oldest. She now lives in Southern California and is going to school here, but representing Nicaragua proudly alongside of Calendaria and Maxima, her younger sisters.
Yeah, amazing. And I noticed that she said in her bio that she truly enjoys competing at the ISA because it's their best family trip every year.
Every year, that's it.
So cool, isn't it?
So awesome. Holly Winger has a look at that one. She goes down over the falls. It's a little bit of a tricky one when those bigger sets roll through today, some of those closeout sections. Valentina also has a look down the line. Now Sophie McCulloch up and riding on her backhand. Great snap to start. Working it, that S turn back and forth to try and cut through the flats, see if she can get through into the double up, and she'll be there, and she'll just have to kick out quickly because that closed out so fast.
Well, that felt like we were oh, look at the board right there at the pier in amongst it, and I suppose if she ended up there so quickly, she must have been extremely close to the pier at the time of the wipeout. Oh, and you see her duck diving there and making her way out. It's somewhat of an escalator that pulls through underneath the pier there, and it helps you to get out the back, and you can use that particularly when it's bigger. But you saw the barnacles on the pier pylons, and that's not a place you want to be.
It's definitely not a place to be. Not when there's a lot of swell. On a day like this, it's okay when those sets aren't rolling through.
Yeah.
But when you get some of those bigger south swells or those kind of combo swells through the winter, it can be quite dangerous. In that last heat, we saw a great victory from our Argentinian surfer, and we're going to catch up with her now, and Jess Grimwood.
Thanks, Shannon. Yes, it is Vera Harris, and I'm actually going to use a fellow Argentinian team member to help me translate because I'm still working on my Spanish, but congratulations. And how did you feel going into that heat with the conditions?
Está bastante difícil, cerraba bastante la ola, medio gorda, pero nada, llegué hace muy poquito, tuve muy poco tiempo para acostumbrarme de la ola, pero bueno, pasé, agarré dos que pude conectarlas hasta abajo, no las pude cerrar, pero bueno, feliz de haber pasado y para adelante.
And I'll let the translation come through later for that for me, but with representing Argentina, do you feel proud and supported to represent your country here at the ISA Games?
Sí, obvio, estoy orgullosísima de representar a mi país y además más de que yo soy junior y este es un equipo open, de último momento se lesionó una de las competidoras, entonces nada, tuve que venir, yo estaba en Brasil y tuve que venir de urgencia y nada, esta oportunidad es un regalo para mí y estoy muy contenta y es todo un aprendizaje, así que sí, estoy muy feliz.
Well, congratulations, good luck moving on through. Would you like to say anything to at home?
Sí, bueno, un saludo a mis papás, a mi familia, a mis amigos, a mis sponsors, gracias por siempre ayudarme y nada, a seguir adelante.
Congratulations, Vera Harris from Team Argentina.
Thanks so much, Jess, and stoked for Vera making it through a tough heat early in the morning. First round for the women as well. First time they're really getting a feel for this, and this is because we had the Supergirl Pro running just down the coast in Oceanside, and so some of the women in the draw were competing in that QS, so we held off women's competition for a couple of days, and it's great to see them in the lineup now, and Argentina taking away a win.
And, look at the water texture. Look at the colour. Look at the conditions. That worked out really well for the ladies. The first 2 days we've had that onshore wind from early in the morning. It's been sort of bumpy and kind of choppy and difficult, and today is the most perfect that the conditions have looked.
It's pretty awesome. It's a little bit different than the history of women's surfing, typically not getting to surf in the best of the conditions. So to be able to see them with some classic Huntington clean style waves rolling through is nice as we take a look at this first of Sophia.
And she's pumping away from the pier and then sort of goes back towards it, and then that inside just, it stood up and broke on her so quickly.
Valentina got a piece of the action.
Nice wave. Nice first turn, clean left. Watching those heats, first three heats of the morning, the lefts have been the highest scoring rides, the set lefts towards the pier and then coming back and getting the reform. So looked like Holly understood that. Knew where to put herself and got a good one.
Shina Matsuda paddling out next for Team Japan, getting some words of advice from local team member in Kanoa Igarashi. He's a multiple-time winner here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing and knows what it takes in any kind of conditions. So a great team member for Japan to have behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could imagine the day when he's retired from professional surfing that he would be the coach of the Japanese team potentially. He has so much experience, so much knowledge. And we see the opening exchange there.
A 3.67 for Sophie McCulloch. Drops in as the highest score so far. Valentina now with a 2.90 on the board. And Holly sitting just with that throwaway score, less than a 1.0. She's now sitting in that first priority position. And we'll be waiting for the next set as we see Team Australia.
Jackson Baker working on his flag technique there, trying to get into rhythm with it. And there's the Koori, or the Indigenous Australian flag there, along with the, I suppose, the colonialist flag of Australia.
Holly dropping out on her backhand. She's going to try and hang with this one, make that connection to the inside, and she'll have it. Now redirecting onto her forehand, straight up into the lip. Nice turn, and she rides out clean.
Great control. Mature surfing there. Sophie McCulloch.
Sophie now up and riding. Nice cut back to start. A little bit of work to make it through that dead section. And that wave's not going to amount to much on the inside. But yeah, great control from Holly, as you said. And now Valentina with an opportunity on her forehand. The goofy foot. Nice carve back into the section. And she'll kick out as that one's not going to reform either. So we've now got this heat underway. We're going to have a couple scores on the board. A little battle for priority as well.
Yeah, there we go. An important part of competition, the priority. A 3.67, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. And I suppose the outside move was nice. There was that wipe out on the inside that kept the score low. It was Valentina on that bigger left with the 2.9 for the outside turn. I feel like that last ride of hers is going to be a little bit lower. The outside turn wasn't quite as big as that first left. Look at this set coming. You can see the lines coming through.
Sophie with a quick paddle out. So she had that quick wave, kicked out before making the connection to the inside, and she's into priority first. That's a beautiful looking left straight into the pier. A little bit of spit coming through as well.
Did you see that? That's when the wave, and the spit is when the wave breaks and that tube hollows out and the energy from inside the wave spits out of the inside. And when you get blown out by that from a tube ride, you know you've had a good one.
Looks like the girls are just slightly out of position for this. It's always a shame when you take off on, you know, the first couple waves rolling through, Barton. Not maybe expecting, because it's been slow, for one of those better sets to be rolling through.
100%, and you want to take advantage because we've seen some long lulls. So when there's a breaking wave, you want to catch it, but then if it means you miss the set, that set did, you know, there was that tube that went towards the pier, but when you would have, if you were in that tube, you would have been coming out looking at the barnacles on the pylons, and it would have been quite daunting. But that's where the big points come from.
We got some young fans on the sand this morning, ready for a big day on the beach. That's great. It's such a cool family environment down here. You know, all the teams and just so much great representation from the little ones all the way up until the older family members.
Going for Mum's coffee there.
Yeah.
Hello,
Going to take
mate.
a sip. Cute. All right, so Sophie McCulloch sitting in the lead. She's dropped in a 2.60 to back up her 3.67. Score in for last of Holly Winger of Ireland, a 2.73 for that closeout on the inside. And Sophie up and riding. Nice connection with the lip for that outside section. She's now going to look for this reform. And if she can tie it together, get that turn linked in, she does a big foam climb to finish. She'll be looking at the best score of the heat so far. Valentina now up and riding on her forehand. Great snap as well, little tail slide. And into a little bit of a ripple coming through close to the pilings. She's got a big paddle out in front of her now.
At that point in time, I normally like to go through. And because the current is sort of going from south to north, and you can see it's pulling you that way towards it. As long as there's not a set coming, she should be fine. But if the a set wave comes and all the energy of the set, you have to surrender at that point and just take it on, get through to the other side, or use the escalator underneath it to get out the back. Here is a set coming, though. There's a big set on the way.
Good looking set rolling through. We've got some scores to drop in. And we're down to about 5 minutes on the clock. Now currently our surfer with the most experience out here at Huntington Beach, Sophie McCulloch, is sitting in the lead. Sophie walked away with a semifinal finish at this year's Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. That was when Betty Luce Kerr-Johnson went on to take the victory. But for Sophie, that was a huge result towards her Challenger Series campaign, and she'd be feeling good coming into this event. Holly Winger just gets caught up in the lip on that takeoff, Barton.
Yeah, unfortunate wipe out there. But Sophie she's a really good competitor. I know in that event I was here coaching Vahini Fierro, and they came up against each other in the round of 16, and Sophie is quite ruthless in her use of tactics. She understands the things, the moves to make and when to make them, and she's a very mature competitor as well as a great surfer, and has sort of all of those, the makings of a future champion.
Yeah, she's an incredibly intelligent competitor.
Yeah, exactly.
She also actually just finished her degree last year, a double major in marketing and biomechanical science. And she's just a real thinker all around. Same with Holly Winger. Holly just graduated with her nursing degree. She's a qualified nurse. She's had a very busy year working out her first year in the field, which is exciting to see. And she's feeling very happy to be competing on behalf of Team Ireland this year, coming out of Tremor. And she was the national champion there back in 2018. So we've got a couple of women that have, you know, they're working out what life is going to look like outside of surfing, but they're also focused on that competitive side.
Yeah, and it's good to, you know, I feel like this as we see Holly right here. That one closed out. There wasn't an outside move on it. Looking for the length of ride through to the inside. She did it on a previous ride. She's making it again. Will there be a nice inside turn? There it is. It's a replay of that exact ride. And it was a really nice inside turn, well managed.
Now, taking a look at the replay of this, scores dropped in as a 6.67.
Pumping and driving, cuts out there. I think that was the one before it, yeah.
And then Valentina had a look at this.
I like the angles in the turns of Valentina. There's an aggression. Here's a nice outside turn as well. So a flurry of waves on the replay here.
And this is the one that dropped in as the 667 with that nice finish to the inside.
Yeah, big outside turn. It was a set wave, big outside turn, big inside turn. And this was the radical tail sliding snap.
Scores in for that, a 337. So she's currently sitting in that second place position and has a requirement into a 3.54 on Holly Winger. Down to under 3 minutes on the clock. Team Australia holding that flag steady. And I've got the feeling that Joel Vaughn is actually doing that on purpose maybe, rather than waving that flag. Maybe a little bit of, maybe not.
Good to see the whole team down here. The men don't surf today, but they're down here, and that's what we've been talking about, is that team spirit. When you're a part of the team, doesn't matter whether you've got a heat on or not. If you were a male in a traditional event and you didn't have a heat on today, it would be a day off, and you might not even come down to the event. But when you're a part of the team, you've got to get down there, wave the flag for your country, and support the ladies.
And support the ladies. And what a great team we have behind Australia as far as coaches. We've got Andy King and Kate Wilcombs, or Skaz, Kate Scarrett. And that's a really dynamic team. Andy, of course, with just so much experience across championship tour surfing from some great coaching experience there and incredible results behind him with world titles. And Kate Scarrett with, that Olympic season behind her last year and now pouring into the next generation that will be coming through.
Yeah, and a former champion at Chopu, winner of that event, so obviously able to perform under pressure and in some of the heaviest situations that surfing can deliver.
Down to a minute 30.
Sophie, to lose her first spot, she would, Valentina would need a 6.97, so I feel like Sophie's quite secure in that first place. She's got second priority now, and Valentina has also got the first priority.
Sophie now on her backhand, loving the look of these lefts off the pier bowl. And she'll have this reform on her forehand.
Look how glassy the conditions are.
So glassy. Solid double up in front of her as well, and she hangs on to the finish. Now, do you think she'd be able to improve on that 6.67? We'll get back to that in a moment as we see Holly up and riding. Late takeoff, steep takeoff. And she'll kick out, knowing she might have enough time to get back out.
Sorry, mate. For Holly to get out of that third place, she's going to need that outside turn. The waves, I don't think you can get that score without, 3.5, 3.54. You'd need an outside turn, and you could almost get it just with the outside turn. But that would need to be the focus with, 25 seconds on the clock. It might be too late.
Let's break down this last of Sophie.
Snap out on the sort of fatter, we call it, sort of part of the wave, but this pumping through the inside into this inside turn, little double up section there, hits it, belts it, really strong, powerful turn from the Australian, and a convincing win there.
A very convincing win. Score still to come through for her last wave, but no more scores coming through for Valentina or Holly, so Sophie McCulloch is guaranteed the win and a victory for Team Australia as we wait for that last one to roll through. And we've got some great surfers coming up in the next heat. Team Brazil will be represented. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more action to call all the winners today.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these, and we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, And we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the action for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games here in Huntington Beach, California. And it's a beautiful day. It's the first day that we've had clean conditions this morning. That west onshore wind was not blowing, and we were so excited when we got to walk down to the beach today and see conditions like this on offer for our day of women's competition. We're currently in heat number 5 for round 1. Shino Matsuda, Dominic Barona, and Yanka Costa in the water. And it's going to be a great day of surfing. Ecuador, Japan, and Brazil currently represented. One Olympian in the lineup in Dominic Barona. Shino Matsuda was nearly there, just outside of qualification with Team Japan for last year's Olympics. And Yanka Costa now up and riding on her first wave. Makes it through that outside section with ease. Nice snap. Drives off the bottom into the finish and gets a 2-turn combo on the inside section.
That was a great combination, great energy as well.
Shino Matsuda, she's got such nice style. Opens up on that first turn. Now cutting past her competitor in Dominic Barona, who's got a score to come through as well. She's already sitting there with a 3.5 on the board. Shino Matsuda now to increase on her 1.50 and a score to come through for first of Yanka from Brazil.
That was exciting.
That was
a great start. A lot of waves to get going early, which is always good. Helps with the confidence. And you know, I saw a quote from the great Kelly Slater, even saying for him, the first and the second rounds are when you get nervous, when he gets nervous, and by the time he's, you know, in the quarters, whatever, things are flowing, you don't even feel the nerves. But this is the first round for the ladies. Today's the first time that they have surfed in the event, and so to get waves early in your heat always feels good, just takes the pressure off, and you start to kind of get that flow going.
Now Mimi Barona opened up with this during the break.
Nice backhand snap. Look at the great energy, pumping and driving the board rail to rail through the flat sections. Putting a lot in. You can see the determination and the desire to succeed here. And unfortunately, did all of the hard work and then got that little bit of a fall right at the end.
Shino Matsuda gets that single turn for her 1.5. And then we saw Yanka connect this one to the inside.
And unfortunately, the outside crumbled far, or broke fast in front of her, and she didn't get an outside turn, but the inside work was amazing. Got a great style. Technique looks fantastic, and the energy was good. This was a really nice carving snap with a little tail drift at the end of it. For our Japanese competitor, didn't get the connection through. As we look at a beautiful picture there of this wonderful Southern Californian morning.
Such a beautiful day today, warm water. Not much of a need for a wetsuit unless you're maybe coming from one of those regions of the world where it's very tropical. But the water has been unbelievably warm the last few weeks. It's been lovely.
Yeah, I jumped in and had a swim, and you know, coming from Hawaii, I was like, oh. At first you kind of went, oh, it's a little, and then you went, oh no, it's actually not. You know, when your body sort of gets familiar with the temperature, and it was beautiful. I went, yeah, no, you could easily surf in board shorts. So, especially you know, when you're in a heat, if you wear too much rubber, too much wetsuit, you overheat. It's a stressful situation. The head feels hot, and you start, you know, puffing and panting, and the stress comes. And so it's always nice to wear a little less than you need, because you know the intensity of a heat that you create is far exceeds that of free surfing. So most of the ladies out there just in shorts this morning.
Yeah, especially just with those 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
Just jump in quick, get those waves.
Get
all
moving.
good to go. Shino Matsuda into the lead. She's dropped in a 3.70 for that last wave. Has her sitting in that front position, but there's still so much time on the clock, and the level of talent that we have in the water right now is one of the best. And so we would expect them to find the best of the lineup and to get into some good waves. Shino now on her forehand. Huge into the lip on the opening section, and will she hold on? She was so close.
I thought she had it there.
That was sick.
The way she disappeared into the whitewater was exciting, you know. And, I remember yesterday I told the story about Mark Occhilupo and that dramatic moment in the final against Tom Curran here years ago, where the foot came off the board and he came out of the whitewater, the crowd went up and the judges went up as well. That was a similar situation there, but incomplete.
Yanka with a clean-looking set rolling in front of her. It's just not going to break in time for her to get into it. And so as we wait for the next one, let's go down to catch up with the winner from that last heat. Take it away, Jess.
Sophie McCulloch from Team Australia. Congratulations, Soph. You were just saying you found it actually quite a bit tricky, even though you came away with a win.
Yeah, I definitely had a slow start. Nerves of competing for the team kicked in, and yeah, I just kind of had to take a step back and just do what I needed to do to get through, and rather than try and oversurf. But yeah, I definitely found it tricky next to the pier. But yeah, happy to come away with a win.
And for us in Australia, of course, you're one of the most well-known female surfers. You got the cover of Surfing Life not that long ago. For everybody else viewing in at home, how does it feel to be representing your country and getting to have some reps in the jersey on this stage?
Oh, it feels amazing. Like traveling with the team, having a team vibe. It's so cool, especially considering surfing is normally such an individual sport. But yeah, when I got asked to come away with Team Australia, it was a bit of a no-brainer for me. I always love competing for my club at the Board Riders Battle back home, and so yeah, we've got a really good vibe going, and yeah, I'm really honoured to be a part of it.
Great. Have you met any other countries that are super interesting to you, maybe you haven't thought surfing would come from, or the girls that are coming from those different countries for this event?
I know there's one guy from Afghanistan, which is quite interesting considering it's a landlocked country, but it's really cool to see just everyone come together, and the opening ceremony was pretty surreal with just all the different flags and countries I've never heard of before. So yeah, it's really good to mix up the competition, and I'm excited to see what the other countries have to bring.
Great. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Sophie, and good luck going through the rest of the day.
Thanks, Jess.
Great performance from Sophie, pulling it together after a slow start and making Australia proud.
Yeah, she did. She sort of didn't do more than she needed to do. It was sort of within herself, really, and I suppose that speaks to the pressure that she mentioned. Here's that beautiful outside turn, and you could see the nose of the board coming down as the white water was coming up, and that destabilised her and didn't get the completion, but it was aggressive, it was powerful, a good sign of what she's capable of.
She found another look at this one. We got a score to drop through for it now. It's that outside section. And we'll see if she's able to connect through to the inside here. Straight into the lip. And scores dropping through now. 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Our Brazilian Yanka Costa currently sitting with one score of a 4.50. She did have a paddle for a wave just before we threw to that interview with Sophie. Didn't get into it, but she's out the back. She's got that first priority again. And she's a great competitor coming out of Brazil. She's the 2020 Brazilian champion. Took out the win there at their national championships. Mm-hmm. And in that kind of season during COVID, when events got shut down during the pandemic, she decided she wanted to run an event so that women could still have some kind of competition. So she created an online surf contest. We saw a few of those popping up around the world, and she named it Shaka Girls.
And it's great to see that motivation, that inspiration, and you know, it's not an easy thing to do, to create something and to get it going and to get it up and create it, turn it into a reality for an idea. So obviously motivated, obviously capable, and has had the best scoring ride of this heat so far. So, well, the 5 just dropped for Shino. So the 4.9, and a 4.93 just dropped for Dominique. So she did minutes ago have the best scoring ride. that paddle with the priority. She's now down into third priority, and a couple of better rides than hers dropped from her opponents. So a difficult moment now. She really needs that second scoring ride. You could see the splash of the water there was a sign of her disappointment at what had just transpired in that little moment of time, because as we see the replay here, here's an opportunity through this moment to be going rail to rail.
Yes.
Right, we talked about that yesterday, where she was just on the nose of the board and just sort of pumping it up and down, but that looked like that section had enough speed and energy to actually, and here's Dominique's, and we can understand where the score came from with that big outside move.
So it was a 4.93 for Dominic with that big outside. Works hard to make that connection through to the inside here. Goes in for that big snap, and she does fall on the finish. So the judges rewarding very well that outside section.
Yeah. The inside turn was incomplete.
Exactly. And then Shino Matsuda with a 5 and a 3.70 now.
Woohoo! Big
Been
set.
riding. Oh, solid set. She has to duck out of it. She almost could have ducked inside of it.
Yeah.
Got a little cover up.
Got tubed and then found a little doggy door to get out of there, as we call it.
Surfer in red with priority and down the beach. Yanka, she's been looking for that wave for a long time as well. And like you were saying, it felt like she had the momentum. She had the single highest wave score. That was only the second one that she's actually had hands leave the rail. So she'll have another score floating through now to add to her heat total. But it just seems like she suddenly got flipped kind of into a position that she wasn't thinking she was going to be in after that first score.
Yeah, and she had that first priority and the highest scoring wave, and you feel like I looked at the heat, well, she's in the best position at this point in time. I would rather be her than anyone else. And then in a sort of blink of an eye, both you lose your priority, your opponents get waves, they get better scores than you, the 4-5's the third highest scoring wave of the heat, and the pressure's on from that moment on. And then you catch a close out, and it sort of starts to compound, and in your mind that's when the doubt and those thoughts start to creep in of, oh no. And then there's the beach and the flags and, the superstars on the male side of your team that also are there that kind of almost set a standard for performance that puts pressure on you in a way. So a lot of things coming to bear pressure, and it's going to be interesting to see in these dying moments of the heat how she responds.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. It's great to see the field of women that Brazil's put forward with Yanka, with Carol Ribeiro, and with Mariana Areno. Newer names for us coming into kind of women's professional surfing out of Brazil. But then paired up on the men's side, they have Jadson Andre and the Pupo brothers, Miguel and Sammy. So they've got a very heavy team on the men's side. They've got this great talent on the women's side as well. That's just this rich history of Brazilian surfing. So it'll be exciting to see how they go through this week and if Yanka is able to pull herself out of this position. She's only chasing a 3.94 to get that advancing or that second position from Dominic Barona, because Dominic hasn't really secured herself in that second place position yet.
No, and they're only 5s and 3s, aren't they, essentially, that she's competing against. She's got distance too. You see she's in the third priority there. So red and white could come up, paddle up, sit near her, and guarantee her exclusion from the heat, really, if they chose to. So the fact that she's been able to sneak away from those two guys, get some space, and have her own part of the lineup is strategically clever. Maybe not strategically clever from the other two ladies, because they could use that priority in a little more of an aggressive fashion and consolidate. Here's a chance. Let's see if she can turn it around.
All right, under third priority, having a look left and right, a little bit indecisive there. Shino Matsuda with a great carve under the lip on a solid-looking set. She's looking to build on that 3.70. She does the hop through into the shore break. Now quick on her backhand, little carve out, just to kind of miss the section. And
all the points in the outside, weren't they?
All the points in the outside section. Now, she's also got some great experience competing here in Huntington Beach. She's going to head straight through the pier. She's going to take that little current on the north side. It tends to pull through when you got a little bit of south in the swell. And she'll be out to backline pretty easily. With just under 5 minutes now on the clock, we've got scores to come through for all three surfers.
And Yanka Costa is back to the top of the priority roster. So there was a 5 or so minute period where things weren't going to plan. Now is her chance. Be interesting to see the score of Shino, but really you only need to be first or second. So really in her mind, she'd be looking at Dominique going, well, I need a 3.94. It's a 4-point ride. She is truly capable of that. We saw that on that 4.5 that she rode, but here's Dominique again on another one.
Mimi Barona, goes in for a big hit on the outside section. Even just that single turn could have increased her 3.5.
That's exactly right. That was a gift for Janka. Here she goes. Will she get an outside turn? She needs one, or she paddles and doesn't catch the ride. Second time that she's done that. Fortunately, though, she's the only one in the lineup, so she won't lose that priority for the paddle. When you have the priority, if you paddle for a wave and don't get it, or do get it, you lose that priority. Both our Japanese and Ecuadorian surfers would be back in the lineup now, but Janka's held on to the priority, and she needs a second score. She needs something, and if she could get something better than that 4.5 and match the 5s and have the 4.5 as her backup, she would go to the lead in this heat.
Yeah, it's just exactly that. She could definitely be taking that front-running position. She knows now already out of backline. She may even get priority before Dominic gets priority again as we take another look here. Dominic goes on her backhand, and Shino with that nice carve scores in a 3.73, so she does increase her heat total just a little bit in that leading position. And this is where she comes in really close on the inside.
Yeah, didn't get the completion here, just straightens off and then kind of falls off, so you know, with all due respect, a bit of a sloppy kind of end to that ride. Had a good first wave, and the last two falls of Dominique are really to the advantage of Janka. It kept her in this. A completion on either of those two big outside turns could have seen Dominique Barona improve her score as well.
And Mimi, Dominic is definitely the surfer with the most experience out here. She's 31 years old. She's been competing for so long. She's really kind of led the charge for the Ecuadorian and even for Latin American women in the surf scene. She's got 2 silver medals at the ISA World Surfing Games in the past, back in 2014 and 2016. She's a 4-time Latin American champion. And up and riding, Janka now gets that first turn.
Is it going to go through? Will she get the connection? No, she will not.
Chasing a 3.94.
And it was interesting to see the section get broken down in front of her. She took off on the wave. It was a priority wave. She uses her priority. Dominic was paddling for that one as well and kind of broke the section down on her and didn't really give her as much time as you see the paddling and the whitewater come from the paddle that broke that section down in front of her. It may have been that was an advantage because it gave her something to hit, but at the same time it was they're not the sort of situations you want to find yourself in when you don't have the priority. You really want to stay away from the priority surfer.
Yeah.
Shame that didn't connect too, because maybe there was enough out there with a good inside to get the 4.
Scores in. It's just a 2.27, so it's not enough to change her situation. Shino with a nice re-entry on the outside section. Now cutting through to the inside, nice and smooth. She's got that bowly left out in front of her. She'll have to duck out.
And a muscle encrusted pier right in front of her, 2 pylon right in front of her, and I think that came into play there as well. It's like, okay, I better get out of this and play this one safe.
Just in case.
And she's in the lead. She surfed a great heat, had a lot of waves, a lot of opportunities, and been dominant.
Down to 45 seconds on the clock. Shino still in the lead. Surfer in white now has priority, and she's going to stick like glue to surfer in yellow.
Yeah, she let it sort of slide away before. We talked to that just a little while ago, but it won't happen now. With 30 seconds on the clock, this is when the priority becomes a defensive weapon. You're able to use it to, control the situation, make sure that your opponent doesn't get anything that you don't want them to get. Here's a wave coming, 17 seconds.
And surfer in white does have first priority over yellow, so she's going to have to go. Maybe a good little section up in front of her and attacking on her forehand. She's going to look for this connection to try and build on that 3.5.
I wonder if Janka could have gone right or did go right or got up on the right because she was paddling. Dominic never even looked towards her, did she? She kind of had a focus on the left, and there was a little door open there for her to jump up and get that right-hander. When your opponent's got the priority, though, it's intimidating situation. So maybe she did not.
Yeah, I think, oh, there we go. All right, well, it looks like she kicked out of that wave and did not have the opportunity on the right. Unfortunately, just a small score. A 4.6 for last of Shino Matsuda secures herself in the lead. White doesn't increase her heat total at all, but walks through in second. And so great performance for Team Japan and for Ecuador, advancing through in that second place position. We've got more action to come. A big day of women's surfing. We're currently in round 1. We'll be rolling into heat number 6 right after this.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games live from Huntington Beach, California. And there you can see where our judges are sitting just in the top of that staircase heading into the White Tower. We've got our beach marshals down at the bottom. We've got our step and repeat where our surfers can be interviewed after a big heat win or just a nation maybe that we are not so familiar with to be able to hear more of those stories out of their own mouths. And of course the iconic Huntington Beach Pier in the background with some great surf and great waves rolling through the south side of the pier today, Barton.
Beautiful, beautiful autumn morning or fall morning. Back end of summer now, heading into the northern hemisphere winter, so exciting times up here. The surf and the snow's on its way, and we're fortunate to have the conditions that we've got here today. We've had some onshore winds the last couple of days, so beautiful and clean for Ladies' Day.
And there, as we kind of swung around and we could look at the front of the judging tower, you could see the time clock, which is great. I actually didn't realize that was there. So the surfers can see how much time is left on. Of course, the beach announcers will be feeding that information. But when we did have that onshore wind over the last couple days, it gets really hard to actually hear that information out in the lineup. As we take a look at the women currently in the water, we have Garazi Sanchez of Spain, Alice Barton of Great Britain, Siva Jared from American Samoa, and Sok Hong from South Korea. So a great looking lineup on a beautiful day here in Huntington Beach. You can see Catalina Island so clearly today in the background. It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. I don't know that I've ever seen it so clearly.
It's a little mountain range popping out of the ocean.
And it's amazing that the swell gets in here, doesn't it? I suppose you look at that's right in front of us as a blocking mechanism, but the south swells get here, the north swells get here, and we're at one of the most consistent waves here in Southern California. There's always waves at Huntington, no matter how bad it gets. You know, it always seems to provide competitive surf.
It's true. There always is an option on the inside, even if it's not quite breaking on the outside because it's too small. But typically it is a bit of a swell magnet, and there's always something rideable. Down to 15 minutes on the clock. We haven't seen a wave caught yet, and we've got our surfer in blue now with a paddle. Strong paddle from Sok out of South Korea. Just gets caught behind that section, charging it on the takeoff, and was hoping it would hold open just a little bit longer for her.
Yeah, and actually pulled that bottom turn a little too close to the whitewater, because I imagine she might have liked to have straightened out on that and got through to the shore break. Good to get the completions on the opening rides.
Garazi, great snap to start.
Oh.
Ties it up with a second turn, gets that combo out the back. And now she's got a good opportunity to start out with a solid score if she can execute here on the inside. Into the sand, and she'll, nearly ride out clean.
Great ride, though. 2 outside turns, and the style and the energy in it it got me excited straight away. I looked and went, oh, this is good, this is good. So I feel like the judges will appreciate that, and it's a great way to start.
Garazi, 30 years old, great competitor coming out of Spain. She lives in the Basque Country, and we can see some of that Basque style coming out in this first turn.
Great part of the world, great people, great culture. And like you said, the waves are incredible in that part of the world. Europe really coming to the fore. And she's pumping through to the inside, timed it well, and it looked like the make was there, but there was just that little catch of the rail, and the whitewater got her, and it was incomplete, and the judges have been pretty gnarly on the completions. They like to see you finish it, and if you don't, there's that opportunity for the score to go down a little bit. Oh, hold on. Great surfing as well.
Alice Barton from Great Britain, 2 snaps to start. Now putting in the work to try and make it through that section. She's not going to find the connection. It looks like she's got a bit of tape on her front ankle there as well. Hopefully not an injury that's too hard on her this week.
I wouldn't think so by the form on that first wave. And it's not often I get to call someone surfing a heat with even though it's a surname and mine is my first name, but I don't often see another Barton surfing. Yeah, that's what got me excited when I saw the draw. I went, unreal. I get to call a Barton. So, and the early signs there were fantastic, as we see our fellow commentator Ben Way having some fun with a puppy.
We might have a new interview on our hands. Couple little barks. Yeah, that was a great start for Garazi. Just the 2-turn combo at the back got her a 7-1-7.
And rightly so. And it did that to me too. When she stood up and the energy and the performance and the 2 turns, I was like, wow, this lady rips. And the judges had that same feeling, that same emotion comes over you when you see someone surfing so well. You just, the scores follow. But it does, for me, when I watch a ride, I'm not really thinking about the criteria. I'm not really analysing. I'm watching it like a performance, and I feel something. And then off the feelings I get, the score pops into my head. And when it's exciting like that and the energy's great, the scores go to 7s. Great starting ride.
Up and riding, yellow. Siva from American Samoa. Gets that first turn. Can't find that connection through the flat section. But she's now going to have a score on the board alongside of the rest of the competitors. White opened up with a 4.83 for Alice Barton.
And that wave wasn't most probably a 4.83 or nearly a 5 as a wave goes. She surfed it up to that. I can't wait to see her ride another wave, because it was exciting to see the style and the technique that she brought to that first opening ride. Garazi again.
Goes in for that big carve. I think if that wave had stood up a little bit more, she would have just been able to hold that rail line.
Mm-hmm. And, yeah, the energy died really quickly, didn't it?
Really quickly. That seems to be the story of what we're seeing today. So cleaner conditions, a little bit more size, and it's far more consistent. But we are seeing a lot of those waves still break and die off extremely fast.
Yeah, you need the big ones. You need the sets. Suk Hong just paddled for that one. She was in first priority.
Siva now up and riding again. Carves back on that first section. And she'll kick out.
Coming from Waianae, Hawaii, it's a great part, a very traditional part of the island of Oahu. The west side is strong and rich and carries the Polynesian traditions. They wear their heart in their sleeves, and you go back in surfing history, and Makaha has such a strong part in our history.
Well, as we wait for the next set to roll through, we'll go down to catch up with Ben Wei and Shino Matsuda.
Thank you very much. Can't believe you guys caught my private moment with that dog. It's just too cute. So I'm here with the women's main round 1 Heat 5 winner for Team Japan, Shino Matsuda. And Shino's been working on her English, so we're going to go for an English interview. So Shino, today we had the new south swell, longer lefts, sometimes very closed, very walled waves. Was it difficult for you?
Yeah, wave was clean, but inside the section was so difficult. But I got a good advice from Team Japan, especially canoas, so I could wait good positions, and so it worked.
So your first good score, you got a nice turn on the outside, but your main points, I think, came from the shore break, the last ending turn in the shore break, and you landed almost in the sand. So I think YU was probably worried about your fins on that board. Are your fins okay?
Yeah, its fins okay, but I want to make next hit.
Perfect. おめでとうございます。それで応援している方に一言お願いします。
日本から応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。これからもチームジャパンでメダル取れるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
僕も応援しています。またよろしくお願いします。Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Shino Matsuda. I have to say that for Shino and for Shun Murakami, two of the Japanese competitors that were right there on the brink of Olympic qualification in the last cycle, their English has improved so much. It's so awesome. They've clearly been working hard on it, and it also gives them that opportunity to connect with surfers from many different nations while they're here this week.
As an English speaker from birth, you don't recognize the difficulties that come, whether you're Brazilian, Japanese, when your language isn't spoken in 90% of the places that you travel to. We know from experience of going to places that don't speak English how difficult the whole experience can be. So it adds an element to stuff that you don't really even understand or recognize. So I think it'd be a really important part of anyone aspiring to be a professional surfer to have that, surfing's international language, I suppose, English, as one of your assets for sure.
Down to 8 minutes, 13 seconds on the clock. A 717 on the board for Garazi Sanchez out of the Basque Country of Spain. And she's repositioning herself right now. She might have a dig for this one. She is sitting under second priority, but she's going to be just in that inside section enough to get it underneath Alice Barton. Goes in for a big re-entry on that first section. And now she'll have ease to connect to the inside. See if it stands up for her enough to have that clean face, and there it is. Gaining some speed and momentum.
Wow.
Positioning great, and she holds on for the finish.
Yeah, definitely going to be a second score of consequence. It's going to put pressure on the other ladies. Alice Barton had the priority at that point in time, and having seen, you said it in the live call, the ease with which she made that connection, it gave it to her. So good wave selection, great positioning on the wave, and then the completion at the end was the icing on the cake. Judges will like that. That's most probably going to be a 5+ ride, I would think, and really consolidate her lead at this point.
Super impressive. I mean, to kick off things with that 7 has really set the standard for what we're seeing in the women's draw today. Into heat number 6. We've got a few more heats to run. We've been running the back half of this round number 1, down at the South Podium. You can follow those scores online. As we see Alice Barton now. Oh, just comes undone on that first section.
And that was a beautiful wave. She had waited, and we were sort of talking about how she may have caught Garazi's wave right before it, but you wouldn't have wanted to. She was on a much better wave. As Siva gets that one, didn't get the outside turn because it closed out, but trying to get the negotiation here with the whitewater to get through to the inside. Didn't get in front of it. You've got to get out in front of that whitewater so it's pushing you along rather than gobbling you up and slowing you down. But at least Barton there, that was potentially the best wave of the heat. It was a perfect left-hander. She dropped down, it waited at the bottom, and maybe waited a tad too long. We'll see on the replay, but that was a big missed opportunity to get a second score.
Yeah, and just to put some more distance between herself, that 4.83 on the board, she just has that 1.07 as her backup score. And for our surfer in blue, Sok Hong from South Korea, she's from Jeju Island. She's super stoked to be participating this year as part of the national team. And she just wants to be able to show the world how well South Koreans surf and to be able to represent their country and their culture well, as we see the American Samoa flag being
danced on the beach. Yeah, it's beautiful. Look at the good vibes, mate. Yes, big smile on the face, waving the flag, sharing in the stoke that is the ISA World Surfing Games.
5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, a few spectators on the pier. What a great venue it is to run events here in Huntington Beach.
Sure is.
To be able to sit on the sand, it's you know, you have your standard beach day down there if you're a spectator. But here you can also take a walk. You can get a little workout. Get some of those steps in that you need to get in, those 10,000 for the day, out on the pier, all while being able to take on a bird's eye view vantage point
Of the
surf.
ocean. Yeah, it's very unique.
Set starting to roll through now. Our surfer in blue is sitting with priority. South Korean.
And a 6.60, Shannon, for the last of Garazi Sanchez. That's a great score, and she's in what I would consider an unbeatable position at this point in time, although it's an 8.94, so a 9 needed by this young lady.
Alice now, nice snap to start. Second turn executed with perfection. She's going to shoot through the pier and kick out without even trying to make that connection.
Almost felt like I just jinxed Garazi then when she took off on that one. Oh, maybe this could be a 9. 2 big outside turns.
Siva also with an opportunity. She's going to look for that connection. She's looking to build on those 1-point rides. Just needs a 4.14 at the moment, but we've got a good score coming through for our surfer in white from Great Britain.
Where does it go? Does it match the 7.17? We haven't seen. I don't know that we've seen 2 outside turns that were that big and that in the pocket, and it was a perfect left-hander. And I feel like that could, head up towards that 7-point range.
There it is. It's a 7.20, just higher than the high score of Garazi Sanchez. Now it doesn't take her into the lead, but it brings her requirement down to a 6, a mid-range 6 to take first, and it now puts the rest of the field in a combination situation.
Yeah, the combination situation, meaning that they need more than one ride to overtake. So first and second, Elise Barton and Garazi Sanchez ripping in this heat. Great wave selection. They've been patient, but they've at the same time as being patient, waiting for good ones, they've had good rhythm. They've consistently been, in our face, showing the judges what they've got, and the scores reflect some great surfing.
Taking a look at this 6-point ride, 6.6 from Garazi.
First turn on the outside was nice. It had to be rushed because it was a quick closeout section. Some pumping and driving through to the inside was nice. Takes this inside, and a lot of the points, I think, came from that inside turn. It was critical, and it was exciting, but here we go. The backhand re-entries, 2 of them in a row for the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, not even needing the connection to the shore. And there was the one before. A completion on that one as well, and she could be in the lead. But either way, they're first and second, very solid.
Very solid, both finding those 7-point rides. Siva with a 2.03 for her last score. So we take a look here. This was the one.
Siva's 19 years of age. Elise Barton's 18 years of age. So some young future talent on display. And it's been an exciting heat, this one. The waves have been fairly consistent as well, haven't they? There's always been opportunity.
Yeah, there's been a lot of opportunity today. Very different. Helps with that kind of strategy. Not as much time sitting and waiting in between, letting those nerves kind of get the better of you.
Exactly. That's what happens. The longer you sit, the more active, and you're not active, and then all of a sudden the mind becomes active rather than you being physically active. And it's at that point that the nerves creep in, and Elise having a look at this one.
And Sok with a great re-entry on the backhand. She goes down after that first section, but that'll be her best wave.
Yeah, a minute 17 on the clock. But that was an example of you think you've done the turn, and we'll see it here. She drops in. She gets the backhand re-entry. She completes it, and she, see when she went to wipe the face there, and she kind of relaxed. Like the hard work was done. I can relax now, but not on a wave. You cannot at any point in time. You need to stay engaged. You need to stay focused. And that little fall was awkward. And from my experience, they're the moments that sometimes you get injured. where you think it's a nothing moment, and all of a sudden you've injured yourself, and you're going, wow, I just got to pay attention all the time. You can't, when you're in the ocean, when you're surfing, when you're riding waves, it needs constant attention to detail, because the minute you kind of back off a little bit on that, you know, we just saw what can happen there for Sook.
Down to 30 seconds on the clock. Still waiting for that score to come through for last of blue. Red in the lead, white in second. White now fighting back, trying to get that lead away if she can. Has a paddle, doesn't get into it. She's sitting under priority, so she's freed up to just have a few looks, and she's still sitting in a great position. But with that last wave, a 2.03, Steve has broken the combination.
Exactly. She needs a perfect ride, a 10-point ride, but at least she got it back to where it was a one-ride situation.
And now up and riding. Right on the buzzer. Nice carve back. Sticking with this wave, it's going to reform for her, and she's just going to fall out of it before she's able to kind of connect to that inside.
It was a good inside too. It would have been her best score of the heat so far. It may still be the best score of a heat so far for her, but a little bit left there on that one.
And what a great way for our surfer from South Korea, Sook, to finish off. She dropped into 2.4 for her last score, which was her highest wave. She found that complete maneuver and put on a great show for us, but very well done to our Spanish and our British surfers for finding sevens in the lineup. We got a big day of action ahead of us, and we've had some really fun time here in Huntington Beach already so far. Let's take a look at what we've been up to.
'96 was the first time that we have an event of the ISA called World Surfing Games. Used to call ISA World Championship, and we wanted to be sure that all the top professionals were part, and every team was a dream team. Imagine, in '96 we were 30 surfing nations in the ISA, and now we're 111. Two of those teams are going to take a third slot, an additional slot for Tehupo. I wish you the best. Enjoy. It doesn't really matter because you guys are here. You guys are champions. You guys took the time to come here. Your families, your friends supported you. So celebrate yourself, pat yourself in the back, and say, yes, we were there in this day of 2022. I just want to finish saying, long live surfing, long live the clean oceans, and long live the surfing and lab revolution. Let's continue to be ambassadors of our waves. They need us more than we need them. Imagine how much they need us. Best luck in the competition, guys.
Well, you saw it right there, about 150 reasons to come visit Huntington Beach. Check it out online, all the fun opportunities you have to get involved here in Surf City, USA. We are live. This is the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. So far, so good on the day. Great looking waves, big performances. Some of the best female surfers on the planet have joined us this morning. Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, very excited to bring you an incredible show of female surfing, an international field, 51 plus nations represented here, over 147 competitors. Started with 2 days of male surfers. Now we go into the female squads, and I'll tell you, they have risen to the occasion and more.
They have, and the waves have showed up too today, Chris. Very clean out there in the water. We have a combo swell that's not only rising, but I think with the amount of wind swell that we're going to get from the west, it's just going to get peakier and peakier, which means we're going to see a lot more waves ridden on both the right and the left here at Southside HB. The best part about that is that since we have the two podiums, it's going to make things better for the south podium as well. So some good surfers out there in the lineup, including this lady.
Yeah, every heat has been a showcase with unique styles, an eclectic group of surfers. Gabriella Bryan on screen now. Well, she was a high finisher on the WSL Championship Tour, and she's been out here nearly every single morning pre-dawn, getting her reps in. She's already got a 6.5, and we still have 16:15 to go. Estela Lopez representing Chile. We've got Tuva Borsheim from Norway, and Eva Julia in the blue. But a big start to this one. This is going to be a hotly contested international superheat.
Yeah, and Estela on screen in red from Chile. Great young surfer herself. We saw her at the juniors in El Salvador earlier this year. Her forehand is her strength, coming from those long left-hand point breaks. And then Gabby, the former medalist at the ISA level, this year's Rookie of the Year for the women on the WSL Championship Tour. Definitely, to me, one of the standouts that we're going to see at this event here at Southside HB. And then you normally look at how successful Hawaiians are at HB after competing here for so many years. Not only have they translated those kind of results from the amateur level, but you also see that they're seeking the same consistent results on both the QS and at the ISA level. Sakura Johnson just won the U.S. Open. Gabby's been a finalist before at the U.S. Open level. That was last year, too. So I expect big things from her, Chris.
Yeah, and here we go, Estela Lopez. Quick drop there, representing Chile. She has a 1.77 already. I'm liking that all of our surfers now all have 2 waves at least. That shows us the consistency is here. Nice finish there for surfer in red, Estela Lopez.
They've all made the shore break, too, which is something that we didn't see even a lot of, out of the men in the first 2 days of competition. And with just under 15 minutes to go, Gabby has the 6.5 on the board, going to get a backup right there as well. And Estela gets her best at 2.93, so a decent finish at the end. And then you talk about the 2 other international surfers in the water, especially the Dominican surfer in yellow. 15 years of age. She's a tall surfer. Been living in Palos Verdes for the last year, Chris, and going to high school. She's a sophomore now at Peninsula High School right here in the LA area, too.
20-minute heats, top 2 surfers advance through. 3rd and 4th place surfers will end up in our Repercharge round. This is a double elimination format event for men and women. You had mentioned our podium down the beach. You have to have 2 areas when you have this many competitors. This is a long event as well. We're going Saturday to Saturday. We're going to be crowning medals this coming Saturday, September 24th.
Just to throw a little joke out there, if this were East Coast Surfing Championships, we'd probably be running 4 or 5 different podiums today, right? Shout out to Darren Brillhart, Brill Productions. Love that guy. And, yeah, I mean, we're just stoked to have some waves. And I think it's just a showcase of talent when we have these kind of things on offer too, Chris. You know, the Pacific Ocean can be a bit more dormant than the Atlantic when it comes to those wind swells. But luckily for us, in this part of the year, late September, where we normally don't have that kind of wind swell pickup, it's picking up throughout the day today. So I expect some really fun kind of waves. And so far, Gabby, in the first 7 minutes, good heat total so far, 9.93, I think, for the amount of waves that we're going to see ridden within each heat, especially within the 4-person heats. We're going to see a lot of them, and I think Gabby's got a good heat total so far.
Eva Julia Mota, representing Dominican Republic. They fielded a great team this year. Saw some of their male surfers yesterday do some damage, and now we go back to Estela Lopez. Nice opening snap there. You can hear Team Chile on the beach rejoicing. That one turn out the back. Definitely going to be a good baseline for this score. And she gets the finish.
Ooh, almost.
She does not. Back to surfer in white, Gabriella Bryan. 6.5 and a 3.43 already. And what a backside whip for Gabriella. And she's a surfer who made the huge leap onto the WSL Championship Tour. She's been in a million junior events, ISA events, and she just gets better and better with every heat she surfs. And when we saw her trajectory on the 2022 CT, where, you know, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, she added to her skills, added to her power, her consistency. Well-deserved Rookie of the Year finish.
Yep.
And now she's got her sights set on the 2024 Olympics. 11:40 to go. And let's meet our winner of that last heat. Standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, Grazie Sanchez from Team Spain. Congratulations. That was a really dominant performance there for your first heat.
Thank you. Always difficult to make the first hit, and the nerves are high, so happy to make it through.
Great, and the vibe for Team Spain at the moment, you're always such a passionate country. You've had so much experience. Do you like to share that with the rest of the team and help guide everybody?
Yeah, I think the team we have this year is quite young and really excited about being here. So it's good to share the house, and surfing is such an individual sport, so being on a team, I think it's quite good and special, and I think it's hopefully we can it in the water.
And for surfing so far this morning, we've seen you really go very critical on that 7 and the first really good scoring wave this morning. How did it feel out there in the water?
It was weird because Huntington it's always a difficult wave. You never know if the shore break is gonna break or not, if it's gonna open or not. So I just went to try to quit the nerves, and it went well. So happy.
Beautiful. And for everybody tuning in at home for Team Spain, any words for those guys?
Nada, vamos a hacer lo que podamos y ojalá hagamos más mangas hoy y hasta el sábado.
There you go. Congratulations, Gorazzi Sanchez, Team Spain, and she'll be moving on through today for sure.
Thank you.
Great finish there. Team Spain always comes correct with a solid squad of surfers. This year, no different. Congratulations to our Spanish contingent. Another surfer moving through. And it's pretty obvious. You want to keep as many surfs as possible here in the main rounds. Things can get dicey in those Repercharge heats. We've already seen some top names knocked out of contention. I don't think that's going to happen right now to Gabriella Bryant. She is absolutely ripping this heat.
Dude, that Mike Tyson hook for the second turn was beautiful, and her timing has been impeccable so far in this heat. Didn't make the kind of reform Shory connection that I think she probably would have, but either way, a nice little accentuation right there at the end. Great finish, but the combo on the outside, good setup turn, but that hook right there, right in the pocket, as critical as it gets. I'm expecting a big number, at least her best. She already has the 6.5 on the board. And as I said here, maybe not the kind of connection that she was looking for in terms of explosion, but still a good finish. So she's going to have a good heat total on the board. And Team USA, they brought a young team in terms of the women as well. Zoe McDougall, I would have to say, the eldest out of the three. Kira Pinkerton, the youngest. But Gabby Bryan, can't say it enough. I think she's not only impressed us a lot, made a final this year on the championship tour, which is something that a lot of people after years on the championship tour might not even be able to say, and she just dropped the hammer right there. Chris got a 9.0.
Boom, one of the highest single wave scores of this entire event. Gabriella Bryan now trying to get on that road to Paris 2024. Here's a few ways she could qualify via the WSL right here. The ISA World Surfing Games this year and in 2024, our winning teams will qualify one place for their respective country. The NOC of those nations will be making that selection. And, you know, as we go down further into the qualification system, the Pan American Games in 2023, well, you got a medal. You got to get the gold medal there as a man or a woman. And you could have stamped your passport all the way to Paris. The host nation of France will have allotted slots, and they've got a deep well of talent to choose from. And final method, the universality place. And we've been calling this the Brian Perez, the potential Brian Perez rule. Basically, these countries that haven't fielded a lot of Olympians, and that's across all sports, we want to give, you know, these surfers a chance that come from some rising nations to compete at the Olympic level. And Brian Perez is a great example, surfing from El Salvador. There are many other options out there. And we're going to see the Olympic field come into a clearer picture. You know, after this event, at least 2 spots will be spoken for. We won't have the names, but we'll know the nations. But everything's going to come around real quick. The Olympics will be just around the corner at the end of the road, Chopo and Tahiti.
Yeah, and it would be cool to see one of these countries like Norway. Tuva could be in there. Who knows? And she's actually here competing with her boyfriend, who's on the men's side of the Nordic team, too, and normally says that she's surfing in a 6'5". So it's a big difference for her to come into, you know, Huntington Beach in September and the water be 70, 72 degrees, which is really nice, honestly, because I feel like it kind of gives you the best of both worlds in terms of the people that are coming from warm water places, more tropical, and those people that are coming from the cold water temperatures, like the Canadians and the people from Norway that still like to wear full suits year-round. So good for everybody, and I think in terms of the waves, it's also just a bit more fair and just, I think, when you come and surf a beach break in a competition, Chris.
Yeah, it really is a great equalizer. Plenty of options out there, very consistent. There's Team Norway flying the flags high. Love to see it. Fielded a complete team, 3 men, 3 women. That just shows us that they've got depth. So in the water now with Gabriela Bryan in the lead. Stella Lopez in second. She's got a 3.27 and a 2.83. She surfs out of Puertecillo.
Puertecillo, yeah.
And she rides TBS surfboards. And she grew up in a surfing family. She actually started surfing basically when she was born. She was born in the ocean. And starting about 2018, she started competing. And she's already had some great results. She's a national champion in Chile. And she surfed in the ISA 2021 El Salvador World Surfing Championship. She got 21st place, and that's saying a lot because we know there are over 147 competitors. And there's the spirit that we love to see. Team Chile.
No, that's a Dominican Republic.
Sorry, Team Dominican Republic. Eva Julia Mota in the lineup now with a 1 and a .73. They're just trying to push that positivity and that spirit out to the water to send a wave her way.
It's funny because I was just talking to Kanoa, and they went to a Bad Bunny concert yesterday. I know that Bad Bunny's Puerto Rican, but he has such a big influence on everybody, and I feel like Leandro Castillo on screen was kind of dancing to some Bad Bunny right there.
Yeah. And Gabriela Bryan continues to keep the pedal to the metal. Probably one of the best turns we've seen of the day on her backhand. There's Team USA. Everyone, you can just see the confidence right there. They're going, okay, made the right choice here, sending Gabriela Bryan out there on our team. Incredible surfer, and she is living up to all the hype and more right now.
For real. I mean, one of the highest heat totals of the event in terms of both men's and women's competition, too. 15.5 heat total. And we'll see where this score comes in. Nice steep section. Beautiful first turn, gets the hook in right there, and this wave just kind of goes flat through to the midsection. She tried to go through the pilings right here on the left, and, I mean, did a little setup right there, and I just say be as careful as you can because those pilings are a lot closer than they appear. You know how in the mirrors it says that message right there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely not as much room as it appears from the beach, that's for sure. Well, Team USA represented for the women by Zoe McDougall, Kira Pinkerton, and in the water right now, Gabriela Bryan. Solid squad right there. All 3 of those young women have tons of competitive experience, and they've surfed against each other a lot as well. So now they're kind of switching things up a little bit. You're an individual in the lineup, but you're backed by your team. And I think there's an expectation for all of our team riders from pretty much every nation. You stick around, you cheer your team on, and we just saw it right there from Team USA. The whole squad's down here on the beach, and we're talking about surfing superstars. These are surfers that get mobbed everywhere they go, ask for autographs, and they're soaking it all up. They're loving it, and I think they're oftentimes very inspiring to the surfers around them.
100%.
For surfers kind of just cutting their teeth in competition, it must be a really cool and valuable experience to go up against the likes of Kalohan Dino, Griffin Colapinto,
Nat.
Nat Young. The list goes on and on. There are a lot of superstars still in this event. So a lot of inspiration still on offer.
I'm glad that you bring that point up because I was able to surf against a couple of my really good friends that were not only my peers, but I guess in a way they were also mentors because they were just a bit older than me. One of them that comes to mind was Kaimana Hakias. He's been a national champion before, member of the Hawaii surf team for several different occasions. And when I was able to surf against him for the first time, I felt some sort of relief about competing against people that I knew were better than me. But I knew that my skills were going to get better because I was competing against those kind of guys.
Oh, absolutely. You saw right there Estela Lopez. She had second priority, so she was able to fend off the surfer that was looking at that wave. She opted to go straight and just try to build speed to get the transfer to the beach. She's got it. This wave building up nicely, and it just builds up a little too quickly. Sucker punched in the shore break. Team Chile, though, still in second place. And Eva Julia Mota would need a 4.8. And Tuva needs a 5-4. So still in the conversation, but time's nearly up. Team Dominican Republic, Feliz Estacio, Eva Mota in the water now, Saori Perez, Leandro Castillo, Christian Padilla, and Brianna Rodriguez. So they got a great team, a young team with room to grow. So big things coming for Dominican Republic.
Yeah, and they have a QS event in Dominican Republic now. You know, some good waves over there, and I feel like it's going to be one of the countries that ends up offering up more qualifying series events and maybe even an ISA event in the future, too.
Plenty of surf in Dominican Republic, that's for sure.
Let's have a sub games there soon. Would be cool.
44 seconds on the clock. Last looks there for Eva. Now we see Gabriella Bryan almost getting barreled.
Yep.
Just a quick up and out. I love that even though she's got a huge lead, one of the highest heat totals of the event, she's still pushing. She'll grind this one all the way down to the last second.
You got to impress those people that are on your team. You know, you got a stacked team, especially on the men's side. And I think in terms of wanting to be invited back to another ISA event too, you got to impress Coach Simmons and you got to impress Coach Brett Simpson too. So good on for Gabby, one of the highest heat totals of the event. Nearly excellent scores on the heat total right there, 15.93.
Yeah, Gabriella Bryan just sent a message to the field. Watch out. Team USA brought their heavy hitters. Well, we've got more action to come. Sol Aguirre, Chelsea Roette, Rihanna Rosenbaum coming up next. Peru, Barbados, and more. Stick around. We'll be right back. This is the ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
And here we go. Team USA greets their surfer returning to the beach triumphant, getting one of the highest heat totals of the event. Gabriella Bryan. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, what do you think Gabriella's chances are of wearing a gold medal this coming Saturday?
Quite high. And I think Team USA should be looking for a medal themselves on both the men's and the women's sides. I think their talent pool as deep as it gets, and I want to give a big shout out to Kevin Dean, one of their performance coaches and great physical therapist that owns DSC Performance in San Clemente, does a lot for USA Surfing, and I know that he's watching proudly right now wherever he is.
No doubt. Well, another big heat in the lineup. Sol Aguirre from Peru, Rihanna Rosenbaum from Belgium, and Chelsea Roette from Barbados. This is going to be a great heat. Sol Aguirre has been on an absolute tear, traveling around the world, surfing in multiple events. We saw her in the Vans US Open of Surfing just a few weeks ago. And she is quickly becoming a rising star of this sport, and on demand, she's up first.
Yeah, she's from this beautiful place in northern Peru called Los Órganos, in the state of Piura, very close to where Luca Messinas is from. Got a great backhand attack, and as you can see there, has a good forehand too. Then Rihanna Rosenbaum, the 20-year-old from Belgium, she says that they don't have waves that are surfable that often in Belgium. She usually has to travel during her vacation time and the holidays in order to get out and train. But you know what? It's a good opportunity for her to be able to say that she's not only surfing against the best surfers in the world at this event, but also, you know, gain some experience under her belt too. Going up against Sol Aguirre and Chelsea Rowett, not an easy task, Chris.
Yeah, no doubt. Team Barbados coming in strong. Chelsea Tuak, an incredible surfer. You got Chelsea Rowett in the lineup now. Shay Allen, Caleb Rapson,
and
Joshua Burke. Yeah, so what a solid team there. And Chelsea Rowett, her favorite break is called Drill Hall Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds powerful.
It's a really good laugh. They actually have a QS there. Luis Venezia usually organizes those events on the island of Barbados.
Pretty cool. She's riding a surfboard shaped by her dad.
They've been traveling together their whole lives, basically. I remember seeing her dad at the event in Cabo that we used to do, every single ISA event. And in terms of, you know, the amount of experience that she has, great diversity of waves there where she's been able to train too. There's another Peruvian surfer coming up, 2019 Pan American surfing champion Daniela Rosa. She's going to be in the next one.
Wow. Our women's field truly is star-studded. I mean, this international group of surfers coming to compete here at the ISA World Surfing Games. They mean business. You know, we've got some really high-ranked surfers, and I wouldn't even be able to count the number of national championships this group of females has won. I mean, every time you look at a bio from one of our surfers, they have 3, 4, in some cases 15 national championships. And, you know, I think we're seeing the same thing in the lineup right now with Sol Aguirre. She is a 3-time junior champion for Peru. And you look at the bio for Chelsea Rowett. She is the APSPR Corona Pro Surf Circuit 2019 champion in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
She likes surfing, obviously, and she likes archery.
She could be a dual Olympian.
Yeah.
Archery and surfing. That would be cool.
Well, she started her athletic life doing ballet, and then she found her dad's fluorescent pink flying fish surfboard in the garage, and that was it. At 6 years old, she saw that board. It was over for any other sport. She was surfing from then on. And she went through scholastic events, traveling around, and she has represented Team Barbados multiple times already in Peru, France, Ecuador, and Portugal. So the ISA has taken Chelsea around the world and back. And right now she's in second place here with 13:40 to go.
Yeah, and a lot of the Bayesian surfers tend to do a lot of NSSA and ESA events on the East Coast too, just because they can't get into those scholastic events. And here's Sol up and riding again.
Beautiful carving top turn. Finishes off with a nice down carve there, and it kind of put her in a great position to fade onto this right. Sticks with it. Easy transition to the beach. A little stuck on the finish there, but rides out nonetheless. So a solid 3-turn combination wave there. It wasn't the flashiest finish, but I feel like it did the job. I think that's going to be a great score for what she did mostly out the back. Rihanna Rosenbaum representing Belgium right there. Can't quite get in that wave. She is surfing with her brother, Erasmus.
Yep.
She's 20 years old, lives in Dihan. She likes chickens in the Maldives. It's a great little wave, or great wave. It can be small or big, and it's just an awesome little reef break.
Yeah, and going back to Sol's wave right here, great combo on the outside. Beautiful first hook right there, Chris. And the second one, she kind of digs her rail a little bit more, and it might have looked like a mistake, but she was putting so much power into it that that's what ended up happening. And you said here, maybe didn't get the kind of finish that she wanted to, got a little stuck coming out of the bottom turn, but still was able to finish the wave off. And, I mean, her list of accomplishments in terms of wins and results for her age is very impressive. 2-time WSL junior champion in South America, which if you're taking into consideration, they have to compete against Brazil. And that's not an easy feat to do. She's won a few QSs already in Brazil at a young age, and I wouldn't put her out in terms of qualification for the CT next year.
Agreed. Great surfer. And speaking of great surfers, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this young lady as we move through this event. Gabrielle O'Brien standing by now with Jess.
Hey, Gabrielle O'Brien, congratulations. That was an incredible performance. 9-point ride to open up your first heat of the games. How was it feeling out there?
It's super fun. The waves are so fun, and it's good vibes in Team USA, and everyone's down here supporting. So it's fun to go out there and put a show on for them.
Yeah, and of course, Team USA, heavy hitters for the women's division, even as the men's is so stacked as well. You've got Zoe McDougall and you've got Kira Pinkerton. Do you have that kind of drive going on between you three, just pushing each other and trying to push for that gold?
Yeah, 100%. We have a really good team this year. It's super stacked, and everyone's working really well together. And yeah, everyone that's competed so far has been doing super good, and we all have the girls have a few more heats later today. So I think we're all pushing each other, and we all want to do good to get gold.
And obviously, I mean, this is going to be asked so many times throughout the event, but you had a huge rookie season, 2022 Rookie of the Year, and going into the 2022-23 season, is the Olympics just forefront of your mind now?
Yeah, 100%. I would say like last year, I knew that it was possible, but I think now it's like really possible. One of my biggest goals. So yeah, going to continue working hard and doing everything I can to get there.
Congratulations, and so many fans on the beach, and I'm sure at home. Do you want to have a little shout out while we go first heat of the day?
Yeah, for sure. Just want to say hi. I know my dad and brother and sister are probably watching, and all my family and friends, thank you. And yeah, let's go Team USA.
That's it, Gabrielle O'Brien, Team USA.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gabrielle.
She is a lovely person, great personality, so sweet, kind on the beach.
Rippa.
You don't want to surf and heat against her, I'll tell you that much. She is a force to be reckoned with, and she's a rising star in our sport. And she's earned every accolade that she's already received at such a young age, and huge future ahead for Gabrielle O'Brien. And
whoa!
Speaking of the future, I see a big number right now coming through for your surfer in yellow. All the way to the beach. Doesn't get the finish, but that second turn out the back was savage. This is a replay from some recent waves ridden. Back to Sol Aguirre's wave.
Yeah, so Sol getting her best wave up in the mid-sixes. And as I said before, the one combo on the outside have really scored as well as it could have gotten. But, I think going back to the subject of Gabby, she's got a good chance to qualify for the Olympics next year on the 2023 Championship Tour. You look at Carissa. I think she's, one of the favorites to move in that direction. Caroline Marks, you have Courtney Conlog, and Gabby, really the four people that I would think have a shot at qualifying through the WSL system. But I think youth is on her side, and I also think that she's very open-minded in terms of getting that kind of information and assimilation from the people behind her. Ryan Simmons and Brett Simpson are going to do a great job this week with the ladies.
Yeah, it's funny when you think about it sometimes when you're coaching elite level surfers. Ryan and Brett both have had stellar careers in surfing, on board and off board in various posts. But, for them, I feel like you kind of have to rework some of the tendencies for some of these surfing superstars who, when they enter most events, it is a solitary mission. They always have a pit crew behind them. But, when you come into a team event like this, you got to shift focus a little bit. I think Kalohe is, obviously the team leader. You call him the new Captain America, taking that moniker from Taylor Knox previously. But, allowing that leadership to happen, but also, everyone knowing each other's roles in the grand scheme of things. So they're well coached and well prepared. Expect a big run from Team USA. 7.5 to go.
Venezuela.
Team Venezuela. They got surfers coming up in the next heat. Valerie Ojeda.
Yeah. Great surfer, competes a lot in the NSSA events too. I think resides part of the year in Miami and some in Carlsbad and Oceanside as well. But going back to this heat, 7 minutes to go, and look at the score for Rosenbaum, 7.73. So one of the highest that we've seen all day long. And, while Chelsea Rowett, who is not only an experienced surfer, she is also, I would say, one of the better surfers in the draw. And she is right now in third place, needing a 5.81. And the only reason she needs the 5.81 is because Rosenbaum only has a backup of a 0.5. So if you're Rihanna, within the next 2 to 3 minutes, I'd be thinking you get at least something in the threes on the board and add some more pressure towards Chelsea. And if you're Rowett with priority number 1, you need to be on the best wave that comes through and quickly.
Yeah, and this is evidence right now of do not worry about the flag that's being flown by the surfer. You wouldn't think of a surfer representing Belgium as having firepower, but think again. That is a huge score for Rihanna Rosenbaum, a 7.73. I mean, we're talking excellent numbers there. She's hunting for a backup now, and it's just further proof that, you know, it doesn't matter what nation you're coming from. If you've got the skills and the heart, you're going to do big things. And I think that right there is a good lesson for a lot of surfers coming up. I think these, you know, established surfers, and not in every case, but a lot of times you can underestimate your competition in these early rounds of ISA events. Don't do it. You know, we've seen surfers from all over the world do big things seemingly out of nowhere, but, you know, all these surfers come with their own set of skills into this event and do not take anyone lightly, regardless of the flag they're flying on the beach.
Yeah, if you weren't aware before, you are now. And you want to know those kind of situations before you enter a heat, obviously, but sometimes you just don't have enough scouting reports on people, Chris. You've never seen them before. You haven't really seen them compete in big events within their own region either, and you haven't seen any kind of scores that they posted before. So it's almost like you're going into the heat blindly, not knowing what to expect.
Well, 5 minutes to go. Nice looking left-hander for Solaguerre. Blasted a beautiful top turn, sending spray to the sky. Straightens out next to the pier. She's going to try to keep the momentum going to make the transition to the inside. Gets pretty difficult when you're that close to the pier because the water tends to churn up and flatten out even more. Kind of has the tendency to, you know, want to push you either into the pier or just straight forward. But I'll tell you, that one turn she did out the back was one of the turns of the day. She's going to be rewarded in a big way. Maybe she'll even eclipse that 4.67 on the strength of that one big turn.
They're looking like Aaron Donald on game day right there with the tackle on the outside. And, boy, that was a big turn, one of the best I've seen from both the men's and women's division. And it seemed like a little bit of a mistake on the previous wave for Rosenbaum. She paddled for a wave, lost first priority, and now Rowett, who got the 2.9, still needs the mid-5. But this heat ain't over yet, and the Bajans, they need to be very cautious about the way they approach these last 4 minutes because this would be a big loss, only knowing that they have 2 women in the draw for their team, too, with Chelsea Tuak and Chelsea Rowett.
Yeah, they're looking at their phones right now going, who is Rihanna Rosenbaum, and why did we not prepare ourselves? Here's that last turn from Sol.
Bang. And, I mean, right up into the lip. How was that bottom turn technique as well? And that's what happens when you surf left-hand point breaks for the entirety of your life. And her father, also a great surfer, older sister Leilani, former professional surfer as well. And Sol just picking up the mantle of the Aguirre name and using it proudly right now, Chris. That score is going to be, I would think, her best.
I don't know for sure, but I don't think there's any relation to our fearless leader, Fernando Aguirre.
No.
Who will be premiering his brand new documentary tomorrow here by the pier. Basically talks about, you know, all types of scenarios. Talks about the reason, the type of person that it's going to take to do the impossible, to get surfing the Olympics, to have people literally laugh in your face, shut doors in your face, tell you no 1,000,000 times, but still succeed. The Fernando Aguirre documentary, The Impossible Dream, The Impossible Wave, shows tomorrow night here in Huntington Beach. It's free to the public, all ages. 6 p.m. is when we're set to start it. So get down here and check it out.
Couple of our Chinese surfers. They got a couple of surfers coming up in the next few heats.
That kid's got a great haircut right there.
You like the bowl cut?
I would love to have that hairstyle.
I haven't seen you grow your hair out in a while.
Nobody has. That's the impossible dream right there. I'm going to need to get Fernando on this. Maybe he can help.
Well, 2 minutes to go. And then Rosenbaum does better her situation with their lowest score. Only a 117, but it was a smart move to go on that wave. And now Rowett needing the 6. And look at Sol Aguirre, 6.83 for that one turn on the backhand. And that was close to excellent surfing right there. But just over a minute and a half to go. There's a set coming, and you'd be thinking that Chelsea's probably going to be looking right, knowing that that's her strength. But you got to be taking any wave you can right here, Chris, to try to get that 6.
Yeah, I'm nervous for Barbados right now because you're looking at the scoreline for Rihanna Rosenbaum. She's trying to throw away a 1.17. She's in third priority at the moment, but there's a big set coming through, and it's most likely going to get here in time as the...
That was the wave right there, though, I felt.
Ooh. Well, it goes by. Maybe she saw something in her peripheral vision and decided not to activate there. All 3 surfers in the zone. Who's it going to be? Having a look and up. Rihanna Rosenbaum now. That wave just collapses around her. She can't get anything done in the open face. So it's probably going to be around the same number as that 1.17. It did give her the chance to hold off the other 2 surfers. Not that that wave had much of a score on it. It kind of just broke a little too fast. Too much southerly swell on that wave. It raced off into the pier. But for Rihanna Rosenbaum, she's lucky because there's nothing else on the horizon.
Yeah, and 30 seconds to go. I mean, you would have thought that Chelsea would have been at least on one of those waves, at least giving herself a chance. She let that first wave go, and it just seemed like she was out of position for that one right, and the other 2 were just closeouts. So unfortunately for her, a big loss for Barbados, but huge, huge result for the Belgian team and for Rihanna Rosenbaum and what we expected from Sol Aguirre, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be it. Peru, Belgium, moving through. Never fear, Chelsea Rowett fans and Team Barbados, you will have another opportunity. It's going to be scary, though. Those Repercharge heats are quickly filling up with incredibly talented surfers. So stay tuned for Repercharge action, potentially later today, most likely tomorrow. But coming up next, more female action. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to give you a little teaser of the impossible wave, and we'll be right back after these brief messages.
I think it was February, end of February, when all the COVID started happening. I remember getting a bit like, whoa.
Everything shut down and all the beaches were shutting down. It was pretty crazy and I was like, oh my God, and then they were canceling events.
I was in Hawaii. I was over there training and surfing, and at that point had to try and make the decision to be able to get back to South Africa as the United States were shutting down their borders.
Yeah, it was crazy feeling because I feel like this whole pandemic, you only see that in movies, you know, which was kind of scary.
The IOC first concern was if this thing takes 2 or 3 months, imagine, at that time, we didn't know, 2 or 3 months to get cured or to get over it, we won't be able to have the qualifiers. But a month later, it was obvious, or 3 weeks, it was going to be postponed. And there were no games. The games were postponed.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games 2022, live from Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, California. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We're back into the lineup with a beautiful, glorious look at the Pacific Ocean firing on all cylinders. Waves, weather, vibe, everything is up in that perfect zone that we love to see. Got another international heat in the lineup. Alicia Martinet representing Switzerland, Daniela Rosas from Peru, and Valerie Ojeda from Venezuela. Mitchell, your scouting report on these 3 surfers. Who's got the edge?
I definitely have to say the Pan American champion in 2019, Daniela Rosas, but do not count out either Valeria or the surfer from Switzerland. Alicia. I'd have to say, though, based off of what I've seen from Rosas, not only one of the favorites to win the entire thing. She did medal last year. She made the final when she had already qualified for the Olympic Games previously due to her Pan American Championship. But she's one of those fierce competitors that knows that if she can get an extra slot for her team, she will.
Well, these are 20-minute heats. Same rules as always. Top 2 surfers advance through, stay in this main round. Third place surfer goes to the Repercharge round, where they're going to have to keep fighting to stay in contention.
Good positioning here by Rosas, too.
Yeah, Rosas, well read. Nicely placed first turn there, but unforced error. That's like when you're skateboarding and you hit a pebble. Comes out of nowhere and you go flying.
At least in surfing, you don't really get snake bites as much. In skating, if you're not wearing high socks, then comes back at you, and you got to watch out for your ankles. But yeah, uncharacteristic fall right here from Rosas coming out of it. Just a bit too much weight on her front foot, and that caused her to catch her rail and unfortunately fall right there at the end. But knowing her, she's got a healthy balance of good rights and lefts at home. She's going to be looking for either wave to come through underneath everybody else's priority.
And that happens, I think, quite often in competition is, you know, you're midway through the maneuver you're doing and you're already thinking about what's next. You know, in this case, you got the pier coming at you, you're flying towards it, so there's a lot happening on these waves, and it's almost like the concentration was taken off of the turn at hand. And
looking down the line already.
Exactly. You know, you're looking at the next maneuver and you don't quite complete the one you're working with at the moment. And, you know, it happens in every sport. But in surfing, it can happen that quick. We just saw it right there. And, you know, these waves, they have power. They have a lot of speed behind them. Valerie Ojeda now, Team Venezuela.
Well, surfing's the worst one out of everyone that you mentioned because in surfing, you don't have that many opportunities. In skating, the bowl's always there, the park's always there. Surfing, you don't always have the same wave present either.
Well, Ojeda paddling back out right in front of Elisa from Switzerland. No interference there, but she did get a front row seat to what was looking like a great left-hander. 15-13 on the clock. No scores of note yet. So that first wave for Daniela Rosas, while it was an unforced error, most likely not going to haunt her in the final moments of this heat, as we know how consistent she is. And the waves are really consistent this morning. You know, Huntington Beach on a south swell, you can have these 15-minute lulls at times. But right now it seems like we've got that proper cadence of set waves, and here's a big one.
Don't want to deviate too far off of the peak, though, Chris. You see how this wave's kind of going into the pier already? And that one maybe just a bit too close. See how it never had any wall afterwards? Those are the ones that you really want to avoid. And this one that's a little bit further to the south has more scoring opportunity on it. It might look like it's going to shoulder off, but it just has a little bit more of a lip line to hit.
So the first wave of the set, too big, too far out. Second wave of the set, too close in. So positioning, critical factor out here today as our surfers find their takeoff spot. That gives us the chance to go down to the beach. Sol Aguirre comes through with the win. She's standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, for Team Peru, congratulations this morning. It was a fairly dominant performance by you with the 683 and the 643.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to be here once again. Yeah, just getting into rhythm and trying to make the best out of me on the heats, and I hope Team Peru goes all the way.
Yeah, you're such a passionate nation as well, like so many here at the Games. You've had so much success at the ISAs. Is there a formula that Peru always use that you can share a little bit of insight with us?
I don't know. I think we're pretty close. Everyone is just like we're family, and I think that's a really good power for us. We are together, and yeah, I mean, we come from Peru. We're warriors, so we have all that energy inside of us that we want to show the world. So I think that's it.
And beautifully said. You have your other fellow team members in the water right now. Would you give her any little tips and hints for Huntington? Because it is such a tricky competition area to surf sometimes.
Yeah, Huntington, it's like, I am trying to understand it. We've been surfing here for quite long, and yeah, it's just, it always has surprise to all of us. Like, you really don't know what is gonna happen, you know. But we live in the moment and we share our ideas, and yeah, we try to give our best in every situation.
Beautiful, Sol. Thank you so much. Congratulations for the heat win and good luck today.
Thank you. Y saludos a toda mi familia de Perú que me están viendo. Daniela está compitiendo ahorita, arena más tarde, y probablemente corramos las 3 chicas en el segundo round hoy día. Nos vemos. Thank you.
Congratulations to Sol Aguirre, incredible ambassador to surfing, to Peruvian surfing, and just life in general. I mean, you can just feel her glowing when she's on screen right there. And we will see more of Sol Aguirre. The way she's surfing, consider her one of our new favorites to potentially go all the way through to Saturday.
Yeah, no, and she sent something that I appreciate the honesty, because she says that she's been competing here in Huntington for quite some time, and she still can't fully understand this kind of wave. And it's true, a lot of people have difficulties understanding this lineup here, including this young lady up and riding, Valeria Ojeda.
Yeah, representing Venezuela. She's lived in Florida, California, now Costa Rica. Venezuelan at heart and by family. Currently in the lead. Daniela Rosas. Yeah, Daniela Rosas now putting together a nice wave. Makes the wise decision to keep fading to the right. Finishes strong. I love right. So that right there, it was subtle, but it is so crucial. You got to let the judges know that you've completed that wave, and just that little lean forward, you kind of push yourself out of the white water, got the nose visible, which is really important. And you know, we've seen so many times waves that look like they're 6s, 7s, 8s. Well, those are cut in half because that finishing maneuver was unclear whether you rode out or not. That right there, full clarity. She made this wave from beginning to end.
Well, and the turn on the outside, it was pretty gnarly too. Almost got, you know, a little inverted right there when she was coming out of it. So solid start there on the outside, made her way through to the inside, was looking left, but knew that the right was going to be better. And as you said, just pet the kitty right here to make clear that she was riding out of it. And some good surfing there from Daniela Rosas. And as I said before, I think the good balance that she has of competing and surfing a lot of rights and lefts makes her one of the favorites at a beach break, knowing that she has different options in which she can capitalize on. So not only is she a Pan American champion in 2019, she's also been a medalist last year at this same event in El Salvador.
Yeah, tons of experience. You see now, surfer in yellow, Zoe Anaya-Spain, representing Team Jamaica. She's a little bit lost in the lineup right now. There's a, you know, that middle portion, it sometimes tends to want to lull you. Oh, yeah, excuse me, Alicia. It tends to want to lull you into that middle area, and, you know, you can get lost in there because it looks like the wave's going to break all the way through, but sometimes it just has a way of passing you by, as it just did right there.
And there you see the Italian Indiana Ferry. Lives in Costa Rica, that beautiful area of Limon in the Caribbean side. Some heavy waves around there, and a good Italian population too. Angelo Bonomelli from that area. And I think what the Caribbean side of Costa Rica has in comparison to the Pacific side is that not only are there a lot of reef breaks, some of the heaviest waves in Central America are around there too. Not going to reveal a few secrets that Normar McGonigal told me about, but there's some heavy waves around there that look just like Chopo.
That's why you got to follow all these surfers in the ISA, make new friends around the world, and
hey,
maybe you will be shown a few secret spots. Yes, you can stay on my couch.
That's sick, though. I remember the first time I met a lot of my good friends that, you know, we met at these kind of events, and so far, a lot of those relationships are still strong to this day, Chris, and you know, I think for a lot of these ladies, it's probably going to happen for them too.
This is Valerie Ojeda. Nearly gets the finish and rides out, but that whitewater ate her right there. Alicia Martinet, representing Switzerland. She resides in Morges. She loves a wave called The Left. Sounds right up our alley, Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
She is riding a Lacroix surfboard. She rides for Techno Surf Pro Shop in Geneva.
In Geneva?
Yeah, she is your 2018 vice Swiss champion. She was born in Switzerland. She grew up in the Swiss Alps and also in a little beach town called Cabaret in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, that's where Manu Salman lives.
Man, that is a... I envy a lot of these the lifestyles of our surfers who, you know, we hear a lot of stories from these young athletes that were born somewhere incredibly beautiful, like the Swiss Alps, but also spend a lot of their lives in other beautiful places like Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, etc. I mean, we grew up in Southern California, which is pretty awesome in itself, but come on, Swiss Alps, Dominican Republic. Alicia Martinet's doing it right. 23 years old, surfing, volleyball, kite surfing, skiing. She does it all. She started surfing at 10 years old, and she just finished her studies at EHL. So this is a
pretty strong list of accomplishments right there.
I mean, it just keeps going on and on.
And there you see the Venezuelans, Jose J. Lopez on screen, waving the flag. And same thing with a lot of Venezuelans, too. They might have been born or they have the heritage, but a lot of them don't live in Venezuela either. Jose J. Lopez, he's lived in Costa Rica most of his life. Rafael Nono Pereira lives outside of the country now for the most part. And same thing with Lolo Bellorin, a guy who you've seen a lot over the years, too. And I think for a lot of Europeans that want to get away from the cold in the wintertime, such as Indiana Ferry, you know, they want to go to a tropical place where they're just enjoying those kind of outside things that they don't normally get home in their European countries. So why wouldn't you want to do that? And I think it's opened up a lot of opportunities for not only to, in terms of developing different kind of sports that you wouldn't normally see most of the time in Europe. And it's something great, you know. When would you have thought that a German surfer was going to be in the Olympics surfing? Leon Glatzer, the Costa Rican who's a German citizen, competed, and look at the amount of support he's getting from the German government, too. It's crazy.
Yeah, you know, when you think of Olympic support from the NOC of your given nation, you know, it's up and down. Some surfers, you know, you look at Brazil, their surfers and skateboarders directly supported by the government with a monthly stipend.
For life, too.
Yeah. Yeah, and, you know, if you are one of the lucky, or not lucky, the skillful few, I should say, who gets an Olympic medal, I mean, that is, it's like an Academy Award. It's like, you know, it's the highest praise you can get in sport, and that is something that is always with you. Olympic athlete, Olympic surfer.
There's one of them.
Leonardo Fioravanti. No doubt looking at isasurf.org, figuring out what his team has to do to stay in contention.
Taking a photo of the camera looking at him, trying to see what it's going to look like on the little frame grab he's going to watch from the replay a little bit later.
I'm excited to see what Team Italy does this year. They've fielded yet another strong team, male and female.
They got a younger team, too.
Yeah, so big future for sure. This is that just much-needed experience for any young surfer coming up. See Valeria Ojeda, quick look right there. Daniela Rosas is out the back with priority and two nice scores. 6.67 weighs heavily in her score line. She could be looking at one of these rare right-hand pure bowls. Doesn't activate. Good idea. That wave was pretty fast down line. It did spit. Not in the right way, though.
Barrel Dodgers Anonymous out there.
Oh, yeah, but I would have been way out in front of that one. It would have been awesome.
But just under 4 minutes to go, I mean, even though she's considered the favorite in the heat, you still want to post a couple of scores to know and kind of tell everybody else about your presence in the lineup, too. So I'd be thinking that she's not going to be conformed with just the 1.5 as her backup right now. And seems like with first priorities, she's going to want to be on one of these waves coming through.
Oh, she's in a good spot for a double dip right here. Not only the ability to block white and yellow, but also pick off a gem for herself. Here we go into the series of turns. Nicely placed backside snap. Another beautiful backside hook right in the power pocket of this wave. She's working her way towards the beach. No need for the Huntington hop. She cuts a serpentine path all the way to the sand and rides out clean.
Literally on the sand, too. And I've said it before and I've said it again. I've always thought that Peru has been one of those countries that always brings their A game to every single ISA event.
Now Ojeda gets involved. Quick snap there to start. This might be a little bit trickier to get to the sand, and There you can clearly see that wave was not going to allow her anything else. Did get one turn out the back, so a good, potentially a defensive maneuver, holding off Alicia Martinet, Team Switzerland.
And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, doesn't matter how you make it, all that matters is making it through. So if you have a 4-point heat total, a 1-point heat total, and you're still beating your opponent, that's fine. I remember Julian Wilson losing in Tahiti a few years ago to Tika Smith, needing a high 1, never got the score, and Tika ended up making it through. So you got to be content with your performances despite what kind of numbers you're getting in the water. And in the end, especially if you're beating a high seed, go ahead and do that.
ABC, always be closing. Finish your waves. You know, this is...
Is that from Glengarry Glen Watt?
That's right.
Oh, it is. Always be closing. I hadn't heard that in a long time. Looking at Rosas' replay here. Beautiful combo on the outside. I'm thinking this is going to be an excellent score, Chris. Redirects right here, and a lot of patience. And as we were talking about, that closeout reentry on both of her scoring waves have been tough. She obviously rides out of that last one, but how's this combo on the outside? One through the lip, and then the big snap right there to finish that wave off on the outside. So you're looking at a great combo, probably going to be an excellent score. And just as we saw last year from her, Daniela looking like another favorite again this year.
You know, speed, power, flow. I would add grace, you know, when describing Daniela Rosa's surfing. And, you know, what I loved right there was the simplicity, the ease in which she made that connection to the beach. You know, there was no hopping, there was barely weaving. She kind of just rode that wave and utilized its power to get her all the way to the sand and got the big finish and a big number. 877, another one of our highest single wave scorers of the day. We're going to see a lot of 8s today. I mean, the waves are here, the talent's here. It's going to be a big day of surfing. And I'm sure we're going to try to squeeze as much as we can out of this beautiful day of swell. Valerie Ojeda now trying to lock in that second place position. Big snap to start. She now fades right. She's going to try to make the transfer. She can't quite get there, but I loved the look of that turn on the outside section. 20 seconds left.
Making a statement is Rosas right here, and Ojeda going to move through in second, and with 10 seconds to go. Unfortunately, Martinet, the Swiss surfer, going to bow out, and she's going to be relegated to the Repercharge. But as you said before, despite there being a lot of talent out there, there are opportunities to make it through to the Repercharge despite, you know, those kind of talented surfers. You got to consider yourself one of those talented surfers as well, Chris.
Yeah, self-belief is huge. Well, that's it for this heat. It was Daniela Rosas, as expected, getting 2 big scores and making her way through. More action to come. You're watching the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Going to bring in Shannon and Barton on the call. Get ready. Fasten your seatbelts. The action's just getting hotter from here.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich, and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. And it is an absolute pristine day here. We can see Catalina Island there in the background. We can see all the ships out in the lineup, and we've got some good sets that have been rolling throughout the morning. It's been an absolute pleasure to be calling the action here. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch, and I mean, what a day, what conditions to wake up to this morning.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. No June gloom to speak of, and just pristine conditions. Like you said, it's in that sort of 2 to 4 foot range, I suppose, old school. 3 to 5 on the faces, perhaps head high, even overhead high on some of the bigger sets. So great conditions, and the ladies all day, so they've scored.
Oh, they're absolutely scoring. Women are in throughout the day. We're running through round 1 at the moment. We've got heats running at North and South Podium.
Yep.
Once that finishes out at heat number 16 for this live webcast side of things, we'll be checking into women's round 2 for the afternoon, as we see a big re-entry from Lorena Fica of Chile to open things up. Nice composure now as she comes through to the inside. A little tic-tac-toe to connect the dots, and looks for that finish in a frothy section, and nearly hangs on to it, but just goes over the outside rail a little bit too hard. Imane Signat from Senegal. Nice drive under the lip for that first section, and she'll go down. So a couple of waves. We've got a couple of small scores on the board for our Chinese competitor, Yome Wu. And we also have the Italian and Indiana Ferry out in the lineup.
Great to see the Chinese surfer, only 13 years of age. So young. And this will be an amazing experience. And I'm sure that we'll be seeing a lot. She's made the Chinese team at 13 years of age. Obviously, they see a big future in her.
That's so true. They say a huge future. A lot of the Chinese team is pretty young. There's an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old in the mix, but a lot of them are in that really young kind of 13, 14, 15-year-old age. And I think with that, China is thinking towards the future. They're thinking in a few years' time, Paris 2024, they're going to have some kids that are, 17 to 18 years old, and looking forward to the Olympics beyond that as well.
Yeah, it's a long-term project, isn't it? Here we go, Indiana.
Indiana with a great backhand attack, 2-turn combo, super smooth and stylish for the Italian. And what a great way to start things off for her. She's got a 1 on the board so far, and this will feel much better to wash off that opening ride, and now to be able to put something smooth together. Can't hold on to the finish, but that combination out the back really speaks to the level of her surfing, and the fact that she's actually been surfing in Costa Rica and living in Costa Rica for so much of her life. That was a heavy wipeout from our Senegalese surfer.
Yeah, that scared me for that moment where the wave pushed the board towards her, where she went to sort of pin drop off it. As you see Yomei on the screen there, and I saw them walking along the beach yesterday, and they were little kids. I went, wow, look how tiny they are. But there was this athletic presence to both of the Chinese surfers that I saw. I wasn't sure who it was, but I could tell that they were athletic. I could tell that they were in the team. They had the wetsuits on with the markings of the team, and I was like, wow, they're little kids, but powerful-looking little kids with purpose and focus. We'd expect nothing less.
Youth with a bright future ahead of them. As we see a set starting to roll through now, we got 14 minutes on the clock, and we'll see if our surfer in red, Lorena, is able to get into this one. Looks like a beautiful right-hander. Now up and riding with a clean face in front of her. Nice carve to start. Wraps back into the foam. Now she's going to look for that inside connection to try and make up for that mistake on the inside on her last wave. Now cutting down the line, times it well, keeps that weight on the back foot, and she'll ride out clean. Now as we wait for the scores to roll through, in that last heat, we saw a great heat, a great result from the Olympian in Daniela Rosas. She is there with Jess Grimwood.
Incredible performance from you. You have so much value to the team, already an Olympian. Is that something that you feel that helps bring Peru stronger into these games?
Yeah, I'm super, super happy to represent the Peru right now in this ISA. I feel really comfortable. I'm trying to figure out Huntington Beach because I went to here like about 5 times and I can't have a good result and I'm here for it. And yeah, all the girls are ripping, the team Peru is being strong, so yeah, I'm super, super happy and pretty stoked to get my hit, and now I think it's gonna be on for round 2, so yeah, let's get it.
Good attitude to go with for round 2. And with your surfing, I mean, technically when we were watching it, you're one of the only ones that's been able to really come behind the section and really critical surfing. Is that in your mind before you went out for the heat?
Yeah, I kind of that. I was just trying to get 2 or maybe just 1 good maneuver at the first of the wave, and then just connect the wave and finish it. And that's what my coach said. Sorry. And yeah, I'm pretty happy to get like the good job and get my result and just having fun with all the team. And yeah, that 8 came and I was ready for it. I was looking at the wave. I saw that and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go, and that's my other score. And yeah, I'm really, really good to be here and super happy for this.
Well, congratulations, Daniela Rosas, and words for everybody watching at home in Peru.
Ya, hola Ma, hola familia, ¿qué tal? Gracias por todo el apoyo, en verdad les mando un abrazo gigante a todo el mundo que está mirando Elisa. Espero que estén increíble, el equipo de Perú sigue adelante, sigue con fuerza, vamos guerreando todo. Y nada, un abrazo a todos, los extraño un montón y ya nos vemos después de los Challengers y los quiero un montón.
Thank you very much, the Peruvian Olympian, Daniela Rosas.
Stoked for Daniela, scored an 8.77 as her high score. Had a backup of a 6.67 with a heat total of 15.44, one of the higher ones of the day. Very impressive. And great considering that she hadn't had any good results in the past here in Huntington Beach to be able to kick out with some, an excellent score on the board. As we track now with live action, Lorena Fica gets that carve to start off. She's been really active this heat. She's been picking the eyes out of the lineup, and she's worked out that in section, Barton.
Yeah, she was in the 3rd priority. So, I suppose any time you get an opportunity to ride away from that 3rd or 4th priority in these, what has been the last couple of days quite inconsistent conditions, you pounce on them, and she's done exactly that and learnt the lessons on the last 2 rides from the first fall on the inside. On the first fall, her board came down. It was the nose wasn't pointing straight to the beach, so the rail got caught. Look at this replay. What a beautiful left-hander heading towards the pier, on the pier bowl. Another angle of it, little catch of the nose there very temporarily. And they got that last turn as it closed out, looking for the reform. Italian surfer was off to a great start on this one.
Got all of that work done on the outside section. Wasn't able to stick that landing, but the judges rewarded her with a 6.83.
On the merit of those big outside turns. Backhand re-entries heading towards the pier. Quite often the highest scoring rides here at Huntington Beach are those left-handers into the pier, then coming back to get the right-hander on the shore break. Here she is again.
With a steep takeoff straight into the lip. And is she still on her feet? Almost. Now, she said she was raised as a jungle child in Costa Rica. She lives on the Caribbean side of Costa Rica and began surfing at 11 years old. And it's been just such a fun childhood, it sounds like, for Indiana, representing Italy, living in Costa Rica, being raised in the jungle.
Jungle child. We'd all want to be a jungle child. Grew up as a kid, was looking at Mowgli and Jungle Book and those stories, and Swiss Family Robinson, the tree houses, and all of that stuff had such a romantic feel to it. And I suppose Costa Rica is one of those places that a lot of people are now moving to, in the current world, to find that type of an existence, that more natural existence. And Costa Rica has sort of prided itself on its respect and value that it puts into its environment and the value that it brings to its people and to the country. And so, no surprise to be brought up there as a jungle child. I love that.
It's also inspired what she's doing for a part-time career at the moment as an artist, focused on tropical jungle designs. As we take a look at a great 2-turn combination from Chinese competitor Yo Mei. And wow, what a great start for her. Now it's taken her a while, down to 8 minutes on the clock, to get out of that 1 point range, but that was a great wave.
Yeah, she'll definitely get out of that range. Imani.
From Senegal, drives through the pocket on that first section, and now tries to wrap it back into the foam. Can't find that projection out of it.
Imani was born in Dakar. She's half French, half Senegalese. And that's where she learned to surf.
Incredible. She's into surfing, swimming. She loves listening to music. And she is a Senegalese surf champion.
Yeah.
Which is why she's representing here on the world stage this week.
And even when you look at Italy, Chile, China, and Senegal. Oh, here we go, the Italian. Wow, great combination, Shannon. Wow.
I love Indiana style. Great two-turn combo out the back. Now driving, trying to gain that speed to come into that in section. The answer from the outside, Lorena Finca sitting in second. She gets a little bit of work done there. It's going to be difficult to be able to make that connection. Just hits the gutter and she can't make it through. Now scores in for Last of Blue, a 3.4 for Yome. That means her requirement is now just a 4.80 to take the advancing second position. As we take a look here at Last of Indiana.
First snap through the arms to give it a little bit of flair into the closeout re-entry. And you can see here we were talking about how to pump and drive through, keep the rail engaged by staying, connected to your fins with your back foot and driving the board from there. And she does a great job of that.
What do you think about this last one from Lorena?
Well, the wave itself obviously died, and it had all that white water on the face of it, and it's just never as attractive as a wave when it's covered in white water. Sometimes they can, turn into a good ride, but generally speaking, the clean green faces are where the scores are going to be. And you imagine as a judge, all of the judges are surfers, and if you're on a wave that they don't want to ride, or that doesn't excite them, they look at it and go, well, I don't really, But if you're on one that they go, oh, look at this, I'd love to be on that one, that's your best chance of getting the scores, is understanding what a surfer's going to want to be on and what they're going to like to look at. And so that wave had a little bit of white water and it never really had much punch or excitement in it. So perhaps a wave selection mistake there.
Little wave selection to work on for our Chilean competitor. Chasing a 3.77, we're still waiting for her last score to roll through. As we're down to 5.5 minutes on the clock. Another good set rolling through here. So our surfer in blue has first priority. Yellow is second. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be in position for this one. And maybe just working their way into position for this next set rolling through.
And as we've seen before, our surfers at the 5-minute mark in third and fourth have now got the first and second priority. Here goes our Chinese competitor. Will they get around the section and get a turn in? No, unfortunately not. And to get that 5-point ride that she was looking for, it needs an outside turn. Most probably better that you fell there and you're still out the back than if she had ridden it all the way to the inside. So that might have been a bad, not such a good situation turning into a good thing, because it keeps you in the lineup and you've only got that small amount of time to find that 5.24 because it keeps going up. The ask keeps getting higher and higher.
That's right. With the last score of Lorena dropping in a 3.97, it did increase the requirement on third place to a 5.24 and on fourth place into the sevens. A 7.14 now for Imane. She is sitting with priority though, our surfer in yellow. So she's got the pick of the lineup.
And now, if I'm Yomai and I'm in fourth priority, I'm going to move away from those other three surfers who have all got advantage in that wave selection area over me because of that priority, and try and create the opportunity for Mother Nature, or could be called luck, to influence the situation. But if you're sitting where your opponents are and the three of them are all ahead of you in the priority roster, you're just not going to get a chance. So at those points in time when you're down the priority roster, the idea is to move away from those surfers with priority and create the opportunity for luck to influence it and go your way.
So much to the strategy of competitive surfing. So many different things to think about.
There are, because you're trying to engage with a completely unpredictable environment. It's not like the golf course or the tennis court or whatever where it's exactly the same environment all the time. This environment is consistently changing with the tide, changing with the wind, and you know, the concept of no two waves ever being the same. It's just a wonderful thing. It's like it's one of the reasons you fall in love with surfing, because it just can't get boring.
It just can't. It's constantly changing. We're constantly looking for that next best wave.
Here we go.
As we see our Chinese competitor, great snap on her backhand. Excellent style, excellent form. And now cutting through. She needs to make it through to this inside to find that 5.24 that she's looking for, and just can't make that transition.
It just filled up at the last minute, but the backhand re-entry on the outside was really nice. And it showed the potential that she has. And as you said, the form and the technique look fantastic too. So there's a big future right here that we're looking at. And in the years ahead, Yo Mai Wu, we're going to be hearing much more from her. And obviously, nobody loses in this round. So third and fourth go to the elimination round. So, you know, there's plenty more chances to get the experience.
That's right. There's still plenty of chances. The women's Repercharge won't be running through today, so we won't be eliminating any women from the draw. We'll be waiting until tomorrow to do that as we take a look now at this last of blue.
Drops down the face, hits the lip at the perfect time. You can see the width of the stance, the bend in the knees, the way she uses her arms is fantastic. And just there, I'm not sure whether the second little pump turn on the way through stole a little bit of speed that stopped that forward momentum, perhaps. But, you know, I think she was obliged to try and make something of the middle as well to get the score that she needed.
And maybe that's one more thing that, you know, quite a few of the surfers in the draw that we've seen throughout yesterday, throughout the first 2 days of men's competition and today, that need to work on that technique of making it through those flats, of engaging those fins in the back like we talked about yesterday, rather than just that flat pump.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, we talked as well about how heats are won by 0.01 sometimes, and those incremental tiny little scores are so important. And so as you start to progress through the event, you need to be taking advantage of more and more of the wave.
Imane with a big takeoff, and she's looking down the line to see if she's going to make it back to the green face. I love that she's sticking with this. She's going to try and get for that inside section, and it just hits that gutter again. She can't make that connection through. But now scores are in for the last of blue, a 4.07. Now, it doesn't make her requirement. She's going to need another 4.58 in order to take that second place position. But that's a very good score for that single turn.
It really is, and it proves that with the inside, she quite potentially would have got the score. No surprises to see white and red paddling up the beach to sit right by Yo Mai, because it's critical time, 30 seconds left, and they know that she can get that score. So surfer in second, in the red, sitting right by her with the priority over the young Chinese surfer, and good strategy right there.
And what a respectful moment it is as well, because surfer in red knows blue has the ability to get that score, so she's going to do everything she can as a competitor to make sure that the other surfer can't get there, because she knows she's possible.
That's right, and you said it's a sign of respect, isn't it? You know, if your opponents come and sit on you, they're giving you the respect. And
as frustrating as it can be.
Yeah, as frustrating as it is, and as much as you hate it, it could be viewed as a sign of respect. For sure.
Take it as a bit of encouragement towards your surfing.
Yeah.
Well, what a great heat. We've got so much more action to come. A little set to get these women into the shoreline. And we'll be taking a quick break. We'll be back soon with heat number 11 for the women's round 1.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California. Another sunny day here for the ISA World Surfing Games. We are in the year 2022. We've got the Paris 2024 Olympics just 2 years away. And that whole dream towards the Olympics really kicked off here back in 1996 when we saw the ISA World Surfing Championships turn into the World Surfing Games to allow professional surfers to enter into the draw and to begin that campaign towards getting surfing into the Olympics. And now that's something that these 4 women can aspire to. Lucia Machado, Lucy Campbell, Lucy Jared, and Seung-Jun Im. Spain, Great Britain, South Korea, and American Samoa can have Olympic dreams because of that whole journey that began here in Huntington Beach back in 1996.
And it is the subject of a documentary that we had the pleasure of seeing, The Impossible Wave, because in theory, surfing being in the Olympics was something that we would have considered impossible. It's not too far back, but now it's a reality. It's already happened once, which is incredible on its own. Here we go.
Live action with Seung-Jun hanging on in the wild whitewater after that big takeoff. She's got one score on the board already of a 2.5. And flying past her, Lucy Jared of American Samoa. Great backhand attack, and she's going to shoot the pier. Looks like Lucy Campbell had a wave as well because she's paddling up through the center of the pier as well. And for those of you who have not had the opportunity yet to see The Impossible Wave, the story of Fernando Aguirre's journey towards getting surfing into the Olympics, not many people have seen it because we just had the premiere 2 nights ago. But there's going to be a public viewing at the north side of the pier in the plaza here in Huntington Beach for anyone that's in the Southern California area on Tuesday evening at 6 p.m. So be sure to come down and be able to track with the story of how Fernando got surfing into the Olympics.
And it's we've seen it, as you said, and it's a great film, great documentary, and well worth a view. And it's going to be good vibes there. Free of charge. You can just come on down and check it out at the plaza here at the Huntington Pier.
Produced and directed by Jay and Jessica Johnson, and there for you to watch on Tuesday evening, 6 p.m. here in Huntington Beach. We'll be sure to remind you of that tomorrow because it's already Monday. It's kind of crazy. We're into day 3 of competition, and we've got, 6 to go? ISAs are a long journey.
Yeah, it's a marathon not only for the competitors and the coaches and the teams and the commentators, the production crew. Imagine the judge's job all day, every day up there scoring rides, trying to keep the scale. Yeah, that's the toughest job in the show, I would think. Lucy Jared, how was that last wave of hers, that turn as she was heading, backhand turn in the pocket as she was heading towards the pier? That was a great turn, showed great promise for this heat.
That was solid. Scores in for that one, a 3.67. And she's already out the back again. Our surfer in red from Spain, Lucia Machado, currently sitting with priority. She is the only surfer to not take off on a wave yet. We don't have a score above that 3.67 from our surfer in yellow. We do have another little set rolling through. And it looks like that wind has started to come up just a little bit more. You can see the texture on the surface of the waves now, which we haven't had throughout the morning. That little bit of crumble coming into play.
Yeah, you could see on the drone shot at the opening of this heat as well, you could see the wind lines out in the ocean, but it looked light. And sometimes that little crumble is good. It gives you something to hit in the lip.
Oh, nice takeoff. If that wave had held open, Seung-Jun would have been in a great position for it.
Could have got tubed on that one, Nelly. Yeah.
Could have gotten tubed.
Here we go, priority.
All right, Lucia Machado from Spain. Straight into the lip. Full commitment.
Unfortunate incompletion because that was going to be a great score. That was going to be the best turn of the heat so far. And when you fall like that, it almost null and voids the turn itself, and it becomes a throwaway score. So a completion there would have been very handy, but still, 13 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Strong paddle now from Lucy Jared, American Samoa. Driving around the section. Nice check under the lip. And now working her way through for this inside connection. So getting a little bit more work done, engaging that rail. Nice little snap. And she'll kick out before that short break eats her alive.
It did really well on the outside. There was a really early pump turn that got her high on the wave face that built the speed that she needed to get around that section. If she didn't get around that section and get the snap, then really the rest of the work wouldn't have really mattered, and it would have been almost a waste of time to come all the way to the shore like that. But that early pump and getting out in front of that one was really good technique.
12 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Scores to come through just for that last one of Lucy Jared. And as we wait for that to roll through, let's go down to catch up with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you, Shannon. I'm here with Team Italy's last heat winner, Indiana Ferry. Congratulations and welcome to your first post-heat win interview.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be first.
Well, you had a pretty well-constructed heat. I mean, at the start, you had that 6.83, but at the 5-minute mark, you still needed a backup score. Tell us what was going through your mind at that point.
Well, I had fallen on my first wave, and then I got that back up, that first wave really quickly. But later I felt kind of nervous, and I was trying to frantically look for another wave. I breathed, waited for the next set, and just tried to finish it. Yeah.
Well, you did so well, so congratulations for that heat. And, of course, some of the new fresh blood coming through Team Italy. What's it like to be welcomed into this team?
It's actually really exciting. Everybody was super warm. They gave me a very warm welcome. I have a few Italian families, so it felt very close to home. And yeah, it was just really fun in general.
Oh, beautiful, and congratulations again. And for those family in Italy watching, any last words for them before you go and get prepped for the next round?
Well, I want to say hi to my grandparents. I know they're watching, and to my mom that she's watching all my heats, all the lives. So yeah, hi.
Congratulations, Indiana Ferry from Team Italy. Welcome to the next round.
That's a name we're going to have to pay close attention to now entering into the World Surfing stage. Indiana Ferry. Great performance she put together.
Yeah, and there was a flurry of action during her interview too, and the first interview could be almost more nervous than a heat, or nerve-wracking than a heat, so she did well there too.
Yeah, great, well-spoken, and just great to hear a little bit more about her background growing up in Costa Rica and proudly representing the family from Italy. But yeah, that was a flurry of action. We're going to have to check out some replays to dissect what we saw. We do have scores to come through for Lucia Machado, who's in red, and Lucy Campbell, who is in white. So Great Britain with a score on the drop. She's chasing just a 2.01 at the moment, and just a 1.78. So it's so early in the heat. Even though we're halfway through, it feels like it's early because we haven't seen those big scores come through yet, or that solid set before that last one.
Yeah. Well, did you see the surfing of Lucia Machado?
Incredible.
She was on fire on that wave. So powerful and energetic, and she just flew all over. Here it is on the replay. Drops down the face, that back arm flaring in classic goofy footer style. 2 turns on the outside. And then this work through here, you watch the speed she builds through here, pumping and driving, again connected to the fins and getting the speed out of the fins into the inside with a nice re-entry there. And then there was that second section coming, but she knew she'd made it. She'd done all the work she needed to, so she just straightened off and stayed in control. That was mature surfing and competing.
Scores still coming through for that last of red and last of white. It's a 6.67 for Lucia Machado. Comes through as the highest wave of the heat, jumps her up into the lead. Now looking for a 5.03 for Lucy Campbell to move from 4th into an advancing position. And it's been great to have Team Great Britain down on the beach and their support squad behind them. They have Llewellyn Whitaker as their head coach.
And he's I coached Llewellyn back when he was a competitive surfer.
Okay.
He came out, he was in Australia, he came to Whale Beach, did a camp with me, and we've known each other for a very long time. Here, look at this great one.
Big section in front of Soonjin. Gets that first carve. Now she's going to try and stick with it. But that first turn was great.
I think that was Sung Jing's best wave of the heat so far. Great positioning. Well, firstly, great wave selection and use of the priority and that backhand snap. It's the first kind of open face turn she's got to do because there's been a couple of closeouts that she's been riding. So I expect that to be her best score of the heat so far.
Scores in for that, a 2.80. It does come in higher than her 2.5. And then we've got a 3.27 that's dropped in for last of White. So she's still sitting in fourth, but only chasing a 3.04. And now one of the tougher names to draw in competition is paddling out in our next heat, Miss Teresa Bonvalo of Portugal.
Yeah, she's a fantastic competitor. You know, you just see it in the way she paddles, and you can see there the movement of the legs, the anticipation, that nervous energy, just getting psyched, and she's a really, really good goofy footer.
She's won so many QSs in the European regional circuit. It's like I can't even keep count of them or keep track. It's just kind of over the years we've just been seeing, oh, yep, Teresa won another one, whether it's a 1,000 or 3,000. But this year she had that big breakout moment outside of making the Olympic squad last year and representing alongside of Yolanda and Federico Moraes in Tokyo. And she took out the win at the Sydney Surf Pro, a Challenger Series event, which is the next highest to winning a championship tour event.
Yeah.
Incredible performance from her there in Sydney. In similar conditions to this, small waves.
Exactly
Not
what
a
I
lot
was
of power.
going to say. Similar conditions, aren't they, you know? And the thing that you noticed with Teresa is the determination. She's here to be a professional surfer. She's here to win world championship events. And, yeah, we haven't seen the best of her, but what we've seen so far has been incredible and shows the potential of her future.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to describe it. Her determination has never been questioned. She's been very open and very honest with that in her pursuit of professional surfing. As we see Lucia, again, our heat leader, similar looking ride to her last that dropped her into the sixes, gets 2 snaps out the back this time though. And now that rail to rail work. Wave goes a little bit too flat for her to make that jump through. And Lucy Campbell driving off the bottom. Snap into the lip. Nice style. Gets caught up on that second section. Now, what is it? You know, we've seen that from a few surfers today where they're getting that first turn in, but then it goes so soft on that second section that you kind of aren't going to be able to find projection out of it. Now, what's kind of the better approach to that sort of wave?
Yeah, it's a judgment call in the moment as to whether that shoulder of the wave as it goes into that deeper water and flattens out, if it's got enough energy and you can get that second turn, I think it's important to do so. But if it costs you the connection and a big, powerful inside maneuver, it's maybe not worth it. On that occasion, perhaps there was a cut back to the white water and look for the connection. But it would be one of the hardest decisions to make out there because you want to get the second turn in. You really do. It's so advantageous to do it. But if it costs you the inside punchy big turn, it's not worth doing. So it's a momentary decision. But this was an incredibly well-surfed wave again.
Scores still coming through for this of Lucia.
Pumping through the inside. You can see that back foot stays on the tail pad, keeps the board alive, fills out underneath her. But the outside turns, I'm expecting that to be the second best wave of the heat. She's got the best wave of the heat. I feel like that most probably be the second best. But that first turn was great too, so there's going to be some points in that first turn.
I love the look of that first turn for White.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Really nice. One of the better turns of the heat too. A lot of great backhand surfing going on right now in this heat.
Great.
There it is, 507.
Okay, 507 for Lucia Machado from the Gran Canary Islands, representing Spain. She took out a 4th place in the junior ISAs back in 2018, so the copper medal. Great result to be able to be in the finals there. And now into the opens, taking out a heat win at the moment. Lucy Campbell has dropped in a 5.5. She's finally gotten herself in that advancing position.
Yeah, to go with the 3.27. So that's and it obviously came off the size and volume of that first turn. That was a great first turn. And there's some, you know, as coaches are on the beach watching, analysing, trying to understand where advantage sits, there's some good lessons in that as we see the Kiwis celebrating there or getting ready for the next heat.
Coming up in our next heat, we've got Bree Bennett from New Zealand. That's her running down, wearing the yellow jersey, up against Liliana Franceschini from Puerto Rico and Teresa Bonvalo of Portugal. Just 3 surfers paddling out for the next one. 3 minutes on the clock.
Lucy Jarrett in the third place, looking for a 5.11. She's had that 3.67, 2.63. There's been some good turns. You can see the potentials there to get that score if she can find the right wave. Living in Nanakuli, also on the west side of the island of Oahu in Hawaii, and a member of the team with her sister Seva and a brother Leone. So the Jarrett family, and that must be Dad on the beach with the flag, who have been dancing around and having a ball, sharing in this great moment with his family.
Yes, oh good. Love seeing that sibling dynamic for all three of them to be able to be here and to represent. For Lucy, it's her first time, being on the American Samoa Olympic team. It's her biggest achievement in her surfing career, and she's got great hopes of qualifying. She just needs to get a little bit of work done here in this heat. She's still got that opportunity because it's non-elimination, but chasing a 5.11, there's plenty of opportunity for her, sitting with priority now. Let's track with her. She's got a good-looking face in front of her. If she can make it around this first section, driving into the lip, and just can't keep that control.
Oh, that's what she needed. It was a good wave, and she drove off the bottom into the lip, and I was like, well, you make this and you go, the score was potentially in that turn with a connection to the shore.
Up and riding again, just a quick look here to see if that could maybe give her some kind of opportunity.
2 minutes 30, the time went quick. Here we go.
Kick out from Lucy Campbell as she heads straight to the pier. Great decision.
and she's back in the lineup because she was so close to the pier and it was outside. So the Lucy Jarrett from American Samoa will be in the fourth priority. And in that position and in the third place, looking only for a 5.11, you can now see the surfer in white making her way over towards where Lucy is going to be. She's in the third priority, so she's able to control what Lucy gets or what Lucy doesn't. That is, Lucy Campbell is able to control it. But she's found something on the inside.
Lucy Jarrett up and riding on her backhand. Whoa. Nice snap to start. Carves away. Now she's going to stick with this. She'll be able to make the connection. No doubts about it. Nice snap again. Drives off the bottom. Quick snap and looking for this section to finish. Just gets stuck by that double up on the inside. And she goes down over the handlebars.
Tricky inside section there. But the good backhand re-entry on the outside, and then the snaps through the inside section with a completion. In my mind, I'm thinking she's going to get the score that she needs. And it was clever. She could see Lucy Campbell coming at her to block her. She took advantage of this one right here that we'll see on the replay. Nice backhand re-entry. And she gets some good work done through this inside section. Keeps the board pumping rail to rail, which is much better. And there's one snap. And there's another one right here. Another snap. And I'm thinking she's going to get the score. And look at that white water came. There was a low line of white water that sort of put a rib right through the wave, and it made that last section really difficult.
So difficult. As we see Sujun up and riding on a big section. She's going to make that transition through to the inside, the 27-year-old from South Korea. She's pumping through and just can't quite get that finishing touch together.
Do you think there's a chance Lucy Jarrett gets a 5 for the work that was done? Lucia Machado, beautiful off the top, heat leader, been dominant from the start.
Yeah, she's really taking control as we wait for scores to roll through. Finding that end section here. Clean snap. Can't get that projection through, though. And unfortunately for Lucy Jarrett of American Samoa, it's a 3.57. So needed that finishing maneuver at least.
And there wouldn't have been a 1.5 points in that finishing maneuver. So the outside work and the middle work not deemed radical enough, I suppose, to get the score she needed.
Scores in for Lassa Blue. Doesn't factor into her top 2 waves. And for white, for Lucy Campbell, the 7-time national champion for England, she is through into the next round alongside Lucia Machado in the lead.
7 times.
7-time national champion.
Amazing. Congratulations.
Solid. Well done to all of the Lucys in the lineup and the Lucias in the Sujun. That was a fun heat to call. We can't wait to see more of their surfing over the next couple of days, and love that spirit.
Yes.
That is it. That is the heart of, I think, the Olympics and, just that camaraderie of building different nations together.
Indeed. Win, lose or draw, we're all surfers. We're all fortunate and lucky to be in that position that we can ride waves and come and be a part of this event. So, yeah, great spirit on display there.
More action to come. We're going to go to a quick break and we'll be right back.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
And we are back in the beautiful Huntington Beach, California on a very clear autumn day. A little bit of wind that's picked up over the last hour or so, but the conditions have been so fun today, and we now get 3 great names: Teresa Bombolo, Liliana Francescini, and Brie Bennett. Portugal, Puerto Rico, and New Zealand, just 3 women with their pick of the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier.
Brie Bennett, the Kiwi, 19 years of age and from Raglan, New Zealand, a goofy footer. And her profile pic shows a great looking style.
As we see, first of Teresa, love that layback hack to start. Drags that back arm. And now she's going to easily make that transition through to the inside as we track with this drone footage. Nice snap to finish. And what a way for the Olympian to start things off.
Powerful display here. Let's look at this layback snap. Drives into the face, lays the back arm into the wave and pivots off that back arm.
That was
Powerful
so sick.
Powerful maneuver.
Yes.
One of the best maneuvers we have seen all day so far. And then this inside again, look, pumping. And this one, bang, vertical. And the way the weight transitioned from the front foot in the bottom turn to the back foot out of the top to keep the nose from nose diving showed the talent and skill she has.
Brie Bennett, the Kiwi, answers back straight away as well, making it look easy. We've got scores to come through for this wave now. See what she got up to. If she was able to put on that finish on the inside. And she just goes down right in the shallows. So that would have just hurt that score a tiny bit. It comes through as a 3.17, so it's a building block for her. But Teresa Bombolo adding the variety into the conversation. That opening turn, variety all the way.
Totally.
7.67 reward for it.
Yeah, and rightly so. There was an authority and a power and a professionalism to the performance, particularly the first turn, even the connection into the inside where you went, that has to be a 7+ ride.
She's one of those surfers that has worked so hard, I would say over the last 4 years, and we've seen her dial in certain aspects of her own personal surfing and her competitive surfing to really start to figure out the formula that it takes to be one of the greats, not just within European surfing or Portuguese surfing, but in the world.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely paying off. You know, getting that Olympic qualification last year was huge for her through the ISAs. But then now this year, her run through the WSL Challenger Series has been pretty unbelievable. And I think she's become a name that we've been familiar with and we've expected good results from. But she suddenly arrived as a true threat to getting her name stamped in as one of those really solid female competitors on the global stage right now.
Quick up and down there for White. And there's a seriousness to her as a young lady and as a professional surfer that just tells you. You know that she doesn't leave you in any doubt about what her ambitions are. Oh, late to the lip there and paid the price.
Paid the price. Well said. Scores to come through for that. Just that takeoff from Liliana of Puerto Rico and a paddle there for our surfer in yellow. Teresa now maybe with a bit of space from the other competitors. Having a look back, Team Portugal has a very stacked team with them this year. Frederico Moraes on the men's side alongside the two Guilhermes, Guilherme Fonesco and Guilherme Ribeiro. And then Yolanda Sekira, also an Olympian, and Francesca Vaselko, who's a younger competitor, a few years younger than both Teresa and Yolanda. But she's also that next push that's coming out just out of her teen years, about 19 years old.
Kika.
Kika.
The nickname. I'm going to be working with Kika in Hawaii.
Great.
Her parents reached out and said, you know, you're going to be doing some work with people into the Challenger Series at Haleiwa. And so really looking forward to that. And as you said, she's a young lady with a big future ahead of her. So here's the format.
as we take a look at the format, we've got 3 men and 3 women per team, equal numbers, which is an exceptional move in the right direction that the ISA has taken on, heading towards the Olympics. Of course, taking a look at heats, top 2 waves count, top 2 surfers advancing through. Bottom round, Repercharge round does exist, so we won't be eliminating anyone from competition today as we take a look at the judging criteria, Barton.
Commitment and degree of difficulty of the turns, the innovative and progressive maneuvers, and then when you combine them and do one back-to-back with another, it's when the scores go excellent. And then, you know, you got the speed, power, and flow, which is a basic premise of good surfing.
Priority comes into play as well, especially when there's maybe a single peak rolling through. We've seen it used a lot this week as Teresa goes in for a huge opening turn, connects back to the foam, and she won't be able to make the connection. But nice wave selection from at least that outside opening turn, looking to just put a backup score to that 767.
Yeah, and it was a powerful turn. It's going to be a score that she could keep. Coupled with that 767, it's going to be a really difficult 2-wave total with 12 minutes, 12:25 on the clock for the other ladies to chase, because Teresa may indeed improve on that with that amount of time left.
A paddle here for our surfer in white, representing Puerto Rico. Nice takeoff. Love that little spray off the bottom turn even, but no section in front of her.
And you've really got to pay attention to the wall of the wave before you start paddling for it, as we see the replay of Teresa. Beautiful first turn of 5.83 for this one, and then into the cutback. No connection to the shore, but the outside work was enough that she got near a 6.
Oh.
Boom.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
Scores through a 5.83 for that single turn. Sets her up with a very convincing heat total at the moment. Now looking at some of the stats that we've seen throughout today, our top heat results, our top scores for this opening round, Gabriella Bryan, championship tour surfer from Hawaii representing the USA, she's got the highest with a 15.93, so that's the benchmark for what we're seeing today. Getting into that 13-point range keeps Teresa in that top 6 conversation for highest heat totals, and Liliana just goes down on the takeoff. And I sense that she's just struggling a little bit to find her positioning on these waves.
Yeah, yep, look at that left-hander there.
Oh, that's
Talk
nice.
about finding a positioning. There was an excellent score in that one, and you imagine you just waited another couple of moments, and that could have been your ride.
And that could have been it, a great left-hander. Teresa sitting under priority. And driving off the bottom, straight into the lip with a tail slide.
That's what you've got to do. Yeah, and when you've got those 2 strong scores, you really have to push it to improve that baseline score. So that's exactly the type of surfing we will see for the rest of the heat. And even if you don't make it, it shows the judges that you're willing to really push it and really have a go. So powerful moments.
Strong paddle there, and she's not able to get into it. Bree Bennett driving back into the section. Finds that second turn and hunting down the lefts. No surprise from the Goofy Foot, who's from Raglan.
Yeah, and Raglan, a fantastic point break. Manu Bay, her favorite place to surf. Hometown. And there was a really nice patient moment at the bottom of that wave from Bree, and we'll see that on the replay. Here's that moment where you have to surrender and go under the pier because the current will take. See right here where she just waited and she didn't rush anything. You know, you could at that moment be rushed thinking, I've got to get this turn in, I've got to take advantage of the lip while it's there before it flattens out. But there was this really composed that I really liked, felt good. There's that unfortunate wipeout there.
From Liliana, and this again from Teresa. Oh.
We call that blowing the tail out, where you push the tail and it slides across the top of the wave. Very difficult maneuver. It would have been high scoring if she completed that. But the the indications are that she knows how important this moment is, as do the whole Portuguese team. And they'd be feeling pretty comfy on the beach right now, I think, with her performance so far.
Yeah, with that high heat total already. And even for her opening ride, to be able to feel comfortable enough, confident enough in her equipment and her approach to bring that variety in her type of turn to go for that layback to start was really cool. Liliana, unfortunately, goes down on another one. Now, Liliana is actually a replacement to Team Puerto Rico. I haven't seen her name there on the list of competitors that we were expecting, having a look at the bios. And that's happened with a couple of the teams. We've had a replacement call up. I know for Team Great Britain, you know, they've got Emily Curry is here as a replacement. She's competed for them in the past. She hasn't gotten the call up yet because all 3 women have been healthy and fine to paddle out. But it's great to see some of those teams just taking that extra precaution, traveling with an extra surfer in case something happens. And that's how we've seen Liliana get the call up.
Yeah, it's, I suppose that in itself is a sign of the times and the development of surfing and the opportunity to bring backups or reserves to fill spots in case of injuries. So that's, you know, I really, all of those little things that show that the sport is heading in the right direction and growing, you know, be it the diversity of nations that we have competing here, over 50 surfing countries being represented, teams being able to bring doctors and nutritionists and health practitioners to keep the team fit and strong. All of that stuff is, you know, it's all relatively new to this old dog, but it's a good, it's a fantastic sign. Here we go. Look at this.
Setting up off the bottom now into the lip. Oh. Just digs that outside rail, that outside edge.
A completion there, that was, and through to the shore, was going to be better than the 5.83. She was going to build with a completion there, but the aggression and the attack in her performance is something that will, you know, signal and show the judges that, you know, it puts them on notice. You know, you go, wow, if she makes one of those, there's going to be big scores, and they'll be waiting for her to complete them. And round by round, if you can build your performance so that you peak at the right time and start completing those when you need to, that's perfect competing.
Surfer in yellow sitting with priority, Bree Bennett. Chasing now a combination situation, meaning she needs 2 fresh scores on the board to take the lead away from Teresa Bonvillot. And our surfer in 3rd position, Liliana. A grommet represented Puerto Rico at the ISA Junior Surfing Championships earlier this year. Chasing a 5.57, really just chasing that first good wave, right? She's had a couple spills. She needs to just have that moment to reset, I think, in the lineup. Sitting in 2nd priority. And for those that are tuning in around the world, as we take a look here, well, Teresa might sneak herself into a good-looking left-hander as we track with her now. Oh, she'll just get taken out by the lip. That was a little awkward.
That was really awkward. That lip just took a blow to the torso.
I kind of feel like she was actually just going to kick out, maybe had a look, decided not to go, and then just got clipped by the lip.
And all goofy footers in this heat, and all goofy foot affair. And for Liliana, she just needs to pay attention to the position, the takeoff positioning, because she's made it difficult for herself each time because she's just been that little bit in. A couple feet further out and those takeoffs would have been completed.
I feel like this is
biggest set of the day?
The biggest set of the day.
Yeah.
And the most consistent to see this many coming through like this.
Absolutely. I agree. We keep seeing the continued improvement of the waves day by day. Yesterday was a little bit better than the first day, and today is significantly better than yesterday.
We love seeing that, especially in a contest mode. Looks like the forecast is still going to be tapering off towards the end, towards finals weekend. Maybe we'll get a little extra push, which would be nice, but it's good to know through this middle section that we're going to have a little pulse in the action and pick up a little bit more swell. Down to the 5-minute mark, less than 5 minutes on the clock for Liliana to find herself that 5.77. And for a couple of these nations paddling out today, their homes are dealing with a natural disaster in Hurricane Fiona.
Yes.
We've just seen breaking news coming through that Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic and surrounding areas are dealing with massive flooding and power outages. So our hearts, our thoughts, our prayers go out to those nations, to those on the ground, and then to the support of those teams that are here trying to surf well, trying to put on a performance to bring some hope to their nations right now.
Absolutely. Always difficult when you're away from home and you know something like that happens. Remembering Fukushima, Hiroto Ohara arrived to spend time with me in Hawaii that day, and then that afternoon we get a tsunami warning. We turn on the television and we see his home town, his home country and the tsunami, and he doesn't know whether how his family are, whether, what the situation is. And so that was, for us, that was a really difficult moment. So I understand how hard it can be when you're away from home and things are going on that you don't really understand how the implications for your family and friends. So, yeah, sending our love and thoughts out to those people.
To the Puerto Ricans and the Dominican Republic, those from the Dominican Republic tuning in and down on the beach with us this week. We're giving them lots of support and love. Down to 3 minutes on the clock, and that big set rolled through. It caused a little bit of that sea foam on the surface of the water, and now it's just gone quiet. We are in heat number 12. We've got 16 heats in this round, and then we'll be running into women's round 2. So we still have a lot of surfing to go through. It's about 11:30 a.m. local time here in California. And we can see Bree Bennett from New Zealand has priority next to her name. Little bit of a line starting to roll through here.
And do you think there's any surprise that she's sitting near the surfer in third, or do you think that that's just where she thinks the best waves are going to be? Because when you're deciding, as we see a big set coming through, and Teresa, who's in third priority, has moved away from the surfers with priority and created this opportunity through good wave or line-up positioning and good strategy. Unfortunately, that one didn't give her what she was looking for, but she's already got the points on the board, and that showed her competitiveness, the fact that she was able to move away from the surfers with priority and find that one.
Liliana up and riding on her feet, driving around the section for the young surfer from Puerto Rico, looking for this connection. Does really well to negotiate it. Carves back, and she's not going to be able to find that connection to the closeout, but she's got a better wave on the scoreboard for her.
Yeah, that was her best, and she got that takeoff positioning just right and had the opportunity to show us what she's capable of. Still time for another one, too, with 1 minute and 43 on the clock.
We don't see priority now next to Bree Bennett's name either, so I'm guessing that she took off on a wave. Looks like she's now paddling back out. Maybe had a look at the left off of that same one. Priority now sitting with heat leader Teresa.
Yeah, when you're in the lineup, you've got that choice of, do I position for the waves with that as my singular focus, or do I take into consideration my opponents, where they are, and manage them at the same time? And I always like to manage them. I didn't like to kind of leave it to luck. So that's one of those strategic decisions competitors have to make.
Teresa having a look at this one, knowing that Bree could maybe be in position for it. Nice foam climb to start. Drone just above her head. Now pumping through. And that leaves our surfer in yellow out the back all alone. As we come down to 45 seconds on the clock.
5-point ride is the ask for Liliana, which isn't too high a score, right in the middle of our range. Wave scored from 1 to 10.
Bree with a quick in and out on her backhand. 25 seconds to go. She's done well to secure that second place position. She doesn't have huge scores on the board, but I think she's been aware and she's had Liliana in her peripherals the entire time.
Yeah. And the scores would never have threatened her when she heard them coming through, 0.5, 0.6, and now the 1.37. 3 seconds, this one's done.
This one's done. Another great heat, warm water for these women to enjoy with some pristine conditions for our Women's Day of Surfing. And Teresa putting on an excellent performance. Team Portugal is going to be frothing. Cannot wait to hear from her in that post-heat with Jess in just a few minutes. And we've got more action to come with Chris Cote and Mitch Salazar jumping in the booth to call it all through.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City, USA. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We're well into it here in the opening round of the women's division. And the performances, well, they have taken a leap up into the next level. Mitch, we're seeing some of the highest scores of the entire event flying across the scoreboard throughout the morning. We've seen 8s, 9s, performances in the high teens, and we're going to see more of that right now. Candelaria Rosano, India, Robinson, and Zoe Anais-Bain. Jamaica, Australia, Nicaragua represented here. This is going to be a fun heat to watch.
Yeah, it is, and here goes the former CT surfer, India Robinson. Older brother Cody, also a great surfer from that area of Victoria, the southern part of Oz.
Team Jamaica in the water now. Love to see these rising surf nations getting involved here. This is incredible experience for our surfers just starting their competitive path.
Only 16 years of age, too. Has only been surfing for just over 2 years and loves to skateboard and loves theater as well.
At least a triple threat.
Well, that's one way to sell it, but you're looking at a triple threat out there in the water with all three surfers coming from different parts of the world, too. Latin America with Nicaragua, Jamaica with the Caribbean, and then Australia, that Oceania region. So all three of these surfers could easily be in the Olympics for 2024, and here goes Candelaria.
Candelaria, powerful, consistent surfer out of the Popoyo area of Nicaragua. She has been on the ISA map for quite some time. 3 of the Rosano sisters competing this year, and safe to say for the better part of the last 5 or 6 years, they've been competing in ISA events, both junior and here at the World Surfing Games level. They're all incredible surfers. Candelaria right now will be well into the lead after that nicely surfed wave. These 20-minute heats have been flying by. Top 2 surfers advance through into the main rounds. Third place surfer will head to the Repercharge round. Plenty of swell. Wind is just slightly risen in its power, but as you can see, it's just still nicely textured out there. 15-14 on the clock. And you're looking at a 10-point total already for Candelaria Rosano. That's kind of what we expected from her. She is super powerful. We also expect big things from India Robinson. You said it, former CT surfer, and she'll be back on the championship tour very soon. Will she be on the Olympic stage? Well, we're going to have to wait and see, but she's got a good shot.
Maybe. And Candelaria open up with the 3.67 right there. This is India's opener right here on the backhand as well. She's done well at the U.S. Open in the past, so has some competitive knowledge here at Southside HP Pier. And then Zoe in yellow getting on the board as well. So good to see her catching her first wave of this heat. But then this wave right here, very impressive, the 6.33 of the middle Rosano sister, Candelaria. And as you said, coming from that area of Popoyo, surfs a lot of heavy waves. But believe it or not, actually comes to compete to the U.S. quite often, does a lot of NSSA Southwest regional events, loves to compete here in the wintertime too. She said that she doesn't mind wearing a wetsuit when she needs to.
Wow, great snap there to start this wave. Nice and powerful through the midsection of the wave. That was excellent usage of that outside section. Anytime you're able to fit in 2 turns in that most powerful part of the wave, like she did right there, you're going to be rewarded. She started with a 4.23, and I feel like that score is going to be right there. The Irukandjis have come to step up their game in a big way. They generally are locked for the top 5 spot in the past few years, but you know, coming into 2022 with everybody fielding such great teams, it's not necessarily a given for these surfing superpowers to just make their way into that top 5, because there are so many strong teams competing for those upper spots.
Especially with the diversity that we have in terms of those people that might have been born in a certain country and now they're competing for that respective country. There's one person that we haven't mentioned over the first 3 days. Luana Silva just switched over to Brazil, and I think she's a great addition to the Brazilian team. She isn't here at this event, but I think moving forward, she's definitely, to me, a lock for the Olympic Games in 2024 representing Brazil. I feel like Peru has made a big splash in the last 10, 11 years. They've won gold in both the open and the junior side. And obviously you can't count out teams like Australia and the United States either. Those are always the one teams that we know we can count on to get a top 10 result.
And you see now Candelaria Rosano back at it. Just got the highest single wave score of this heat so far, that's 6.33. And full credit to Zoe, who's been down here all day since dawn, supporting Team Jamaica. Definitely one of the most spirited teams we have on the beach. Their flags are waving high right now in support of young Zoe Anise Bain.
Just over 12:30 to go, and there you see Team Jamaica, led by the great Ika Wilmot. Shama down there as well. And I remember the first ISA junior event that I did in 2011 in Punta Hermosa, Peru. We stayed at the same little hostel as Team Jamaica, and I could definitely say that some of the best memories that I have of competing here at the ISA World Juniors were interacting with them. Garen Price, a.k.a. Nick, Shama, Ika being the coach of the junior team back then. His younger brother, Iva, was also competing, and not only were they great surfers, but they were even better people, and I think till this day, still some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life, Chris.
Yeah. There's an old song by Billy Zoyo, Jamaica Nice. And it's it's kind of another form of aloha, of the pura vida. Jamaica, of course, world famous for music, food, culture, and surfing.
And dreadlocks.
Truth. Quick look there for Zoe. Just kind of in the wrong position, but I love that she's putting, giving it her all out there. Obviously does not have as much competitive experience as India and Candelaria, which not a lot of other women in the field do either. I mean, both these young surfers have been doing this since about age 6, I would imagine. And right now you see Candelaria pretty much in a great rotation with every wave seeming to come right to her.
Well, and she's put herself in a good rotation out here in the lineup, too. Looking at the replay here, kind of a softer section right there. She caught it halfway through, so neither the inside or the outside. And then this wave of Robinson was very impressive, Chris. The one big snap on the backhand right there, straight up and vertical in the pocket. And despite coming from the region of Victoria in Australia, where, you see most of the best waves being rights, her backhand is her best asset. And we see Rosano right here, the middle sister, getting on the board as well, already has at least 10 points. And Robinson drops a 6.27, backs it up with a 5.5. There you see a couple of surfers getting ready for their upcoming heats. It's going to be a real fun event in terms of the diversity of nations and how well these nations that are coming up can better their seed for future years as well. This is another team, too, that have done well in the past. Anatla Lior, the Olympian from Israel. I would think she's pretty excited to surf a beach break, very similar to her home in Israel as well. And maybe you could say this is as good as it gets for those kind of waves there in the Mediterranean, or at least as consistent as it would get.
As good as they'd like to show us. Maybe those real good
true.
days they keep under wraps. 9:23, another heat that's flying by. Robinson well into the lead. That's 6.27 and 5.5. That's a solid heat total, 11.77. Seems like most of these heats, if you can get yourself up into the double digits, you're looking good at advancing.
I would say today 12 points is getting you through most heats. You might have the one heat where you just have terrible luck, and even with 12 points, you're still getting third or fourth. And there's a swell height, 2 to 4 feet, maybe just a bit bigger than that. We do have a little bit of a breeze coming through from the south-southwest. And then obviously the tide not playing such a huge factor today. We did have the low tide. We do have the low tide coming up in just around 30 minutes, 3.2, but then the high tide was only a 3.7. And then the cool thing about this little wind swell that's in the water, it's kept the water nice and warm, Chris, still around 70, 72 degrees.
Yeah, you just need board shorts or a bikini. It's that warm. It feels totally tropical out there. Some of our surfers come from places that are much warmer, so we are seeing all types of wetsuits in the water, and that's totally fine. There's whatever you're comfortable with, whatever you're used to feel comfort in heats in stressful situations like a lot of these heats are. Yeah, it is fun. You're still surfing, but you're going for this goal, this unimaginable goal of trying to qualify for the upcoming Paris 2024 games and also being an ISA gold medalist, which is huge. I mean, that is an accolade that very few surfers on this planet have.
Accomplished.
Yeah, and if you get that, I mean, that's your ticket to surf stardom, no doubt. Candelaria Rosano, she's had some big finishes in ISA events, both juniors and in the World Surfing Games. It's because of surfing like that. Solid, consistent, steady, all the way to the inside second.
She almost made it. I mean, give her some credit for trying right there. And Team Ukraine coming up in a few heats. Going to be exciting to see what they bring to the table. Team Germany just down the beach as well. I believe Camila Kempis coming up in the next one. And then I'm really excited to see both Leilani McGonigal and Aaron Brooks surf in heat number 15 coming up in 2 after this one.
Definitely. Well, 6:50 on the clock. Here we see Zoe Nice-Bain. Nice little running left. Zoe is joined on Team Jamaica by Amy Gordon, Gabrielle Chung, Imani Wilmot, Akeem Phillips, and Ika Wilmot. So they got a strong, spirited squad. And Zoe, she's 16 years old. She lives in Kingston, capital of Jamaica. And she's had some experience in events. She is your Open Series runner-up. And, she's here with goals of her own. She just wants to improve, get more experience, get more knowledge in the water. And she's, up against 2 very strong competitors. So this right here, I mean, this is going to be 20 minutes of the best experience you could ever ask for if you're looking to become a better surfer and competitor.
And do have to say that Jamaica, despite it being one of the smallest countries, at least within our region of the Americas and the Caribbean, they have to be one of the most influential countries in the world. I mean, I truly think that Bob Marley changed the world. If it weren't for him, I think we probably wouldn't be where we're at. Not only was he promoting peace all the time, but through the power of music, he definitely influenced a lot of people worldwide, including myself. And he developed reggae, too.
One
reggae
love.
that we know.
Yeah, One Love. Definitely popularized reggae music. And that spirit, that Jamaican, something about the Jamaican smile, it gets you, it beams. We just saw it right there. Double shakas, full support for Zoya Nice-Bain right now. She got a couple scores, getting back out into the takeoff zone. And I just love the effort she's putting in right now, not giving up, getting right back out there to mix it up with India and Candelaria.
Robinson's got a good heat total to 11.77, and then Candelaria right behind her, the 11-point heat total. Good activity from both ladies, too. It seems like Rosano's just been a bit more active than India. And there you see the kind of patience that a CT surfer or an experienced CT surfer has, like Robinson, too. And, when it comes to the different areas within Australia, too, it's difficult to qualify for your national team. And props to India for qualifying, knowing that Sally Fitzgibbons was going to be co-captaining the team with, either Liam O'Brien or Jackson Baker. I'm really excited to see Sally compete because her experience and I think her leadership are something that a lot of people can take note of and kind of replicate in terms of wanting to do that in different regions of the world. I know that Captain America, Kalohi Andino, has done a great job with Team USA as well, and I think that Brett Simpson is a good person to thank for that, too. He was an awesome representative of the U.S. on both the CT and an ISA competition, too, and it's good to have him back on the team here helping Ryan Simmons.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there's a lot of experience on Team USA. And while they are all competing with each other, I would have no doubt in my mind that if, you're a surfer from Jamaica, Saudi Arabia, some of these rising nations, Team USA, they have enough time and experience to share with some of the rising nations around the world. I wouldn't think that they'll necessarily share any of their tips or secrets with Team Australia or Team Japan, but, if you're coming up, you can definitely soak up some knowledge, which is part of the experience here at the ISA World Surfing Games. All of our teams, when they're not competing, more likely they'll be in the competitors area, which is massive. We have to have a lot of space because a lot of these teams have 6 surfers per team. And then you have managers, sometimes parents, friends, family, physio staff. I mean, these teams can bring a crew with them for sure. So the infrastructure we have here at the ISA World Surfing Games allows for a big unit of togetherness. And now we see Zoe and Ice Bane again. Nice ride there. Just gets a good, clean drop in. Looks towards the beach. Little inspo, sees the flag flying. She gets right back out there.
That's a good piece of advice, though, when you're around those kind of peers that you really enjoy being with or people that you look up to. Be a sponge. Take in as much information as you can when you're around those kind of people. I know I did when I was younger. Anytime I saw a representative of the U.S., being a kid from Mexico on the championship tour, it was like one of my idols. And when I got to meet Brett Simpson for the first time, I picked his brain out, Chris. So it was one of those kind of experiences where now I'm able to actually call Brett my friend and share those kind of relationships and those experiences with people that are coming up just like myself, like I was back then. So if you're in the competitors area, don't be afraid to talk to those kind of people that you look up to. And on the flip side, I think they're actually going to be very stoked to be able to talk to you and share some information because in the end, you're looking to make a better world through surfing. And there's another person too, Mahina Maeda, couple-time medalist here at the ISA level, has also been an ASP World Junior Champion in the past, and I think she's one of those people that you can also look up to and kind of look for some knowledge as well.
Absolutely. 1:15 to go. India Robinson in the lead. Candelaria Rosano right there in second place. Would need a 5.44 in order to take over that top spot. Our top 2 surfers stay in the main round. Keep advancing through. Third place surfer will go to the Repercharge. And we're going to be going through till the afternoon here today and all the way through to Saturday, finals day, crown medalists, and start the celebration. It's a lot of work for these surfers. I checked out Griffin Colapinto's Instagram yesterday, and he knows that he's got his work cut out for him. He lost out of the main round, and he's currently in the Repercharge. He needs to surf about 10 heats if he wants to get into that Master Grand Final.
Sounds like another NSSA event.
Right.
Sounds like just another weekend in SoCal. 20 seconds to go. Robinson having another look, and good performance by her. The first Australian we've seen out of the 3 ladies compete here in the North area, so looking like one of the standouts for sure. And the same thing for Rosano, who's up and riding here on the Shorey. Just going to get a little victory lap for her. And, I think for Team Nicaragua, too, who would also need to better their seeding as well, get opportunity for Candelaria and the other 2 Rosano sisters to kind of move up in the rankings as well, Chris.
And there you see Team Jamaica, full support. What a pleasure it was to watch Zoe Anaya Spain get some experience, surf with all her heart. Pure joy. She knew that she had a really tough heat with elite level surfers in Candelaria and India Robinson. She went out there and gave it her all, and I give her full credit. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. You're watching the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Another big heat coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We're going to Ground Zero Chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike. It's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
Paris 2024 is right around the corner. Be careful what you wish for. If you end up in the Olympics, if you earn that spot, that's just the beginning. The end boss is waiting. This is set to be one of the greatest Olympic events ever, regardless of sport. I mean, after all the years going way back, the Olympics is, I would say, they're lucky to have the spectacle that's about to happen in 2024 in Tahiti, the end of the road in Chopo. I mean, that is something that I think is going to take the world by storm. Obviously that's one of the most famous waves on the planet, but still, I think there's a lot of people in the world that have never heard of it. They don't know something like that exists. They don't know that there's a sea monster that people actually ride on.
The Kraken.
We're going to find out. All right, we're back into it.
You got me fired up.
I
now.
know, I'm fired up too. Bob McKnight's words right there. Beautiful, scary, everything. Tahiti, and specifically that wave at the end of the road, definitely elicits a lot of emotion. 16:50 on the clock. Camilla Kemp now involved on her backhand. Quick snap there, representing Team Portugal. She comes from Cascais, which is a wave-rich region. A lot of talent out of that area as well. Multiple WSL events have happened there in Portugal. Let's say that's probably the capital of surfing in that region. I mean, Portugal has one of the longest coastlines of any country in the world, and I'll tell you, there is so much ocean to surf there. Probably one of the more underrated surf destinations. A lot of people go there just for contests, but that would be an amazing place to go on a long free surf trip. As Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, the Pura Vida nation, gets set to compete in what's looking like one of the heats of the day for sure. International mix of surfers from all over the world, including Team Ukraine.
Leilani just coming off a quarterfinal finish at the Supergirl Pro yesterday.
Oh, wow, coming in with momentum.
Yep.
And here we have your surfer representing Denmark, Katinka Sorensen. She makes the drop. It's a tricky situation there. She got a little caught up top, but nicely rides out of it. Does make the... See, I got to stop saying that.
Yeah.
Every time I foreshadow like that, it doesn't
Two
happen.
heats in a row now, Chris.
I'm sorry, surfers. I'm going to stop. I'm going to wait till you're on the sand.
Only been surfing for 4 years, though.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Natural talent.
Lives in the Canary Islands now. Loves to surf Lanzarote. Some heavy waves over there in the Canary Islands, too. And real tropical place, despite it, a lot of people thinking that it's really cold year-round. It's actually only cold in the winter. Summertime is actually really nice.
Anat Leleor. I would say she became a household name via the ISA World Surfing Games. She's been competing in ISA events for a few years now and made a huge leap. And kind of that was her path to stardom. And, she also made a push on the WSL QS as well. So she's kind of, fighting her way to the top from every angle.
Made some finals on the QS before, too, in France, and got a lot of competitive experience. And she actually had to wait a couple of years until the Olympics actually happened due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So Unfortunately for Anat, had to wait a little longer, but she eventually ended up competing in the Olympics.
Camilla Kemp right there going straight into the lip on a big section. She is not afraid. I've seen photos of her in huge waves. One more set coming through here. Your surfer in white, Anat Lelior, and her backhand easily makes a drop. Power snap right in the pocket. She goes down.
So
Some more texture coming up.
Yeah.
But our surfers are reacting nicely. They're going to make their way back out into the lineup. That gives us a moment to catch up with the winner of that last heat, standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you very much, Chris. We do have India Robertson from Team Australia. Congratulations. It seemed like a well-fought heat, but pretty tough conditions with that wind.
Yeah, before I paddled out, I saw some pretty good waves and I was getting a bit excited, and that wind definitely started to puff up a bit stronger throughout it. So got my scores early and then tried to build on that throughout the heat, and yeah, it worked out.
And I mean, it's pretty crazy to think just a few years ago you were on the grind in Australia doing all the QS competitions, and now the Olympics is for you in the conversation for Team Australia. How do you handle all that coming into the games?
I think it's super exciting. I mean, I never thought it would be an opportunity for surfing to be in the Olympics, and I watched all the other sports and I love team sports, so to have the Australian flag on my board and have the opportunity to potentially surf for that at the Olympics is super exciting, and yeah, I just want to earn that extra spot for Australia and yeah, hopefully be in the team.
And you've got a really great team around you. It's really, really down to earth. We saw you guys playing with a rugby ball for the warm-up. I also have noticed that the whole team have the green and gold toenails and fingernails. How's the vibe in the house for Australia?
Oh my God, if only you guys could see what's happening at that house. It's so funny. Jacko Baker, Lobby, like all the boys, girls, we're such a good like group of friends, and just the Aussie vibe. We just had a Barbie last night and kept playing a game of hacky, and yeah, we can just spend hours upon hours together and just have the best time. So yeah, I'm stoked to be here with them and just down here supporting as much as we can, and yeah, going for the gold.
Well, good luck. Congratulations on that first round win. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Gotta love the Irukandjis. India Robinson making great use of that Paizel surfboard under her feet, getting the convincing victory there, along with Candelaria Rosano moving through. Zoe Anai Spain, representing Jamaica, will be in the Repercharge round. She'll just gain more and more experience. You see surfer in yellow representing Denmark, Katinka Sorensen. She had a 1-point ride earlier in this heat, 11:30 to go. Score of note so far, Camilla Kemp with that 4.83. It's not for lack of trying, though. Anat and Camilla have both charged a couple solid waves. That was a great turn to start for Anat Lelior. And see, it was silent until she got to the inside. She belts it, but gets belted back, goes down.
You spoke too early still, though. You got to let her finish the ride, and then once she finishes off, you can start talking again.
Well, Camilla Kemp right now, quick snap there. Kind of gets this wave from the mid-section. So it is possible, but it's probably not going to pay off there. It seems like you need that force and momentum from the bigger sets if you want to stand a chance to make it to the sand.
Yeah, and there was two things that I wanted to point out by both the German surfer and the Israeli surfer Lelior, is that it just seems like they were waiting for the wave to break on top of them before they stood up. With this kind of wind and the little texture that you have on the lip line already, you need to be further out the back than when the wave breaks. You need to be catching it before it breaks, because if you're not, Chris, you're just playing catch-up the whole time. And you could see the first couple of waves that both the German surfer and the Israeli surfer had caught, they were always out of position, and their timing was off for their turns. I do want to say, though, that one turn of Lelior on the outside, one of the best I've seen all day long, and with 10 minutes to go, probably going to be the best wave of the heat, too.
Yeah, it was one of those kind of attention-grabbing turns.
Yeah.
You know, the judges, obviously, they have their work cut out for them all week long. But if you can start your wave like this, bam, they're gonna keep their eyes closely on you.
Well, and just the timing, too, where she positioned her body and her board on that wave. Great posture going up into the lip line. And this is where it gets tricky right now. Despite the tide not being super low, it's still very dumpy right there. But this angle really shows you how difficult that one turn was on the outside. It completely brings her body around when she goes up into the lip and gets that hook on the backhand. And then made the reform, was looking left. She redirected right, and I think it was just a bit too late on her behalf. when she redirected right, wasn't able to complete that last one.
And here we go, surfer from Denmark. Katinka Sorensen currently in second place, still waiting for a score from Anat. She's got a couple 1.07s.
Her best wave. Small team too, only 2 people on the team, both her and Oliver Hartkop.
Yeah, and Oliver, he was ripping throughout the first 2 days of this contest. Camilla goes up into the lip and goes down. Again, if you check out Camilla Kemp on Instagram, you'll see a lot of big waves surfed. She gets all over the world. She's been a competitor on the QS and here in the ISA for a long time. A lot of success, a lot of trophies on her trophy wall, that's for sure.
You know, she competes for Germany but resides in Portugal, and if you know, as we see Leilani McGonigal on screen, smiling as always, Portugal has a real good competitive scene there, and they have a real good competitive series. Teresa Bonvolo decides to do that series quite often, yearly, because not only is it financially good for her, but they also get a lot of exposure through the mainstream media too. So not only are you getting a lot of attention grabbing from, you know, the soccer scene and whatnot, I think Teresa was actually sponsored by Sporting Club, which is where Cristiano Ronaldo kind of began his career as a junior. So, you know, you get those eyes on you, and it means that there's a lot of money coming eventually towards surfing in Portugal.
That's good company. 7:44 on the clock. Anat jumps into the lead on the strength of a 6.33. There you see Team Ukraine, Anastasia Temerbek coming up next. Big smile. She's excited to compete, and we're excited to see it. Team Ukraine definitely got one of the warmest welcomes as they showed up. Standing ovation at the Sands of the World ceremony. Well deserved.
Seems like Kemp is just going for too big of a turn on the outside every single time, Chris. There's been 2 waves in a row where she's kind of missed some opportunities for real good scores, and I don't think those sections are what she's kind of expecting them to be. They're coming down on her just a bit too early, and unfortunately for Camilla, those are 2 waves in a row where she's just really undersurfed that kind of wave. She's trying to do too much for how the section is, and unfortunately for her, if she's not careful, Sorensen could obviously get a score, but Lelior is just going to distance herself more and more from the lead too. So 6 minutes 30 to go. You'd be thinking that the German surfer would want to be a little bit more patient and just take her time in these last 6 minutes. There's the German team, Dylan Groen, Leon Glatzer, the Olympian. Always a lot of support from their NOC federation too.
Germany, one of the most dominant at the Olympics, summer and winter. I mean, they got every sport covered. There's incredible athletes coming out of Germany, and I love to see that surfing is continuing that tradition. Great skate scene over there as well. Seen a bunch of new videos popping up celebrating skateboarding in Germany. 5:45 on the clock now as Camilla Kemp has dropped into second place.
And Lelior right now, still with the lead, has the 6.33, the highest wave of the heat. Only has a 1.4 as her backup. And seems like Sorensen with priority number 1 might be interested in taking this. I do want to bring up that as we're seeing Lelior up and riding here, Chris.
Wow, going for it, make it. Oh, that was about 99% completed. I love that approach. I love the, you know, just go for it attitude that Anat's showing us right now. She's had a couple of waves like that where the section was just radical coming right at her, and she just went right back at it. So close to making that turn. That would have been a huge score all on its own, let alone if she made it to the beach and got the big finish.
She attacked it the way it should have been attacked, that's for sure, as we see Team Ukraine on screen. Great representatives of the sport, and obviously enjoying the weather here in Southern California too. They probably don't get this kind of weather as much back home, Chris, but I was about to say that Lelior has not only impressed me over the past few years, but I think her going into the Olympics after having qualified 2 years ahead of time and then not knowing what was going to happen with everything, not only did she have to show perseverance and patience, but I think it's a good kind of lesson for everybody else on the outside looking in that there's just so many variables within our sport that are unprecedented, and I think there's more that will eventually come too. And unfortunately, that's just a part of life. You know, you got to look forward to those good moments, but you also got to expect the unexpected. And I think for Lior, not only was she caught off guard, she also responded well. You know, she did well in the Olympics, maybe didn't get the result that she wanted, but she still surfed much better than a lot of other people too.
Katinka now, nice looking wave, drops straight into the pocket, jumps off her board. She got a good vision right there of a barreling curl looking at the pier. That's a classic Huntington Beach style wave. She did have to straighten out, and she didn't want to risk wasting too much time trying to make that connection, so she jumped off her board to get right back out into the mix. Anat still in the lead. 6.33, still hunting that back up, trying to better a 1.7. Camilla Kemp now. Big turn there to start this wave. Digs rail a little bit and just falls back. Kind of the power just dissipated quickly underneath her feet.
Hopefully that's not fatigue either, because she's going to be surfing one more time later today too. Is it me, or not only the waves getting more consistent, but it also seems like that wind's backing off just a little bit too.
Ooh, I like that.
Glassy afternoon.
Yes, please. 2:43 on the clock. Anat still looking for a backup. She is in the lead, but she could further distance herself from her competitors. Did she paddle for that wave? Will there be a priority switch? Leave that up to the experts upstairs. And yeah, she had a. So maybe you could explain, you know, to the layman, you're looking at that, well, I didn't see anything. She didn't appear to paddle for the wave, but she did make an effort, correct?
Yeah, and she angled herself too, which it could be seen as a block as well. You're keeping somebody else off of the wave, and you're not letting them catch the wave. But I think the intention of wanting to catch the wave was definitely there. So good call by our priority judges. We did see a lot of interferences yesterday, which is quite uncommon, despite the talent level that we have here at the ISA. Most of them being priority interferences too, which is the worst one you can get. It means it's your second best score is taken away completely. And that is a situation where I feel a lot of people still haven't fully understood the rule set. And obviously, these rules change year by year too, Chris. They're getting adapted, they're evolving, and much like both you and I that didn't really compete as much with priority until our later years, it's something difficult, you know, and if you don't have enough experience actually using it and competing with it, the harder it gets, and the older you start using it, the more difficult it is too. And I've felt that over the years, not only have they done a great job in explaining the kind of rules, but they've also had the rule books available online for everybody as well. So go to either isasurf.org or worldsurfleague.com, and you can see all the rules that we have, not only for the Olympics, but also in professional surfing too.
We're inside of a minute here. This is heat 14 of round 1. And Anat Lior, she's on a roller coaster of a wave. Does get a turn there. Nice correction there. Straight back into the power source. And I feel confident that Anat will make this inside section. She does. Big fins free snap. Air drops into oblivion. She disappears, but I like what she did out the back. It's pretty cool to see a surfer kind of correct an unforced error midway through, as she did right there. She buries her rail and then was able to stand right back up as the whitewater came at her.
Didn't seem too stoked with that kind of performance on that wave, though, and that's the kind of attitude that you want to have going into the next heat, knowing that you're going to surf later again today. Correct those mistakes that you made in the first one.
Anat's fiery. You know, she is the first one to say that she wants to win. And Camilla Kemp, well, she advances through in second place. Katinka Sorensen, representing Team Denmark, will go into the Repercharge round. But Germany on screen right there, full team supporting from the beach. They've got a lot to celebrate with the performance of Kemp. Well, with another great heat in the books, we're going to keep rolling through. This is the ISA World Surfing Games, and we'll be right back.
baby.
We are back. This is the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games live from Huntington Beach, California. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Some texture in the lineup, but plenty of waves coming through. Saw some big numbers in that last heat. It was Anat Lelior from Team Israel getting the win. And now we move on into a star-studded heat. I'm thinking we're going to see some big performances here, potentially a couple airs by one of the best female aerialists to ever do it. Erin Brooks is in the lineup. She'll be going up against Leilani McGonigal, Anastasia Herrenbeck, and Cheng Yun. So another international heat. There you see Leilani from Costa Rica, Brooks, Canada, Anastasia from Ukraine, and Cheng Yun from Chinese Taipei. Doesn't get much more international than this heat, Mitch.
No, Young is 39 years of age, too.
Sweet.
So
prime time.
She's making things happen, Chris, and it's good to see that youth is still alive. Leilani coming off of a quarterfinal finish at the Supergirl Pro in Oceanside, so helping herself out in the North American QS rankings. Good turn on the outside on the back end, and we know her strength is definitely her forehand growing up in Pavones in the southern part of Costa Rica. Brother Noé probably watching online as well, former ISA gold medalist himself. And Leilani has a lot of experience competing here at HB. And here's the youngster you were talking about, Erin Brooks from Canada. Gold medalist at the ISA World Juniors earlier this year in El Salvador. And for good reason, has a lot of speed, only 15 years of age. And if you've seen her social media lately, those kind of airs that she's posting, just ridiculous. Good finish right there on the backhand, too, and rode out of it. So
She is so fast. And, you know, you always think of Erin Brooks in the air, but you can't disregard her fundamentals either. I mean, she has power, she has incredible turns, and she is underrated for how good she is in the tube. Well, I shouldn't say she's underrated because she made the finals at a tube riding event in Bali.
Yeah. Was that at Ulu's?
Padang, I believe.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, that was the Rope Curl Cup. You're right.
Yeah, she was the only female in that event, and she made it all the way through to the finals. Got some incredible tubes. Her resume is filling up with accolades. She's your 2021 Rip Curl
Grom Surf
National Grom Surf champion. She surfs, she skates. She's all about it, and she is fully focused on progression. Not just for herself, but for the entirety of surfing. I mean, she is already doing things that we've never seen from a female athlete. And she's just getting better and better. Nice, steep, late drop for Yun. So it's not going to be a big score, but that right there, a lot of heart on display with that wave. 15 minutes on the clock. And as our surfers make their way back in the lineup, let's go to Jess Grimwood on the glass.
On that last heat, in the dying seconds, literally on the buzzer, how did it feel to come into that?
Yeah, that was a stressful heat. I think always the first one is always the one you want to get out of the way, and I was so nervous. I had, I did so many mistakes, and I had a hard heat for the first round, and I was a really good surfer, and I know her from all the European QSs, so yeah, it was a good heat. I'm happy to get that last one and get the win.
It was a very good heat to watch, very exciting. And you have so many years experience in the jersey and in the water. What is it like coming here? You know, you've been doing comps for 10 years and you've got something now like the Olympics on the cards.
Yeah, it's super exciting. The German team has been supporting us along the way. Last year we had Leon Glatzer on the Olympic team, so this year hopefully get a couple more and get Germany as far on the surfing map as possible.
And you guys have a really great team as well. You're working with a few different coaches. Tell us a little bit about how that's come to be at the Games.
Yeah, we got a super good structure. The Wellenreitverband German team has been supporting us for years now, and they really know what we need to be at the highest level. And we got Martin here, which is doing the cool warm-ups with the balls and getting us ready. And we got Didier Pité, super experienced coach, and even surfed on the WCT. So it's a really good team. We're all prepared. Everybody's surfing great, and we're excited.
Well, congratulations. You can tell it's serious business now, straight into the ladies division, and good luck going into the next round.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Camilla Camp in the last seconds of that heat just gets the slightest edge, ending up in first place with Anat Lalior in second. Both surfers will move on through here in the main round. Katinka Sorensen will go to the Repercharge round. We just saw a big drop for your surfer from Taipei. Leilani McGonigal already putting together some scores, a 4.67, a 3.23. She's in the lead. Highest single wave score so far, 5.67 from Aaron Brooks. So Anastasia Temerbek representing Ukraine. She comes from Mariupol. And it is on a body of water called the Azov Sea. And I love that she states in her bio that look, she wants to be the catalyst to help Ukrainian surfers. She wants to teach Ukrainians how to surf and explore the ocean. And, I think it's something we all could do a little bit more of, and especially from countries that maybe don't have a big surf culture. One person can make a huge difference, and I think Anastasia is on a great path to being that person that, helps usher more Ukrainian surfers into the lineup.
Yeah, still in her early 30s, and she has all the time in the world too. And where it really starts, Chris, is having a good structure, like Camila was saying, for Germany too. It starts with the foundation of having not only a support crew, but a team around you that can find those resources and eventually bring those teams to an ISA World Surfing Games event and then eventually the Olympics, just like Canada. I've spoken to Dom Domick from Surf Canada quite a bit lately in terms of not only their development as a whole, but he actually invited me to go over to their nationals, I think in March or April next year, and I told him, yeah, why not? I think whenever you can give a helping hand to those kind of nations that eventually don't have the kind of resources that we have at our disposal every single weekend, the events that I've worked and surfed in the past, if I can do those kind of things for them eventually that will pay off, it's something that I feel really good about. And if you can do those kind of little subtle things that maybe don't seem like something huge, they eventually become into really big things, Chris.
I love it. I love that sentiment. And I think there's, like you said, small things you can do to help. When you're in the lineup, somebody new paddles out. Nothing wrong with saying hello. What's up? Have fun. It can go a long way to a surfer that may not feel super comfortable paddling into a new lineup. And if Aaron Brooks paddles out to your lineup, get ready for a show. Quick snap there to start. And she goes weightless but can't quite make that inside connection. You saw that wave kind of double up on itself. And it kind of worked its way out from underneath her. But Aaron Brooks, right now with that 5.67, she's off to a great start. She's going to have a front row seat to the Leilani McGonigal show. 2 nice turns on her forehand. She'll try to get back to the power source. So is it the tide level right now that's making it a little bit more difficult? Because earlier this morning, every surfer was making it to the sand, but right now it's about 50-50.
Yeah, so the tide doesn't really change that much. So it's not the tide, it's where they're catching these waves. They're more in the middle part, not as close to the pier as a lot of the surfers were before. And due to these south swells in the summertime, the sand usually just stays next to the pier. So if you're not catching it close by or going into the pier with full speed, you most likely won't be able to make the reform. That being said, I have been proven wrong before, and I'd like to be proven wrong again. 9:20 to go. Here's Yoon on another big drop, Chris.
She's charging.
Yeah, and just a little note. I don't know if a lot of people know this about Leilani McGonigal, but she has a pretty severe case of scoliosis. Almost every night she has to wear a back brace to go to sleep, Chris. And, you know, she does a lot of yoga to improve her posture and whatnot, but that's something that she's going to have to live with for the entirety of her life. And I know her mom, Jamie, dad, Sean, have put a lot of effort into wanting to help her out with that, but she's acknowledged that that's something that is just part of her now.
She can look up to Steve Caballero, legendary skateboarder, dealt with the same thing. And, I mean, he's still doing frontside inverts on vert ramps.
And Leilani's an Olympian, too, you know.
That's right.
She's succeeded a lot in the sport of surfing, as we're seeing Erin. It's a great turn on the outside. Wasn't able to get the reform. And see how so far away she was from that white water. Not even close to the pier, so most likely not going to make it. And then Leilani with the response. Good turn right there in the pocket and a decent combo with the second one, too. She finishes off that ride right there. A lot of competitive experience here for Leilani. And Erin on the bounce back out the back. This was a solid turn on the outside, and the amount of speed she's able to garner on these smaller sections, just incredible. It's absurd almost to a point, you know, like how she's able to drive off of the bottom, and her technique is so precise, too.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen anything like it in women's surfing for ever. She's still just progressing with every day.
That's a scary thing.
Yeah.
That's
and,
scary.
and you know that she's inspiring other young girls out there that see that, and you know, just her approach to surfing is unique and very exciting. 7:25 on the clock. Another big heat coming up. They're all big heats. I mean, look at the names we have coming up next. Paulina Do, Tiara Vanderhulst, and Isabella Gomez, Colombia, Netherlands, France. Coming up next, another wild wipeout for Yun, presenting Chinese Taipei.
She's going for it.
Yeah, I like that. Charging. It's pumping. I mean, it's well overhead on some of these sets. Erin Brooks finds a gem on her backhand. Big snap right in the perfect spot.
Oh.
Attacking the second session there, matching power for power. And here she's just kind of relaxes, trying to get through to this inside section. She's got it easy, building speed, looking for the ramp. Finishes beyond vertical and goes down. That was going to be a 9-point ride had she made that last maneuver. And she's still going to get a lot of points for what she did out the back. But wow, electrifying surfing from young Erin Brooks. Team Canada is stoked. I think they're all looking at each other going, wow, thankfully, we've got Erin Brooks on our team. We are feeling good.
Take note, ladies and gentlemen. Take note of what you're seeing, because that is the future of our sport right there. And not only was she quick, was she precise, but this is surfing beyond her years, too. As we're seeing Leilani, decent turn on the left, got a little hung up when she was coming out of it, redirected towards the whitewater. These are some tricky waves that she's catching just off of the pier bowl. So if you don't have the right amount of speed, you're not going to be able to make the reform. Here's another angle. Goes straight up and vertical, but coming out of it, got a little hung up. Still, though, decent surfing right there by young Leilani. Only in her early 20s, so still has a lot left on offer. And then this wave right here from Brooks, as good as it gets, Chris. Beautiful first turn under the lip, and then straight up and over the whitewater on the second one. And this is where things got interesting. She was probably looking left right here, but knowing that she was so far off on the right, she had to stick with it. And then her timing here was great. It just seems like when she pushed those fins out the back, they just caught a bit too much of an edge. But this first one right here under the lip, and I love how it sets up the second one too, straight up and over the whitewater. Man, but boy, if she stays healthy, and I would say, you know, she's still in her growing phase, she's going to be a dangerous threat in the future. Not that she isn't right now, but just wait. Just wait, because we barely seen the tip of the iceberg right here.
I'm sure most people watching are following Aaron Brooks on Instagram already, but if not, do it. Follow all of them. You know, there's something to be said about, you know, that support that you can give to anybody now via social media. And, you know, I would, when you say send a DM, kind of it sounds a little, I don't know, weird, but there's nothing wrong with sending a DM of support. Like, go for it. I hope you win. Good luck. You know, I send a ton of them out to, you know, I watch a good skate video. I go, that was amazing. And you would be surprised on the reaction you get when you just send a compliment out there. It's very easy to be negative on social media.
All the time.
But I'll tell you, being positive, everybody wins.
And it takes no effort either.
3:50 on the clock. This is Yoon's best wave. Nice turn there. Beautiful down car for your surfer from Chinese Taipei. That was a solid wave. She's going to be right back in the hunt now. Aaron Brooks did get another good score. And she surfs so fast and her waves go by so quick. It's hard to keep up sometimes. She's now in the top spot. Leilani McGonigal drops to second with a pair of mid-fours.
And then Brooks could better her 5.67 with her last score, too.
Look at how fun this wave looks. A beautiful forehand turn for Leilani McGonigal.
That's more like it.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're used to seeing from her. She's so consistent. You know, she surfs with a lot of heart right there. That wave is not going to go through, but I love her style. You know, kind of knock-kneed there, just nice and smooth. Her arms kind of pinned at the elbows.
Kind of like Rob almost.
Yeah, it's just really, it's a beautiful style of surfing.
Well, she grew up at one of the best waves in the world, Pavones, in the southern part of Costa Rica, almost on the border with Panama, and older brother Noe, a great surfer too. Both of her parents internationals, so it's something really beautiful when you're able to see somebody represent their culture so well, and knowing that their parents weren't originally from there. You ask her where she's from, she's always going to say Costa Rica. Where does she represent? Costa Rica, and it's something that both her and her brother have always done well, and I think she's been one of the best exponents and representatives of Latin American surfing since its inception. As we're seeing here, the replay, great first turn right there, sending a lot of spray, and I love this carve. It's the patented Leilani carve right there, engaging both rails extremely well. Couldn't make the reform, but should be her best wave, Chris, and going to solidify her second spot, and she'll be moving through into round two. And look in the replay right there from the different angle. Good amount of spray. And then you can see right there how she really engages those rails on the bottom turn for the second carve. Beautiful surfing right there from young Leilani.
A lot of grace in her approach. And I think that's, you know, that helps add to the flow element of that speed, power, flow equation.
She's a scholar too, just got her bachelor's degree in communications. So congratulations to her. Olympian, educated, world champion. What else does Leilani McGonigal need in her life? An Olympic gold medal, maybe that, but one step.
Could be coming. You know, Team Costa Rica always fields a great team. If they got a win here, well, they would have a guaranteed spot. And if I'm, you know, a Costa Rican representative trying to pick a female to compete in the Olympics, you would have to say that Leilani is the number one pick for the female squad in Costa Rica. Of course, that can be proven wrong by the end of this event. Anything's possible. That's a good look right there at what these surfers are dealing with just in terms of the water moving around from the beach. You're looking out and you think, wow, it looks really fun out there, nice and peaky, good solid lefts coming through. Or it's going to take some work to get yourself in position. And Leilani did have priority over Aaron Brooks, so she was able to hold her off. It's not going to be a great wave, but with 22 seconds left, she might have just done herself a favor there, even though she still is in second place.
Big sister moment right there, though. Be like, hey, remember, I taught you some stuff, so you got to respect me out here in the lineup, too.
Yeah, easy Gromit. You may have got me this time. There's a lot of surfing yet to come. That's going to be it. The Canadian phenom, Aaron Brooks, gets the big victory, and 8.33 is her high mark. Those Canadian flags are flying high. for young Aaron Brooks. Leilani McGonigal moves through as well for Team Costa Rica. We do lose Jan and Tenebrecht to the Repercharge heats, but they'll have more opportunities to stay involved here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Shannon and Barton. Stay tuned.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
And we're back for the final heat of women's round 1 with a solid looking set rolling through south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Barton, have a look at that.
What do we say? Corduroy to the horizon. That's one of those signs that as a surfer just gets you so excited when you see the ocean lining up and the swells coming. And look at the size of the waves.
Tiara looking for that open face. Just closes out in front of her. That was a frothy one as well. Had a lot of texture from the wave before. She sticks with it for a little while there. Tiara van der Hulst from the Netherlands, now up and riding. Pauline Adu from France. Great backhand snap to start things off. She knows this wave well here in Huntington Beach. She's competed here hundreds of times in her life. And she's got a great career to speak for some of the results she's had right here before. So it's great to see her in the water representing France once again. And Isabella Gomez, known as Izzy Gomez, representing Colombia. And we've seen her charging some pretty solid surf in the last little while. Izzy Gomez is someone to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, and Pauline Adu is one of those seasoned campaigners who has been around a long time. But like we saw in that first turn, there's a reason. She's a great competitor, super experienced, and has this base of performance that has just kept her at the top of her game for a very, very long time. Much respect for Pauline and what she's achieved.
She's had some incredible results, years of championship tour experience.
Yep.
And another young woman who we're just waiting to see winning medals, winning more medals than the junior medal that she already won earlier this year is Miss Erin Brooks. Let's catch up with her now and Jess Grimwood.
Hi, thank you very much, Shannon. I do have Erin Brooks with me for Team Canada. Congratulations, Erin. It must be so tricky when you can't hear the position, but you did such a good job.
Yeah, the wind's kind of blowing onshore, so it was kind of hard to hear. But I'm glad that was my first heat, and I love that there was some bigger waves in the set.
And you've got such a strong support with you behind in Team Canada. How's it been joining the team and getting relaxed with everybody and feeling the vibe?
Everyone from Team Canada is so nice and so supportive. We all go down to watch each other's heats, and it's just a great environment.
Great. And you did get an 8.33 in your heat. That's an incredible score opening up for your first day of competition. Is it going to be playing on your mind going into the next round? Are you going to be trying to better that score, or are you just happy to be cruising on through?
Every heat is different. Every heat has different waves, different people. So I'm just going to try my best and have fun.
You're a very wise young woman, so congratulations for that heat win. Did you want to take a shout out and a moment for your family and friends back home and for Canada?
Thank you for everyone who's watching, all my family, friends, sponsors, and everyone from Canada. You.
There you go, Erin Brooks. She's a superstar of now and the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great to hear from Erin and to see her finding some excellent scores here in Huntington today.
And on that excellent score, she actually fell on the inside re-entry. So that, with a completion there, that could have gone to 9 points. And there were the two outside, but it wasn't so much the quantity, it was the quality of those turns. And she's not a big lady or a big girl, and you saw how powerful her surfing is. She uses the rail so well. I know she spent a lot of time in Indonesia through the summer and got incredibly barreled at Kandui and some of those amazing waves. So she's an absolute superstar of the future. And she's done well in my Blast-Off video challenges. There's won divisions in that, and we've got a trip to the Maldives together that she won in that we are waiting for times to change to be able to take and go together. So looking forward to being able to contribute to her and her development, because she is a superstar of the future.
Absolute superstar.
Whack.
Great turn from Paulina Du. Scores in a 6.33.
And rightly so. That outside turn, it was just the one turn, but it was that whip in the tail and how powerful the turn was that got her those points. Big points for one turn, and rightly so.
And taking a look at this last of our surfer in white, just a 1 point ride on the scoreboard for Tiara from the Netherlands. A backup score now dropping through for Pauline. And we'll track with live action. Just a quick kick in and out for her. Waiting for Izzy Gomez to get her opener in yellow. And it's been just a great day of surfing to see all the teams down there, to see, you know, everyone kind of building in that camaraderie with their flags, with their own teams, but then to be able to see those surfers coming out of the water, kind of doing the walk up the pathway past where the beach marshals are into that athlete zone, and just seeing all those friendships reconnecting. I think it's been one of my favorite things walking out during our breaks and just being able to get to see those friends who maybe haven't seen each other since the last time the World Surfing Games ran in 2021, or maybe even before the pandemic happened. For some of this crew that were maybe more used to seeing each other every 6 months or even more often, some of them haven't seen each other for a few years.
And
so
I suppose it speaks to that global community and the fact that in surfing, as a surfer, the boundaries of nations don't matter. They don't influence. And while we're here competing as countries and as teams, and there's that foundation to the event, we all recognise that as a community, as surfers, we're a global community, and the languages you speak, the religions you follow, whatever the beliefs you are, all of that stuff is yours. But as a surfer, we are one, and we're a global family. And you know what? For me personally, to be a part of that family and to have lived that culture my whole life is the greatest gift of all.
it's one of the best things ever.
It's so good.
And it's amazing to see, you know, with the ISA motto of a better world through surfing, to be able to see that translating and to be able to see the actual fruits of that right here on the sand in Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
There we can see Rachel Aguero from Costa Rica getting ready to paddle out in her next heat with her team supporting her. But it's an amazing representation, a very black and white, where we get to experience it because we both surf and we spend so much of our lives just wanting to be close to the ocean.
Yeah.
But I think for an audience, some of the audience maybe from these nations are landlocked and that don't get to see a big surf culture. We're in California right now. You spend time in Australia or Hawaii. I spend time in Australia.
Yeah.
All these really surf culture-y nations. To be able to see that kind of that feeling of family, that feeling of that global community that you're speaking of come together here at the ISA World Surfing Games, I'm sure is kind of unique for some of the viewers that are tuning in.
Yeah, yeah, and the fact that, you know, we've got surfing nations that don't have oceans. And you know, the future of wave pools is amazing for all of us. You can never have too many perfect waves. But, you know, it really is the surfing and the riding of waves is that personal joy. And then the fact that you are a part of this global community. You know, there's a lot of great things about surfing historically, culturally, that can change the world and can be a great influence. And that's something we can, you know, we all try to send that message. And at the top of it is Stoke. that idea of just being stoked and being able to share your stoke with others and put that stoke through the world and make it a better place because we're frothing.
We are absolutely frothing. Taking a look there, a surfer in the white jersey, Noah Clapp from Germany. She's coming up. She's got a teammate from Germany, Rachel Presti, in the same heat as her. We actually got that in back-to-back heats for our openers of women's round 2. Heats 9 and 10, which we'll be calling the action through once this heat finishes. And we've got 2 Israeli competitors, Noah Lelior and Hila Cohen, coming up in that second heat that we'll call. And that's an interesting aspect as well, because here for ISAs, you know, there's the individual aspect, but the teams aspect. And so to get 2 surfers from the same place drawing each other early in the rounds is kind of surprising.
And it's, as when you're in a team, you look at the draw and you go, oh, no, because they're both in there together, you know, and one may take the other out, and this has happened before. So it's, yeah, it can be, it makes it tough, but then there's also that opportunity for you and your teammate to go, how are we going to manage this heat?
Yes.
Where should we sit so that it advantages both of us and we can manage our 2 opponents and both of us get through and work together to make, you know, have our country qualify both its surfers through to that next round.
Be interesting to see how those next 2 heats unfold. Currently in the water, we're just under the 10-minute mark. Pauline Adu, Olympian, former championship tour competitor, and 2017 ISA gold medalist from the ISA World Surfing Games. She's currently sitting in the lead with a 6.33 as her high score, just to throw away behind it. Little line rolling through here, and it's our surfer in white, Tiara from the Netherlands, who has priority. She's going to let this one go.
Real peaky wave, that one, wasn't it? It was like short in the wall, and you know, a lot of the waves we've seen is there we see the orange colour of the Netherlands. A lot of the walls we've seen have been stretched out, and kind of consequently the wave will close out and not give you much time to perform your manoeuvres. But that particular peak, and maybe it's the wind blowing into the south swell and peaking things up a little bit and creating that opportunity to find some good shoulders to do your turns on.
Our surfer Tiara, 16 years old. She was born in the Netherlands and lived there for about half of her life. She now lives on a small Dutch Caribbean island of Curaçao, where she's privileged to be able to enjoy the ocean most days. As we can see, Team France.
Have they taken over the lifeguard tower? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. Great vantage point. Gets you up a little bit higher.
Perfect vantage point.
A little bit of shade. Opportunity to sit down as well, not standing in the sand. Pauline. Oof. That wave just flattened out so much.
It looked like a great wave, didn't it? It had that nice taper in the wall, and it was like, oh, this is a good one. And then once that first turn was missed, and then the wall and the shoulders flattened out, she decided to cut out of that one. But I feel like there could have been some points in that one. Definitely better than that 0.77 that she was riding. And even with the in and out, it still improved to the 1.30.
Team Germany prepping their 2 surfers, Noah and Rachel, paddling out in the next heat. And we've hit a little bit of a lull in the action.
Sea breeze is definitely up. We can see that on the texture of the ocean.
Now I'm also wondering if Izzy Gomez has paddled out, because we can only see 2 surfers. We haven't actually seen a surfer in yellow the entire time. She's not in the priority rotation. So we may not actually have her in the draw today.
Because without riding a wave, she would have been the yellow in the first priority at this point in time.
That's right, and that'll be yellow from our next heat, paddling out in the next heat, not in this current one. As you can see, the women getting ready. So we may not have Izzy Gomez representing Colombia from Florida, lives in San Clemente, in the water right now, which means we'll have 2 surfers advancing through. And actually, this could be a bit of a draw unless we see something change towards the back few minutes.
Well, that would be, you know, if you're Tiara and Pauline, you would be looking over your shoulder going, where is she? When is she coming out? And there is talk, the great Australian surfer Michael Peterson used to deliberately paddle out late strategically, and apparently it would just, because he was like the cutting edge of what people, it was like having Kelly Slater or whatever in your heat. And when you couldn't see him and you didn't know where he was, people would be kind of, they might drop their guard or and then he'd appear out of nowhere in the lineup and shock people. Maybe she's using a strategy like that.
Tiara with a great looking left in front of her, up to her feet quick. She's going to make it around the section, wipes her eyes as she drops through the whitewater. And she's just going to straighten out here, looking for that reform. Maybe onto her backhand. You can see her kind of eyeing off the section and which way she's going to want to go. She'll kick out. Pauline having a look and decides not to go. Just remembering back to the 2019 ISA World Surfing Games. It was the first event for the Olympic cycle to qualify, and it was in Japan. And Italo Ferreira arrived late to his heat. He had issues flying over. I think he had a visa problem. And by the time that he got on his flight, he actually landed in Japan from the US to Japan, got in the car, drove down there. They thought that he was going to miss his heat completely. First heat might have even been the Repercharge. Like he'd maybe missed the first heat, and he was then automatically into the Repercharge. He got down to the beach with enough time to paddle into his heat, but he didn't even have enough time to change into his board shorts. He ran out wearing the jean shorts that he'd flown in, sprinted out of the water. He had like less than 10 minutes on the clock, ended up winning that heat, and then won the event. And secured himself as a gold medalist.
If that's not a psych out, I don't know what is. Hey, you're out in the water for 10 minutes thinking, great, he's not showing up, and then he paddles out in his jean shorts, goes to the air like no one. That was through that event into the Olympics. The surfing that we saw from Italo set a benchmark.
It was incredible, and then to see him win his world title within that kind of span of that 12 months or so as well. Just such an incredible story. I don't think we're going to be seeing Izzy Gomez running up the beach in the next 4 minutes, though. So we see Team Ukraine walking down, and it's been great to have them around the contest site this week, just enjoying their time on the beach, getting to kind of take a breath and, have their hearts and their thoughts and prayers with their loved ones back home in Ukraine, but to be able to just be here on the beach, I think, and enjoy the sunshine. So we saw a big set.
Yeah. An advancement through this heat. Yeah, Pauline on a beautiful left.
Great looking corner to start off with. Goes for that second snap. And she'll look for that reform. She's going to kick out before putting too much effort into it. This is a good opportunity for her and for Tiara to just get a feeling for the lineup. They've got a long week of surfing ahead of them.
Absolutely. And the 633, that one turn was a really nice turn. There were two turns on that one. It's going to be an interesting situation to see which wave the judges consider better than the other. Obviously, the quantity and the quality was on that ride just then. There was nothing wrong with either of those turns. They were beautifully timed, positioned with the wave perfectly. So that's going to be an interesting exchange, but it's definitely going to be a second score and consolidate her lead. Here's Tiara.
Tiara on her forehand. Makes it around that first section. Great use of the rail for that first turn. Pumping through to the inside, and she'll kick out. She gets that single score. It'll be her best of the heat so far. As we wait for those scores to drop in. Pauline still sitting just with that 6.33 as her high score. A 1.30 as the backup, and now another score to drop in from that two-turn combination. And our young 16-year-old Tiara, she is keen on gymnastics, skateboarding, diving, fishing, and art, so she's got a whole lot going on besides just surfing. Pauline Ado, straight into the lip on her way back out, finds that second maneuver. Now some great rail work here to cut through, to find a little bit of speed through to the inside.
Wow.
Staying low and composed, and puts the stamp on the finish.
I really like what I'm seeing from Pauline. I feel like in certain ways it's equal or possibly like career best form that she seems to be in. There's no pressure in this heat because there's only the two of them, and she's got that great start. But the way that board's responding underneath her feet, the waves, everything about it, this performance so far is very classy.
Looks like she's riding a 5.7 Mayhem. So maybe it's equipment she's been using for a while. Maybe it's something different. Those little changes later in a surfer's career can make such a positive impact.
They sure can. And it freshens everything up. A new board is like, yeah, it's a wonderful thing to be on a fresh new board. But then when you've got those magic ones, as we call them, Tiara up and riding again here. Oh, it's the replay of that wave. Cutting out, only 16 years of age. Great potential.
Great potential.
See the squirt that board had, and this here? Look at the way that board's moving through those flats. really looks like she's got her equipment tuned perfectly to these waves here at Huntington Beach.
Down to 55 seconds on the clock. Still waiting for the exchange, the scores from that last exchange to roll in. As we see a big takeoff from Tiara. Now driving through underneath the lip on her first turn. Renegotiates that section. Starting to angle off on the left. She's got a little bit of speed coming through into this end section, and she gets taken out under the heels. Down to 27 seconds.
Great warm-up, so to speak, isn't it? Great to have, especially for Tiara. For Pauline, you know, she looks in form, and regardless of who was in this heat, you imagine that she was the level she's put on would be an advancing level of performance. But for Tiara, it feels like a great opportunity to go out there and have had a heat and really get comfortable. 16. I wasn't doing this, I wasn't exposed to this level of competition at that age, so it's going to be great for her future too.
Yeah, great for the future of surfing for our team from Netherlands to have a young competitor like that. They also have Ava Hoffman and Dominga Valdez as part of their women's crew. And we're still waiting for those scores from the last exchange, but we can tell you that Pauline has taken the win and that Tiara is through. Isabella Gomez, a no-show for this heat, did not check in with the beach marshals. I did receive that information. And so we'll see these two advancing through into round 2, avoiding the Repercharge. And after this heat, we will be kicking off straight away with with the round 2, women's round 2. Coming up on the broadcast here for the North Podium, we're going to kick off with heat number 9. We'll be running 9 through 16 right out here in front. So stay tuned for more action.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
And we're back with a big victory from Pauline Ado, advancing through. Now, scores came through from her last 2 waves that we were waiting for as we threw that commercial break. A 7 came through as her high score for that 2-turn combo, and a 5.9, which didn't jump into her top 2 waves, but a great run of 3 good waves by the finish of that heat, and she'll be feeling strong heading into this next round.
Yeah, and the backhand was looking strong, wasn't it? So the 2 turns slightly outscored the single turn. Interesting.
Took her a little while to find that rhythm as well. She dropped that 6-point ride early on, and then took probably a good 10 minutes of not really finding anything substantial, maybe even more than that. But then kind of turned it around at the finish there to just get herself a couple more good waves. Rachel Presti, Noah Clapp, Rachel Aguero and Dominga Valdez, Germany, Costa Rica, and the Netherlands in the water. So that's what we were talking about in that heat before. 2 surfers from the same nation. Will their approach be to kind of focus on themselves? Will they start banding together at some stage in this heat to try and help each other advance, knowing that, you know, those points, every advancement matters? As we see Dominga with a big takeoff, and she'll kick out underneath the section for opener of Netherlands. Rachel Presti on the paddle out. Might have a score coming through because she was there on the inside. We do have scores to come through from Rachel Aguero as well. And our surfer in white, Noah Clapp, now sitting out the back with priority.
Good sets coming through right now too.
Yeah, that wind has picked up so strong. I noticed it when we were walking around in between those last heats. The face, I mean, we can see it now. The texture on the face of the waves is like kind of those little steps on it now. As we take a look at what we got up to during the break with Rachel Aguero.
Got the drop in, managing this white water inside. Get it. Look at the energy. Give it to me. I want to make this connection. And it is all important at certain points in time.
And
nice cutback.
Great cutback from Rachel Presti.
From Germany coming through. Nice, nice turns there. Using that mid-flat section really well. All a bit late. Yeah, she was a little bit late to that re-entry. A little bit earlier off the bottom into the lip, and she would have got a completion there. Whoa. Action aplenty.
All right, solid turns from Noah Clapp. Well, we've got scores to come through, but before we get to that, let's catch up with Pauline Ado.
Pauline Ado, congratulations for that last heat win. Conditions look challenging, but you were able to just find really, really solid scores out there.
Yeah, I think it's picked up compared to this weekend. So I guess it's easier to get like bigger turns, and even if it's slow sometimes, still hard to catch the good ones. But yeah, conditions definitely improved. So it was pretty fun out there.
And you won the gold medal for France back in 2017 in Biarritz for the World Games. Does that give you some confidence coming into the events for 2022?
Well, it was a while ago, so I don't know about confidence. But I've always loved the team events. I've had some of my best results in these kind of events, junior and open division. Last year was a great memory, qualifying for the Olympics, obviously. I just love the vibe, and I think it's so cool to be able to come as a group, as a team, and defend your flag. So I think the team gives me confidence and energy, definitely.
Beautiful. And speaking about the team and France, any words for everybody tuning in at home? I'm sure there are some really proud supporters for you.
Ouais, merci à tous pour le soutien. Voilà, les garçons ont commencé ce week-end, ils ont fait un sans faute. Il y a une super ambiance, on est tous motivés. Et voilà, on prend les choses jour après jour. C'est une longue compétition. Et on espère faire un beau résultat à la fin de la semaine.
An incredible ambassador for women's surfing and Team France. Congratulations, Pauline.
Great interview. Love catching up with Pauline, and she's been competing in this format for a long time. And like you said, just surfing as some of the best, the most fluid that we've seen come through from her in a long time.
Yeah, the signs were good early, and you know, having had success in this style of event, competing for her country, and those early signs. You were the French coach, you'd be really excited by that. And some surfers do just keep getting better. I like Kelly Slater, and you know, he's redefined the age concept completely, and Pauline, in her own way, continues to do that.
Down to 14 minutes on the clock, and over the handlebars, Noah Clapp goes down with a big section. She's got a 4.17 on the scoreboard so far. A 3.7 came through for first of red, Rachel Presti. She's got another score to drop in. And just small scores in that 1 point or less range for both Rachel Aguero and Dominga Valdez. Surfer in blue sitting with priority, surfer in yellow sitting with second priority, as we see a little set rolling through.
Yeah, and again, we talk to the importance of this certain priority and putting themselves into this heat. It's only going to take that sort of 4-point ride to put them into a strong position. But again, we've seen it's not that easy to do that. You still need to to complete at least a big turn outside, and you're a chance of that. Get to the shore break and complete a turn there, you're definitely looking at a 5 or plus. So the Germans have come out of the blocks, and perhaps strategically that was an idea. Let's get a lead, and then together with the priority, we may be able to hold them off if we've got that early lead.
That's so true as we take a look at Rachel Presti's backhand.
We know where the score came from right there. Beautiful backhand re-entry. Section stood up in front of her, gave her time to hit the lip, bang, right there. And then there's that flatter shoulder part as it gets deep. The water gets deep by the pier. Unfortunately, didn't get that one all the way in, but the signs were good there too.
Now, both of these surfers, Rachel and Noah for Team Germany, actually reside in the U.S.
Yeah.
Rachel Presti from Melbourne Beach in Florida, and Noah Clapp was born and raised in southern Spain, but at about age 10, her family moved to California, which is where she learned how to surf. She lives in Malibu. And both of these women have had huge success here on the ISA level at Huntington Beach. Back in 2018, Rachel Presti took out the gold medal for the under-18s division right here at Southside. And then the following year in 2019, Noah Clapp took out the gold medal for the under-16s and the bronze medal for the under-18s in the same event.
Isn't that so great experience? And you look at the team, you go, Germany, you're not expecting those results, you're not expecting that experience, and no wonder they've come out so quickly and with such confidence, because they've been in this environment before as juniors. As we see Dominga there, get a late drop and not make it through to the connection. But interesting to see Noah as well say that, the better she gets at it, the more she loves it. Oh,
whoa, so late to the section. Now that set sort of just ate everyone. I mean, it was a big set. It was difficult to be in the right position. Rachel just threw it all up there. Saw one of the other girls go down over the falls. And small scores across the board. But like you said, you can see that sort of that experience coming through from the two Germans right now from having had that experience here at Huntington Beach specifically.
Yeah, and for Noah, she was a competitive rock climber. And she gave that away because of her love for surfing. But it shows that, surfing like rock climbing or rock climbing like surfing is not a competitive sport in its essence. Rock climbing, people go and climb the rocks and enjoy it. People go surfing and go in the ocean and enjoy it. And then there's that next level of competing at it. So she's obviously got a competitive spirit inside. If in rock climbing she'd taken to competing at that as well. So I think she's a fiery little competitor inside of Noah Clapp.
Definitely. And yeah, it really is two sports that you kind of enter because they're more of a hobby, more of a lifestyle to get invested in, something you can do with your friends to have fun. As we see Rachel Aguero with a huge takeoff, and she's going to try and stick with this for that reform. She'll fall out, sitting with a 3.42 requirement on the scoreboard right now. Noah Clapp up and riding, deep takeoff, making it around the section, and she'll kick out knowing that maybe she missed the scoring potential on that first turn.
Yeah, that would be it for sure. And you can see the shoulder of it went flat really quickly, and you can see the determination. There's that competitor in her, kicking her feet while she's paddling. When someone's urgent and determined, you tend to see that happen, and that would be a good sign to me if I was the German coach, because you see the fire in Noah, only 18 years of age.
And we got some fun going on around the site. Alan Cleland Jr. from Team Mexico. Ben Way has every imaginable sort of board equipment that you could have fun on. He's one of our beach announcers doing a lot of sidelines for us. He's just so familiar. Everyone in the ISA world knows who Ben Way is. I think that's one of his new balance boards. And he's got hand planes, surfboards, bodyboards, balance boards, skateboards, everything that he's got down. And it's just the most fun environment because he brings extra for everybody. And he just, has shown up today with his balance boards as well.
Into it.
So into it. As we see Rachel Presti driving into the lip, great opening turn. Now engages that rail. Bit of variety between those first two turns. She'll kick out without putting in that extra effort, through that inside section that was unnecessary. Rachel again goes down on the outside section. I love that Rachel, the Costa Rican, is charging right now. She's taken off on a few big waves. She's actually resides in Playa Hermosa, so she's used to some big beach break conditions back at home. And if she can just get herself, I think, in the right section on the takeoff, we could be looking at some really good surfing.
Yeah, and there's only 8 minutes left. So she, and that's one of the things with competitive surfing and the ego, really. You want to charge. You want to show people what you can do. But competitively, the competitor in you sometimes needs to temper that attack mode and just surf in a controlled fashion, particularly at the start, and get the value out of the waves you're on. And then once you've had those first couple, then you can start to get crazy with it, like we saw Rachel Presti do right there on that first turn. Beautiful, big, vertical backhand re-entry.
Flutter of scores coming through across the board. A 6.17 sets Rachel Presti apart now from the rest of the field, breaking into the highest wave of the heat. And it does put a 5.44 requirement on our second place surfer from Germany to take the lead. And then for those third and fourth place surfers, it's in that 4-point range to get themselves in advancing position.
Yeah, but they need to get going now. It's judged on your best 2 rides. So, when you've already got one, you're only looking for one in 7 minutes. A very different recipe or equation than it is looking for 2 in that short amount of time.
Now, Dominga Valdez, our surfer in blue, representing the Netherlands. She's 30 years old. Her favorite surf break is Mancora in Peru. She's into yoga and tennis on the side of being a 3-time Dutch national champion for surfing. She was born in Ibiza to a Dutch mother and a Chilean father and raised as a global citizen. Over the past few years, she's called Bali, Chile, Peru, Spain, and the Netherlands her home, and picked up surfing while on a sailing trip through South America with her family. As we take a look now at our surfer in white, Noah Clapp, looking to secure her second place position. Great backhand snap and carve back into the foam. She's looking for that inside connection. She's gonna find it. She's got a lot of speed. She could be looking at a decent score now. She finishes off under the foam, and that'll go complete for sure. Chasing just a 5.44 to take the lead away from Rachel Presti.
Yeah, it'd be great to see those outside turns from the straight-on judges angle like this one. Here we go. This is better from Rachel.
This is what we've been waiting for from Aguero from Costa Rica. Gets 2 turns. Finally finding that rhythm. Great rail work as well.
Beautiful rail work.
She got a beautiful style.
Oh, no.
Now kicks out. Smart move, maybe, just to avoid breaking the board or the ankles on the inside. And with only 5 minutes left on the clock, she could easily turn her heat around.
Looking for a 4.34, but there's a score to drop, isn't there?
That score's just dropped in for Noah Clapp. It's a 4.97, so it's not high enough for her to take the lead, but it now increases the requirement into the 5-point range for third and fourth place. So Rachel Aguero now chasing a 5.57. Her last score drops through as a 3.57. So much going on. We've got 5 minutes on the clock, and we've got a little paddle now across from our surfer in red. She's not going to get into that. So let's go down to check in with Jess Grimwood. How's it going?
Hey, Shannon. It's going very well down here. I'm with Team New Zealand and, of course, the Kiwis. And this particular man, I've named him the team spirit leader, Khan Butler. A very good afternoon to you guys.
Yeah, kia ora, kia ora. That's hello in New Zealand, I guess, in Māori. So, yeah, I guess I'm the team spirit guy because the actual super manager is the super mum that's over there. She's trying not to be in the shot, but... yeah, there's heaps of games that we play just to try and keep the mood light and just keep them, they can stay focused, but when it gets too much, they can, get on board and have some fun.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, when we're talking about the ISA games, there is so much that goes on behind the scenes with these teams. And one particular game that I heard about with the Kiwis, Khan was telling me about it yesterday, is a particular lemon game. So I'll let him explain how it works.
Oh, we kind of came up with it at the last minute. Born out of a 40th, showing my age now. It was basically, if you're negative, you get to hold the lemon. And you would have seen in behind one of our kids, well, they're all adults now. I usually do the juniors. But yeah, he was holding a lemon. He was the holder of the lemon because he turned around. The ocean didn't give him any waves and he flipped off the ocean with his finger. So we all saw it and we all agreed, yep, that's the lemon holder for until the next one. So he was holding the lemon for that. And we don't actually have the lemon here because someone who's supposed to be holding it left it back at the house. So she might have to hold it for a little bit longer.
Well, maybe she's become too positive at this point, but there's a little bit of insight for Team New Zealand and what they get up to behind the scenes here at the Games. And if you do notice or maybe recognise this guy, it's actually Kehu Butler's father. So just another little bit of insight for you guys back there in the booth.
Older brother.
Older brother. Thank you very much, New Zealand.
Hey, cheers, guys. Thanks.
See you guys.
Cheers.
I saw that lemon yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, it was there in the interview, and I'm just looking at the lemon going, what the hell is the lemon?
He had the interview in his hand during an interview, like a post-it?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And there was this lemon there, and now it explains everything, but good vibes there.
Best sense of humor of the Kiwis. I absolutely love it. As we see Dominga now up and riding, the global citizen representing the Netherlands. Flying down the inside. She's got this open track in front of her. She goes in for a big re-entry, and she'll pull out clean. Looking for one of her best waves yet as we wait for the scores to drop through. It's a 2.40. And our surfer in yellow now up and riding. Pumping along for Rachel Aguero. Now, she dropped in a 3.57, so she's been increasing that score line, but she hasn't been able to chip away at the 5 requirement.
Yeah, interesting to see that, again, like yesterday, getting the early start and banking those waves earlier means that you can be more relaxed towards the end. Look at this one. Beautiful carving turn.
Great setup now for the next section. Banks it off the foam. Staying low. Setting it up for this big finish. Looking to improve on a low score of a 5.5. Just mistimes the ending, maybe?
Yeah, a little bit. I think there almost might have been some confusion. Do I pull into the tube here? Do I do a re-entry? What? Oh, no, I'll just pull out. But Rachel Presti has surfed an incredible heat and shown that her backhand is a deadly weapon. It's so beautiful. Oh, has to bail on that shorey. Did you look at the sand regurgitating out, showing how much power was in that shore break?
She's going to have so much sand in her hair as we take another look here.
There's that carving top turn. Waiting for this second section to stand up in front of her. Gets a whitewater climb there. Turns back into the whitewater and goes for this inside section. Snapping the board, moving it aggressively. And right there was, that was a perfect little zipping tube ride. Most probably hard to get up on top of and do a re-entry. And going for that conservative, clean finish. At this point in time is most probably a good idea. The last thing you want to do is break your board or to have something happen like that when you're in the lead and the heat is yours.
Yeah, just unnecessary to push those things.
Yeah.
When you already know you're going to be making it through and that equipment worked well in this heat. So may as well save it, for the next one. Still waiting for that score to come through. Her high scores before that wave were a 6.17 and a 5.5. I really love the look of that first turn, getting to have, a couple more shots of it there. And just be able to see the style that's coming through in Rachel's surfing now.
Mm-hmm.
As we count down the clock, no other waves have been ridden. And it's our surfer, Rachel Presti, who will be walking away with the win alongside teammate Noah Clapp. So the two Germans walking away with victory in round 2, which means they're already advancing through into round 3 because they've already made it through their heats earlier today as well.
And then we got to see the performances of the other two ladies towards the end there where they got some waves, got some face, and we got to see the potential. So the elimination round is where they'll be in their next heat, but they definitely have got the ability to get through that and continue on in the event.
That's right, and they've got that experience. They've got a couple more heats under their belt here at Southside, and it'll be exciting to see them in the water once again, maybe tomorrow. Great heat from Rachel Presti. Scores are through, and she takes the win. Coming up in our next heat, it's going to be a good one. Heat number 10 for round 2, Noah Lelior, Gila Cohen, Vahine Fierro, and Erica Berra. We'll be right back with more action after this.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these, and we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
And we're back into heat number 10 for women's round 2 here for the ISA World Surfing Games presented by Visit Huntington Beach. There you can see San Pedro in the background all the way out in Los Angeles. It is such clear skies. As we take a look at the draw, Noah Leilior, Erica Berra, Gila Cohen, and Vahine Fierro, 2 surfers representing Israel. We've got one from Costa Rica and a name that you're quite familiar with from France, Vahine Fierro.
Yes, we've worked together for a few years now, and she's an incredible talent. Obviously, the princess of Chopo, and so capable, so courageous, and just loves to compete. 2017 World ISA Junior Champion, so had success at this level before, and heartbreakingly just missed out in the Olympic Games qualification. Here she is, up and riding.
Great re-entry to start off. We also saw a wave there from our surfer in white, Gila Cohen. Drops in as a 2.67. And during the break, Vahine found this one. Scores in a 5.5 for her opener.
Yeah, big outside turn. That's where the points came from. And Gila's only 13 years of age. Erica's 15 years of age. Vahine 22. So we've got a young heat on our hands here. And you know, in a lot of ways, you get the opportunity to see the future of these nations' surfers. And I suppose the champions of tomorrow are created here. We get to see them here first.
That's exactly it. As Noah goes up into the lip, makes the finish, wipes her eyes, and now starts to look. Should she try for the left, for the right? Nice little carve there, trying to gain some speed, pumping through. She's not quite going to make that section. Her older sister, Anat Leilior, is also on Team Israel. Anat holding out as the oldest at just 22, Noah at 20 years old. And it's been great to see those two also, you know, kind of pushing the boundaries alongside of their brother through Israeli surfing. Anat represented Israel on the Olympics, and you can now only imagine that that's the kind of dream that Noah has, to follow in the footsteps of her older sister.
Absolutely, and we see that quite a bit, don't we, with the countries. I know American Samoa's got there for, you know, the Jared family are dominating that team as well. So you see these areas where the families are a surfing family, and the younger ones come up looking at their older brother or sister or mum or dad and get pushed along by that. So something that's quite, you know, traditional in surfing, really, the hob goods. There's been a lot of brothers through and you know, family members throughout over the years.
The Wright family, brothers and sister.
Brothers and sisters there.
As we see Gila caught behind the section. She's going to duck out, and as she does, let's go down to catch up with Rachel Presti, who put on a great performance in that last heat.
She certainly did, Shannon. And for Team Germany, I mean, you had another teammate in the water with you, and she was able to come through in second place as well. How does that feel, having to compete against them at this early on in the competition?
It's crazy, actually. I didn't think that would happen, but I mean, it's every man for themselves still, but of course we're all trying to get through together. So we kind of, you know, as a team, try to get through the heat and help each other out even a little bit if we have to.
Yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't you? And also, you had an earlier win for Team Germany this morning with Camilla Kemp winning her first round heat. So all 3 women are now through to the next round. How does it feel to be skipping the Repercharge round at this stage in the game?
Oh, it's nice because it's twice as many heats, and we're already down here every single day, all day, and it's just a lot of sun, even if we're not surfing. So it's nice to be able to have a lot less heats and regroup.
And you get around the world yourself, a citizen of the world, probably living in your backpack most of the year. You would see so many of these other countries down here that haven't really been a big part of surfing yet. Is it enjoyable to meet some new people?
It's really cool. I like to always see my friends I see them once a year during the ISAs. So it's nice to see everybody, and I think there's 3 new teams this year, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and for everybody tuning in at home, fans of Rachel Presti and Team Germany, any words for them?
Yeah, hi Mom, hi Dad. I love you guys. I wish you guys were here, and I'm excited for the next rounds.
Congratulations, Rachel Presti, moving on through for Team Germany.
Thank you.
Huge result for Rachel Presti and huge section for Erica Berra of Costa Rica to hit during that interview.
She flew at that thing, and the interesting part was how long the wave stayed open. And I kept thinking it's going to close out, but she had all this time to pump and drive to get to that closeout section and then threw herself up at it with absolute abandon. That's what it's going to take.
That was wild. I was also thinking the same thing. Kate's going to close out. She's going to have to kind of straighten herself out. And just kept going and going. And I thought maybe she'll have an end section to hit. And
sure did.
She really did. As we take another look here.
So here you see the whitewater falling in front of her, but it stays open longer than a lot of rights have today. And it was a big open face section. This is going to be a great angle. And you can see that line in the face meant that it was a beautiful wave. Great wave selection. And with a completion, maybe didn't need to go quite so aggressively at that section. Could have been just a nice sort of floating closeout move. Vahini Fierro.
Oh, just ducks out. Kicks out underneath. She's already got that 5.5 on the board.
Wasn't exactly a priority wave, that one, so you'd have to consider that a mistake with the priority.
Time to reset. 11 minutes on the clock. And it's our surfer in blue, Erica Berra, on that last big section. She's already sitting in first priority once again, chasing a small score of a 3.28 to put herself into that advancing top 2 position. She's a 15-year-old. As you were saying, such a young field across the board. She's had some great results in NSSA Supergirls at Oceanside. She took out the under-12 Costa Rican National Championship back in 2019. So as a young surfer, she's getting some good results to her. And now she gets to start testing herself in these waters with some surfers not too much older, but maybe with a little bit more experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what these opportunities are. And you see teams giving people the experience, and countries, head coaches giving people experiences for the future, where their mind is on the future and they see a young talent and go, well, this is going to be the future of our country and our team, and let's give them a chance now. And Gila would be that at 13 years of age, that same kind of thinking.
And thinking of that with the Olympic qualification on the line, as we track with Vahine, now on her forehand. Nice opening turn. Goes well in vertical. Doesn't have another section to work with. She'll put a backup score on.
Yeah, and it seems like the ladies in this heat have moved a little further down the beach, not so much at the pier bowl. Erica again up and riding, another right-hander. Oh, good. Wow.
Oh, she made that. That was amazing.
Did great to handle that.
I did not see her sticking it. It's like she's got toe straps on her board almost, the way she pulled it out of that one. So she's looking for a 3.28 to put herself into a better position. Vahine, though, with a score to come through, and that's going to increase her lead just with the single turn. And thinking about the fact that, Paris 2024, it's in 2 years. So in a couple years' time, these women, thinking of Vahine specifically, she's going to be so prime. She already had such a great run at the Outer Known Tahiti Pro to make it into the semifinals. Didn't have those waves come through for her. But what an exceptional result for her on a championship tour level. Although I'm sure wanting to walk away with the win specifically.
Yeah, I suppose in the camp we kind of, obviously semi-finals, World Championship Tour event against the best women in the world was a big deal and a good result. But, deep down inside, I think we were both a little bit disappointed that things. And the waves were terrible in that semi-final, and Brisa Hennessy got the better of her. And, again, learning experiences. And the last year for her, is she missed out on qualification for the CT by 1 spot and missed out on the Olympics. Actually qualified for the Olympics, but because there were 2 French women already ahead of her, she didn't get her spot. So there was a couple of heartbreak moments. It was a really tough year last year for Vahini. And, there was a moment where I said to her, look, you don't need to do this. You could, like Jerry Lopez has lived off pipeline, you could live off what you're doing at Chopu.
Oh, absolutely.
She wants to compete. It's more important to her to compete, and that's what she really wants to do. And if that's the case, look at this beautiful right-hander.
Beautiful wave for Gila. Drives back into the pocket. The young surfer out of Israel hits the section. She's got great style and great composure. Just gets bumped off there at the finish. But wow, I loved that approach. Now tracking with Noah. A little bit wild on the takeoff. Drives up into the lip and takes the steps down to the bottom of that wave. She's now got a little bit of space in front of her to work with for that inside section. Eyeing off on her backhand. Finding those little ribs as well in the double ups, and she'll kick out.
That was one of the more difficult waves to ride that we've seen, and maybe an indication of the wind and the chop that the wind is now putting on the wave face. And but she handled it. It was amazing. It was like there was so many moments where you didn't think she was going to get the completion and she may fall, but in the pressure of the moment, Noah Laylor handled it well, and both the Israelis are doing good. That wave of Hila's was a beautiful right-hander, so well selected.
Yeah, that was great. So Gila's score comes through as a 2.53, so I'm thinking they didn't count that as a completed second turn. And then a 3.3 for Noah for her last wave. So Noah sits in that advancing position as we take another look here.
Look at that beautiful shoulder. Nice. And maybe there was the opportunity this whitewater hit. Was nice, but again, she got stuck at the top, and then the ending was a little bit kind of messy, I suppose. But for 13 years of age on this World Surfing Games stage, and the pressure that's there just with a flag and a coach and a team on the beach watching you, that was really well done, and I can see big things in that young lady's future for sure, and for Israel.
Great big re-entry. And this was that score that came in just higher, a 3.3 for Noah.
Look at all the ribs in this wave. There's one. It's like surfing in a river wave right there, where there's
really is.
All of the ribs in it. And so really, most probably the clean cutout was a better option than an attempt at something and a fall. So, yeah, some good decision making there.
Right, where sometimes the judges do just like to see that kind of finish, that clean finish, and a nice clean kick out rather than something forced. As we take a look at a moment around our Kiwi surfer, getting ready to paddle out in the next heat. Be great if we had audio on something like that.
We need audio on something like that. It looked like a very quiet, sort of somber beginning to it, and then it built in its intensity.
Vahine now on the attack. Snap into the lip. Great control coming out of it. She's looking to build on a 3.93 to secure herself in that leading position. Setting herself up now off the bottom. Quick snap and little foam finish. Doesn't quite right out of it.
Backhand's definitely a weapon for her. Obviously, a tube riding's what's been focused on and known internationally. Ridden some of the biggest, best waves in Tahiti of a woman ever, and the backhand is something that can't be discounted either. She's got a fantastic backhand.
Great surfer, great to see her making it through with that, that leading position right now. As we see our team from Costa Rica on the beach cheering on Erica Berra out in the lineup. And I was just looking at the bio of our young Gila Cohen. Now, I was, that last wave we saw where she got in that 2.53 for that big carve.
Yeah.
In her bio, it says that she loves to surf. She also likes to ride a carver, those skateboards. And that looked just like that. It looks like a kid that's been riding a carver all the time and has been able to translate that fun, skatey feeling of those loose trucks straight onto the face of a wave. And that's such a good style, like to think of trying to develop a surfer's style. A young kid like that riding a carver that often, that was absolutely what we just saw with that opening
right
carve
there, yeah,
from a
absolutely.
13-year-old.
Absolutely. And here we go. Oh, it's a replay of Vahini's. There's quite a bit of time waiting for that right section. Nice backhand re-entry through a lot of spray. Looking to improve on that 393, as you said. Pumping through to the inside, looking for a little left reform. Gets a little snap in right there. And the rush of the 2 turns was what created the fall, and perhaps there was the opportunity just to keep that speed and line it up into one nice big finishing turn and complete it cleanly.
That was an impressive outside section, though. You could see that there was like 3 different kind of ribs coming up the face of it that looked very difficult to read.
Made the round of 16 here at the US Open a few weeks ago, and so had a lot of experience here at Huntington, and it's one of those places that, you know, the experience is so valuable. Because while it's a beach break and it's fairly consistent in the way, I've been here a lot of times and watched a lot of contests, and it very often looks like this. It's very similar most of the time. So there's that consistency in what it is, but it doesn't make it any easier to find them and to complete it and to play the game by the correct recipe. It's a difficult one.
Yeah, because it is a difficult wave to figure out. Although it's just a beach break, it's got, you know, those kind of funny sections out the back, and you've got to be able to make those connections. And if you kind of push too far for a second turn, often you'll end up out on a shoulder and you won't be able to then make a connection. Yeah. For those surfers that have the experience here and they have that understanding of how this wave works, a lot of that comes from losing heats.
Yes.
First few events they've surfed in.
Yep,
having to study the place, knowing they don't want to do that again multiple times.
Yep.
Figuring it out. It's really, really helpful when it comes to then having to perform with so much pressure on an event like this, thinking of, you know, the fact that for this year for this Olympic cycle, for Paris 2024, the fact that there are those possibilities to have 3 spots.
Yeah.
For a surfer like Vahine to be able to help her team for France to maybe win on the women's side, and know that if there is maybe 2 other surfers for France that qualify ahead of her, that she could still. I mean, these rules were made for moments like that, for what happened for Vahine last year.
Yeah, and it's a very important situation. This, you know, especially for those countries with those 2 WCT top-level surfers and Brazil, you think, on the male front as well, you know, the opportunity for the lower, you know, Miguel Pupos to get a spot winning this week, critically important longer term and thinking of Olympic dreams.
And Vahine's right there in that front-running position now, because we have Joanne Defay on the championship tour, and then we have Paulina Doe, who is still, I mean, come, you know, 2 more years. She's older in her career, but she's going to be right there fighting for it as well. So there's going to be that full battle going on. And imagine if France was one of those nations that ends up with that 3rd surfer. And Vahine, almost, I mean, not a sure win, but she's got that gold just shining around her for an Olympic gold medal at Tehupo.
Yeah, you would think. And then, you know, the potential heartbreak of not being in the Olympic Games,
exactly,
being at your home break and you watching it go down and knowing what you're capable of there.
I've got to say, she probably has the most hunger, knowing where it will be taking place at home for her.
Yeah.
Than anyone else in the world.
Yeah, it means
to
a
make
lot.
that qualification.
Yeah, it's a massive, massive opportunity, massive deal, and
it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
That's exactly
the Olympic
right.
cycle won't run there again.
That's exactly right.
You know, it's really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
5-5 for the backhand re-entry, that wave, so consolidating the lead, and that heat just winds up.
Split for Team Israel. Noah, the older, more experienced surfer, advancing through. Gila going down into the Repercharge round alongside Erica from Costa Rica. Great performances all around, and great to see their style starting to come through in their surfing. We've got more action coming for some more really solid heats, and we've got Chris Cote and Mitch Salazar, who will be jumping in the booth for the call, so stay tuned.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games from Huntington Beach, California. 51 nations represented here. The path to Paris 2024 starts right here. Winning teams will get a slot in the upcoming Olympic Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Another great heat in the lineup. We're into round 2 already. Third day of competition. And we've been fielding some incredible heats already this morning. The waves are pumping. And we've got another international heat. Portugal, China, New Zealand represented. Francesca Veselko
Kika
for Team Portugal. And that was Natasha Goldsberry from Team New Zealand. 2 surfers from China. This is going to be one of those examples of friendly fire. It's going to be difficult to kind of go into a teamwork kind of deal with only 20 minutes on the clock and 2 other surfers out in the lineup. We'll see if they try. I'm super impressed with what China has done in the past few years, just improving on the surfers that they've been fielding. And here we go from the jump of this heat. Big backside snap. That was just great timing there on both of those turns. We'll see how the connector happens here with ease. Barely a need for the Huntington hop there as she just gets right down into the section and then the bottom falls out. She goes down.
And then the surfer in white here, a couple of our Chinese surfers in the draw in this heat. Some of the youngest in the event, 13 and 14 years old, respectively. And both of their favorite places to surf for both Yang and Yang are Ryu Bay on Hainan Island in China. So some amazing waves on that beautiful small island. But we do know the quality of surfers that they have produced recently. But obviously opting for a much younger team, Chris. So this is going to be an exciting one. Kika opens up with a 5.0. She's no stranger to Huntington Beach. Half of her family from here. Her older brother, Joe, graduated from Edison High School just down the road towards River Jetties. And Kika scored a perfect 10 at an amateur event here in the past. So I expect big things from this Portuguese surfer who has spent a lot of time here at Southside HB.
15:30 on the clock. First score of note comes through for Veselko. 5-point ride.
3.33 for Yang, so not a bad start for her either. Especially when you consider that New Zealand, despite them maybe not being a favorite to win the gold medal as a team, they are a much stronger team overall than China. But China being led by the great Wade Sharp, former championship tour judge, and he has actually been a head coach for several different teams, Costa Rica and Japan being 2 of them, and now being the head coach for China, so you know they're in great hands. Wade's father, Bill, actually a resident of Huntington Beach himself, runs the HB Surf School Red here at Southside. Boy, and it's kind of moved away in terms of the main peak. I feel like the Pier Bowl is still, you know, one wave that they're going to use quite a bit, but middle peak, and it seems like even Machado's could be something that we're going to be seeing used a lot more often here this afternoon, Chris. And there you see the Pier Bowl coming into play right now. Let's see where positioning is at. It seems like Goldsberry going to be, oh, nope, just the paddle. But I do think that the rights are more of an option than they were in the past 2 days.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. As expected, you know, with the subtle shift in the tide. And I think the wind helps a little bit, too. This morning, it was predominant lefts smashing towards the pier. And we're starting to see that kind of mix up a little bit. You see your surfers in yellow and white. These are team members from China. And 13 and 14 years old, Siki Yang and Shugi Jiang. Shugi lives in Dandong, and Siki lives in Xichang. Sharp Eye surfboards under Siki's feet. And Team China, a little bit mysterious in their bios. They just answered no to a lot of these questions. And hey, you know what? It's your team, your prerogative. They do list their ages, all teenagers. on Team China?
They've been training here for a few weeks, too, over on Northside around Tower 6. And I even told Wade I was surfing with Damien Farrenford a few weeks ago, and we were both just tripping on why Wade Sharp had the team tryouts every single time over at Tower 6 on Northside. You picked the most crowded spot out of the entire 10-mile beach here in Huntington.
Maybe that's why. Wanted to see how these surfers react in crowds. 12:50 to go. Vaselko out the back, sitting in third priority. Yang with first priority and way up into the lip. That right there was aggressive surfing. Love to see it. You know, Team China always comes to events like this fully prepared. I would say the most improved team of any of our teams in the past few years. They really just started competitive surfing in China. We've had ISA events in the past.
Yeah, at Rio Bay.
Area. And that's probably, well, definitely the most famous wave in China. But, I mean, with that massive coastline, you know there are some nooks and crannies absolutely holding.
Isn't it kind of crazy to think, though, that up until a few years ago, you hadn't really heard of China surfing?
Yeah.
With how big the country is, how big the coastline is, its proximity to other seas around there.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, the first time I heard of surfing in China was the river wave, the
tidal
river
wave, yeah.
bore, yeah, the Silver Dragon, I believe they call it. Peter Townend went there a while back with a group of surfers, and that is a spectacle right there. Dangerous, giant, scary tidal bore wave that pushes up a river.
There's things in the middle of the wave, too. You got logs,
And
probably
of
a
course,
couple snakes.
Yeah, leave it to surfers to seek that out. And speaking of seeking it out, Francesca right there, beautifully surfed wave all the way to the beach. Now we see Goldsbury from Team New Zealand. Kiwis, of course, a long history of surfing. They've had representation in really every level. So with 11 minutes to go, winner of that last heat is standing by now with Jess.
Yes, I do have from Team France, Vahina Fierro. Congratulations on a heat win, and there's plenty of hype around you on the beach here. How are you feeling?
Hi, yes, thank you. Round 1 and round 2 are done for the day, and I'm happy to have, the first place in both. I feel like the conditions were really, really good. It might be the best day of the whole event, I think. So it was nice that they put the girls on for good conditions, and it's true that there's, I think hype because maybe the Olympics are in Teahupo, in my hometown, so they're, just wanting content, I think.
Well, yeah, that, and also that you're one of the best female barrel riders in the world and one of the most recognized at the moment. To be going back to a wave like that, your hometown, potentially for Team France, is that something that you think about going out in the heat here at Huntington?
Yes, thank you. It's definitely the Olympics 2024 are my, on top of my goals, and it would be such an honor to surf out there and, bring back gold for my home and for France. And yeah, they make us surf Huntington, which is the complete opposite of what we're, getting towards for the Olympics. But if, you're an Olympic gold medalist, you can surf in anything. And yeah, it's good that they put us out there.
Well, you're a true ambassador for our sport and for female surfing as well. And I know you have a big family and lots of sisters and friends watching from Tahiti. Any words for them?
Actually, I have my whole family here as well. My sister was in the Supergirl in Oceanside, and they're here to support. So, and yeah, thank you to Tahiti and France for watching. We feel your support, and we're so excited to represent.
Thank you so much, Vahina Fierro.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Great surfer. The perfect spokesperson for Tahitian surfing.
And to your benefit, her father is actually from Encinitas.
That's right.
So you could claim her, Encinitas Board Riders Club. I'm just throwing it out there, Chris.
That's a good call. That's a good call right there. And I love the way that so expertly pronounces Teahupo.
And she is a great ambassador for surfing, too. She's a ripper. She's very well-spoken, and she's always very nice to speak to as well.
Surfer in red is having a field day in this lineup right now. You said that she's competed here many, many times.
Yeah. She should probably be part of the board riders when she can as well of the local Huntington Beach Club. And Kika finishing up there on the inside. So a decent combo outside, inside. And then Goldsberry, the 17-year-old from New Zealand, the senior in high school, getting a couple decent carves on the outside section. Good work right there, just keeping her board on rail the entire time. She's been a recipient of the Carissa Moore Scholarship towards Hawaii. And a beautiful finish right there from Natasha as well. But, you know, the big highlight for Natasha so far, besides surfing with Carissa, being able to compete in many ISA events before. From the same area of Taranaki as Paige Harab is. There we saw our surfer in white, one of our Chinese competitors, Shuge Yang. So currently in fourth, Chris, excuse me, just want to say needs a 3.51 on her way to that score right there.
I was going to say, I wonder if Natasha's part of that Taranaki Grom squad. They represented well down at the ISA World Juniors a few months ago in El Salvador.
Finvete.
Epic crew.
Yeah. His sister as well, Safi. Here's Kika again.
She is all over this lineup. Beautiful, tight arc roundhouse cut back there.
Dude.
Great style. A lot of power.
Dimity Soil 2.0.
I mean, I'm seeing the makings of a future possible Olympian, WSL Championship Tour surfer. I mean, you can already see she has all those fundamentals. Wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah, and that wasn't an easy wave to surf either. It took it all the way from the outside to the inside. And some good rail work, a lot of carves like these we haven't seen before in the event. So drops in, it's a bit choppy. I didn't think this wave was going to stand up as well as it did. Beautiful roundy right there, where she just brings it all the way around, straight up into the lip, and then one more time laying it on rail right there. So 3 strong maneuvers on the outside. Would have to think this is at least going to be in the high good range. Isn't able to really get anything on the shorey, but still damage done on the outside, Chris.
Yeah, I'm loving the consistency of these waves. The wind's whipped up just a little bit, but still super contestable and big numbers out there available for our surfers. 6.6, the high mark in this heat so far. Yang and Jang right now in third and fourth, but look at that. Beautiful backside turn from Siki Yang, representing China. I love the way she identified the section. Nice placement there. Great surfing, and you know, I think the more we get to see of these young surfers from China, the more we'll learn about them, and you know, we'll break through the mystery that is their bios right now on the isasurf.org. 5 minutes left. Tasha Goldsberry, as you had mentioned, getting that scholarship from Carissa Moore, the Aloha Moore Foundation. How cool is that? You know, not only did she get to kind of be involved and in the periphery of Carissa Moore, but Carissa actually vouching for her, and, you know, getting her the ways and means to get around the world.
Yeah, Carissa definitely going to go down as not only one of the best surfers in the world, in the history of time, but I also think
one of the best humans.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's even more important than being a good surfer and a good athlete. How are you out of the water when you're not competing? And I think Carissa represents the best of us, and I think not only is she a great representative of what the sport should stand for, I think she's definitely earned her merit of being an Olympian. That's for sure, and I think she's done Duke proud, Chris. As Kika yet again looking to better the 5.13 now.
This kid is back on the escalator. Weaving towards this inside section. Plenty of speed to burn. Nice cutback. No one's doing turns right there. Big section to work with on the inside. Full commitment. She goes down. We'll see if that board's in one piece. It is. 3:40 to go. Selko is charging right now. She's got a hefty lead, and she's going to hang on to it.
Yeah, she is, and might even better her low score right here of the 5.13 as we're seeing some lines approaching. It's been nonstop in this heat so far, and as you said, Chinese surfers have done well. And it seems like we might have a split peak right here. believe white and blue up and riding. But, you know, so far what I'm seeing is that despite them being a bit more distant towards the pier bowl, there's a lot of scoring opportunity on the outside, and I think they've just realized that they need to relinquish the inside sometimes to be able to get a better outside section in that middle peak. Like, it seems like we have somebody paddling for this one. It seems like Siki might be up and riding, Chris.
Wow, she just jumped up into second place. And she got mowed down by that whitewater. She's got the right approach, though, right? She's just going for it on every single wave she rides.
So here's Kika's wave. Good turn on the outside, real strong, good commitment with the bottom turn as well. Was making the reform right here, good read, and not using any unnecessary movement right here or energy through this mid-flat section. Redirects left, which seemed like a good option at the moment, but unfortunately just didn't have enough speed when she was coming out of it. And the surfer in white, Jiyoung. So Shuge, a couple of decent turns on the backhand. She was in fourth, needing a 4.63. And then it seems like Goldsberry, the Kiwi, ended up going left on the backhand. Got a little turn right there. But this mid-second right here, just not enough speed to make it through it and into the shorey. Needing a 3.58 to move up in a second. Don't know if it's going to be that, Chris. And there's only a minute 45 to go.
I like your use of shorey. Taking an Australianism, turning it into an Americanism. Why
I
not?
feel like
we can trade off. It's all good.
I've used it too many times before where I'd feel like detrimental to myself if I didn't continue to use it. You know?
Yeah, let's keep it up. A minute 30 to go. Siki Yang doing Team China proud right now. She's currently in second place, and a wild turn right there, nicely corrected from Veselka. Loved the look of that. Even though she was a bit out of control, sometimes that's just exciting. You know, it's fun to watch. And she put everything on the line on that backside turn. We'll see what the judges say. They do like controlled maneuvers, you know, more so, but I think every once in a while a big old wild style turn is just going to, you know, get their attention.
Impress them for sure.
And look at this.
Ow.
Wow, that's a big mistake for Siki Yang. Even though she's in second place right now, that would have potentially vaulted her into the lead. It looked like she had a great section. Maybe a little bit surprised on the speed burst she got out of that bottom turn. I mean, that was a perfectly executed bottom turn into that top turn. Would have been a great combo, but she kind of falls out the back. 28 seconds left.
It's a good heat by Veselka, though. 4 scores above a 4.67. And as you said right there for Siki Yang, just not enough release when she was coming out of the turn on top. And boy, Goldsberry just under what she was requiring, needing a 3.58. It's a 3.23, so just under. And Shuke Jiyoung just wasn't able to get that one score that backed up the 3.27. She's going to be relegated to the Repercharge round, but good performances by both Veselka and Yang, Chris.
Yeah, that was a fun heat to watch. I'm pretty excited from what I just saw, or I think what we all just saw from Siki Yang. Coming from Team China, well coached, well prepared. It was great, great heat, and we got more great heats coming up. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Italy, Portugal, Spain, Puerto Rico coming up next. Stay tuned.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
We are back. This is the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Another epic heat in the lineup. Plenty of waves coming through. It's pumping here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Chris Cote with Mitchell Salazar. This is another international superheat with representation from all over the world.
Might be the gnarliest heat in the round.
Yeah, I would go ahead and agree with you there. This is a heavily stacked heat. Only 2 surfers will advance through. Nadia Aristarbe from Spain, Havana Cabrera from Puerto Rico, Emily Gussoni from Italy, and Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal. We've got Olympians represented, QS threats all across the board. This is going to be a fun heat to watch because of surfing like that. Emily Gussoni representing Italy. Said it from day one. Team Italy making huge strides, their talent level through the roof. And they are well represented here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Here's surfer in yellow, Yolanda Hopkins from that Power Pack Team Portugal. She's making the transition easily from the outside to the inside. Blue up and at it now. Nadia from Spain. Just as we expected, fireworks from the jump.
Yeah, and 2 surfers that are on the Challenger Series as well. Those are Aristarbe and Hopkins. And then you look at the talent level from Puerto Rico and you see how good Havana Cabrero's gotten over the last couple of years. 2nd-generation professional surfer. Her father really put Puerto Rico surfing on the map with his big win in 2000 at the event at Pipeline. And, wow, Gussoni has been a power ever since her days when she still competed for Costa Rica. And now looking at Aristarbe throwing the tail right there, Chris. A high-performance maneuver right there. Almost even sits down on the whitewater and is able to recover. And then you see the aggressiveness of Gussoni. Gave her this wave right here. Good turn up into the lip line. And a solid read here for the inside section connection to the shore break too. And as you can see there, that little foam climb just gave her enough speed to go up and over the lip right there to finish that wave off. And then it seems like Yo-Yo was up and riding too. Late drop. Medalist from the last year at the ISA World Surfing Games. A beautiful first carve on the outside. Was an Olympian as well. And then made the shorey connection right here as well. Gaining enough speed. And doesn't seem like she was completely able to ride out of it. So maybe leaving a little bit of meat on the bone. But look at the scores. Aristarbe already on the board. Hopkins with a 4.1. And now waiting for Gussoni's opener.
Yeah, this heat's going to be a battle to the very end with 4 super capable surfers. Any 4 of these young surfers could be, you know, getting a medal draped around their neck by the end of this event. They're all that good. Scores for now have Nadia in the lead, Team Spain, with Yolanda in second. But that last wave from Emily Gussoni, that's going to be a solid chunk of score.
Still waiting on it, too. They're taking their time.
Surfer in white, Havana Cabrera, up and out real quick. Another quick flash of surfing right there as our surfers get reset in the lineup. Let's go down to Jess Grimwood with the winner of that last heat.
Hey, thank you very much. Yes, Francesca Veselko for Portugal. Great performance from you and another heat win for today. And moving straight on through to round 3, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really happy. The wave's been pumping. This afternoon's a little more blown out, but still really fun. And there's so many opportunities out there, and I had a lot of fun.
And you've got a really stacked, I mean, they're talking about the power that Portugal have with the women's division. Of course, you have Teresa and you have Yolanda surfing right now. Does that help push you to really, really just bring it to the competition?
Yeah, we have a really strong team. I'm used to compete against them in the national and even in the European QSs. So it's really good for me to come with them. It's my first time representing Portugal in an open ISA. And yeah, I think that we're strong and hopefully we can just keep moving on.
Well, you're looking really good at the moment. And for everybody tuning in at home and supporting you and supporting the team, any words for them?
Olá a todos que estão a ver em casa. Este foi o meu segundo beat do dia, passei em primeiro lugar. Estou altas ondas aqui em Huntington, na Califórnia. E obrigada pelo apoio. Beijinhos a todos aí em casa. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Francesca.
Nicely done, Francesca. That was a great heat. And she'll be moving through. Big chunk of whitewater trying to knock Yolanda Hopkins off her board. Good luck, Pacific Ocean. Yolanda Hopkins is a powerhouse of a surfer. And she is well on her way to another good score. She has a 6.83, a 2.65, and I think that turn, while maybe slightly mistimed, there was a lot of drama in it. And the judges like to see you fighting to hang on to your board after you come out of a turn. So who knows if it's going to be a huge score, but most likely it will be better than that 2.6.
Yeah, well, and look, I said it last year when it was firing down there in El Salvador, and I think it's rightfully deserving to say it again this year. She is one of the most powerful surfers I've seen out of the women's division in years, and she just has that one thing where she doesn't want to give up on section. She's always persistent towards the end, and currently in second, as you said, looking to better that low 3 that she has. Gusoni drops a 6.83 as her best, so she's clearly out in lead. But I think Hopkins, what she brings to the table with these kind of waves and an increasing swell, is that she's going to go for those big sections as you saw there. Now it's up to Erostarbe and Cabrero to try to get on the board. Here's Nadia, Chris.
Yeah, Nadia, super clean style. That was a searing backside hook straight into the most critical part of that wave. Has to be considered one of the turns of this event. Men, women, anybody. That was incredible.
She was stoked on it. You see that little pat on the board, too?
She should be. That's a highlight reel right there.
Well, just over 11 minutes to go, and as we said before, this is one of the hardest heats of the round, and for good reason. Erostarbe going to get a monster of a score right here. Bigger wave, bigger section, and the commitment that she presented on that first turn, as good as it gets. So Gusoni in the lead at the moment, but we're still waiting on Hopkins' last. And then this turn right here, the front angle, really shows you how deep she went on the bottom turn. And just as critical as it possibly could have gotten on the lip line right there, Chris.
So cool. Critical part of that wave. I mean, that's the key word, right?
And how's her technique, too?
Jeez.
Great hand positioning, balance over her board, and it obviously seems like she has a good board under her feet, too.
Another gold medal turn right there.
I like that turn.
My favorite
I like that
turn of the week so far.
Boy, I knew it as soon as I saw this sheet on paper. I was like, "Good luck."
Yeah, this is a final. I mean, these 4 surfers. You know, Havana Cabrero. You might not know her name as well as you know the other names in this heat, but she's a 6-time national champion in Puerto Rico, and of course our thoughts of positivity and you know, just anything we can do to Puerto Rico right now to send them our love. They've just been blasted by a hurricane tropical storm. And they're already, you know, Puerto Rico, a very strong nation. They're already in the rebuilding phase. Just now seeing, you know, these images of flooding and windswept, just, you know, your kind of typical post-hurricane damage. Puerto Rico's been through it many times before. We're just, again, sending our thoughts to all of you in Puerto Rico, and hopefully the turnaround is quick. We'll get you back in action soon. This is a bright spot for them, no doubt, seeing their surfers out here competing at this high level.
Yeah, now Havana actually competed at the Supergirl Pro this last weekend, too, so get a representation in back-to-back events, and second-generation professional surfer, her father, Carlos, one of the best surfers to ever come out of Puerto Rico, and I would have to say out of Latin America, too. He was definitely one of the people that put Puerto Rico on the map with Otto Flores as well, and I think now you have great representation. Dylan Graves, Alejandro Moreda, and the 2 crazy aerialists, one of them in the event, Dwight Pastrana, and the other being Hector Santamaria. But look at the score right there for the Spaniard, Erostarbe. 7.73, Chris, for the one turn.
That's huge. I wouldn't have been surprised to see that up in the 8.5 range either.
Me neither.
Big score, though, nonetheless. Well-deserved there. Highest single-wave score of this heat. Emily Gusoni now in second. She's got a 6.83, so she's got some big numbers in her score line as well. Yolanda Hopkins right now with a 4.10 and a 3.27, and Cabrero,
Ooh,
a .93 and a .43.
Seems like somebody paddled right there, huh, Chris? Maybe a shift in priority.
We'll keep our eyes on that priority standings.
I think yellow blocked white, and she's going to go down in the priority rotation. Or maybe it was red. I think Gusoni might have actually had the paddle in that instance. But now if you're Cabrero with 8 minutes to go, you need to get to work as quickly as you can, Chris. Doesn't have anything above a 1 in a score line. And now Gusoni making the smart move underneath everybody else's priority, trying to get a backup.
Quick snap there. I'm so impressed with how all of these surfers, especially in this heat, have been able to have the quickest reactions to these wild waves coming their way. By no means easy to surf, even though it's bigger and better than we've seen over the past 3 days. It's moving very fast. It's kind of hard to pick out your takeoff zone, I would think. And all the angles that we have, too, it looks completely different from every angle. So the coaches are seeing something different than the surfers are seeing. And I'm wondering if any of these teams have spotters up on the pier. Totally legal for for one of their coaches to be up there. But I don't, again, is that angle even conducive to helping these surfers catch waves?
That's another great point. And, personally, when it comes to those kind of things, I think you should probably just leave everything on the beach. And once you go out and touch the water, you're on your own. Especially in the opens, I could see that happening in the juniors, but I think in the opens, you want to be comfortable with the kind of decisions you're making by yourself. You shouldn't be having to depend on other people to be making decisions for you. That being said, if you are in the lead or you know that there's a big separation between somebody first and second and then third and fourth, why not even go in, too? You can catch your breath. You can take a sip of water. It's really close to the shoreline. And here we have another good heat, too, Mexico, Argentina, and Peru. Detmers, Indurain, and Rodriguez. That's going to be another stacked one.
Yeah, great heat coming up. I mean, every heat has just finals written all over it. Lucia ready to rip. Last second encouragement. How good must that feel to have the whole team on the beach as you make your way out into the lineup? Time flying by quickly. Emily Gusoni in second place, representing Italy. She does live in Playa Jaco, Costa Rica, where she actually just opened a hostel. It's called Sunny's Hostel and Bowls in Playa Hermosa. And she says, everybody, come on down, come visit. I think she'd be a great guide. I mean, I think we could all get some surf tips from Emily Gusoni. She is that good of a surfer and pretty cool. I mean, now she's a businesswoman as well. She did get second at the Curry Pro QS in 2018. Mm-hmm. So she's been around competing, only 22 years old. That's pretty incredible achievement. I'm looking, opening a hostel, traveling around the world, competing, and only 22.
First time I met Emily, she had to have been maybe 12 or 13. I remember she was still riding for Fox back then when Fox was a big thing in surfing, and she used to represent Costa Rica. She knew that from the Olympic perspective, it was probably better for her to go and represent Italy, having that kind of heritage. But she's always had Costa Rica in her heart, and I think she's going to live there for the rest of her days too, knowing that it's somewhere where not only the waves are super consistent, but I think in terms of having her family around there too, she's going to want to stick around. And has definitely traveled the world. The one thing I will say about Emily is that she's always stuck to her guns in terms of the people that she wants to travel with on the QS. And those are people like Leilani, McGonigal, and others.
4 minutes left here. Surfer in white, Cabrero up and out.
Man, Ivana just hasn't been able to get going in this heat, Chris.
It's almost like you get out of the cycle. It's really hard to get back into it. Yolanda Hopkins now battling back. Deep bottom turn. Beautiful, tight arc. That right there was a brilliant combination. Straight out of the bottom turn.
She needs to make
gauges the rail. And she does. The reverse commentator curse. She gets right through it, no problem. Gets the finish as well. Power surfing on display from Yolanda Hopkins. Team Portugal has to be stoked on the looks of that last wave. She needed a 6.07. I think that's going to be right there.
It's a close one. It's a real close one.
Current leader, Nadia Aristovi from Spain. Good combo.
Doesn't hurt when you just competed in a big event here a few weeks ago either. When the waves were huge, by the way.
That's right.
Like double the size of right now. At least, right? I mean, it was pumping for that event. 3 minutes to go. Hopkins needing the 607. It's right there, Chris. I don't know. I mean, if I'm Gusoni and I knew that that Hopkins got on the wave, I'd probably be wanting to get on something real quick. And here's Cabrero. You can see the frustration right there. She just hasn't been able to get any kind of rhythm so far. Luckily for her, there is a double elimination format in this event, so she's going to have another opportunity to compete later on, maybe tomorrow.
Inside of that 2-minute warning here.
Mahina Maeda. Team Japan there. Mahina also an Olympian. Man, it seems like there's a lot of them.
Oh, they're all here. We're missing Italo Ferreira. He was replaced by Jadson Andre.
Owen Wright. And Kanoa's here, Amuro's here, Bianca Buttendog and Carissa are the only names that we're missing out of the medalists.
Reigning world champion Stephanie Gilmore, who didn't medal in the
True.
Olympics, but she is your WSL world champ.
8 times, by the way, a record.
Oh, that's it? Just 8?
We got to start calling her Spider Woman with all the limbs that she has for the trophies.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she matches King Kelly soon.
Ooh, you calling that out? I would love to see it. She's only 34 years old, too.
Oh, she's still in prime time.
Boy,
And
so
you can I can guarantee you that we will see Stephanie Gilmore in ISA competition in the next few years as we lead up to Paris 2024. She qualified for the Olympics via the WSL, but she also put on a great showing in ISA competition in the past couple of years. The Irakanjis have put together some of the most incredible teams.
yeah, they have. And you know who got an incredible team to Portugal? Yolanda Hopkins gets a 6.57. That means that Gusoni moves down to third, needing a 3.84 now. Wow, so it was right there, Chris. She just barely got the score that she was requiring, and here it is. Looking at the replay, good size wave, but just a beautiful carve right there, right in the pocket and the most critical part of that wave. And this is what I was saying. If she didn't make the shore break connection, I don't think she was going to be able to get this score. Luckily for her, she is persistent, and she was able to make it to this closeout re-entry right here and finish it off. Oh, important wave right here. Maybe a buzzer beater.
Gusoni, Team Italy. Nice backside turn under duress, right in the power pocket. She's got to stay on her feet. She's got to make this transition. She was looking for a 3.8. Good turn, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
Think she mistimed that opening section out the back too. Played it a bit too conservative for my liking as well, Chris. And unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like it's going to be the 3.84 that she's going to need to move on through. Tough one. Tough pill to swallow because she was in first and second during the entire heat too.
Yeah, buzzer beater there for Hopkins. She moves through with Nadia and Havana and Gusoni. We're going to have to go into the Repercharge rounds where we got more action to come, including a teaser for The Impossible Wave. This is a film that shows the world how our fearless leader, Fernando Aguirre, made the push to get surfing into the Olympics. It's premiering tomorrow night here in Huntington Beach. Get there early. Film starts around 7. If you want to get a good seat, I'd get there about 4 p.m. Check it out. Here's a teaser for the upcoming documentary, The Impossible Wave.
When Paris finally said, no, we're going to do a whole different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. godlike. It's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
SurfCityUSA.com. It's a place to go to find out about all the awesome activities you can get involved with here in beautiful Huntington Beach, California. There's a nice shot of the pier. That's a prerequisite. If you come to Huntington Beach and you don't walk out to the end of the pier, you did it wrong. You got to do it. It's really fun. And the fun happening on the pier right now.
Local Air Force right there.
What a cool shot. Could watch this all day.
Rather be a penguin or a pelican, Chris?
Come on. It's too cold to be a penguin. Amura Suzuki, Shelby Detmers, Lucia Indurain, Arena Rodriguez, Peru, Argentina, Mexico, and Japan represented here. I thought we just saw the heat of the day, at least on paper, but now I'm rethinking that because this heat right now is going to be an epic matchup as well. 4 surfers hit the lineup, 2 surfers make it through here in the main round. 2 surfers will go to those Repercharge heats. Historically speaking, it is possible to surf your way back onto the main podium through the Repercharge, but it's definitely not easy.
No, and looking at the names on screen, you could easily be saying that one of these ladies is deserving of being on the podium, including this lady up and riding, Detmers, from right down the road in Costa Mesa.
Yeah, Shelby's rad. She's always smiling, super positive. You know, probably because she's always catching great waves. You know, she, like you said, lives up here, spends a lot of time down in Mexico. It feels very at home and long, perfect right-hand point breaks.
Who doesn't, though, right?
It's true. 1640 now. Amura Suzuki, Olympic medalist for the first time ever surfing in the Olympics in Japan. Home team did well. Her and Kanoe Igarashi both walked out with medals. And being there in the days after the Olympics happened, I mean, you could not turn on your TV without seeing Omura's smiling face. Another great ambassador to the sport of surfing. Now we're watching yellow. Lucia Indurain representing Argentina. Nice combo there. Ooh, ooh, spicy slash. And the Argentinian surfer. And I'm already seeing the transfers just getting a little bit easier, maybe with the tidal push.
Yep.
It's easy up until about that point.
Oh, that was gnarly, though.
I would say that's a completed ride. The fist bump says it. Body language says it. She's stoked. That's exactly how you want to surf start your heat, getting a wave all the way from the outside to the beach. Already some scores on the board. Amura Suzuki with a 63.
Well, and just like Cuba Gooding Jr. said and Jerry Maguire, show me the money. And that's what Lucia Indurain said right there on that one. And then Amura Suzuki, her opener, a 6.33 right there, Chris.
Bam. Great
crisp turn on the outside. And, yeah, she might not be the tallest surfer out of everybody here, but she is definitely one of the strongest, that is for sure. Then the Arena real quick, also a Challenger Series surfer. And then Lucia's opener right here. Mistimes just a little bit on the first turn, recovers well. And so this was her first wave, already getting on the board. And then her second one even better than that, as we saw Shelby on the board too. Shelby was able to surf in her first CT event last year in Barra de la Cruz in Mexico. And not only did she have a great time, but she was also super inspired to surf in the event and kind of promote women's surfing within the country of Mexico as well, Chris.
Well, with 14:25 to go here, Amuro well into the lead. Surfers waiting for their next opportunity. That gives us a chance to catch up with Jess on the beach, standing by with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Nadia Erostabe from Team Spain. Incredible surfing for you, a 7.73 for one single maneuver. How did that feel?
That felt really great. In the first heat, I didn't really surf good. I wasn't happy with my performance, and with this one, with that big turn, it felt good. I didn't do the hop. My back foot slipped, so I was a little bit like, fuck.
Yeah, and of course, it was pretty much a battle for second position then. You had first place pretty held down with that backup score as well. It was almost a 5-point ride. So were you aware of the positioning for priority in that situation?
Yes, I knew I was first, but I was trying to get a better backup wave. I knew that even Yolanda or Emily could have done like another 6 or a 7, so I was trying to get my spot secure, so I was trying to find another wave.
Beautiful, and it was such a great performance, and you get to rest, I think, now for the rest of the day. For the team and for Spain, there's plenty of people I know tuning in, and your family at home. Would you like to say hello?
Muchas gracias a todos los que me estáis viendo. Un saludo a la familia y un beso muy grande.
There you go, Nadia Erostabe, for Team Spain. Congratulations, moving on through.
Thank you so much.
See big things in Nadia's future. She's a confident surfer. You know, you can tell she's got a lot of stoke, and you know she's got that drive and determination.
Got a big smile too. Always happy. That's something good to have too. And then you saw Adura Matriain, also from Team Spain. They've stacked as always, but I would say out of the teams that I've seen at ISA competition before, probably the youngest one ever. Right, I mean, on average, you'd probably have to say each team member for this one, 21, maybe 22 years of age. I think the oldest member out of everybody is Garasi, and she's maybe 30. Rubén Vitoria's in his early 20s. Adur's barely 19. Nadia's 22. So a relatively young team for Team Spain. This was the wave that I was talking about from Lucia Indurain. Great carve right there. Redirects towards the left, but ended up going right anyways, staying close to that whitewater. And that midsection that's been trouble for a lot of people out here today wasn't trouble for Lucia. Somehow was able to garner enough speed for this inside shore break section and rode out of it cleanly, and the little fist pump right there saying that she finished it off well. And then Shelby on the backhand. Solid combo on the outside for the local surfer. And then the Mexican representative out there in the water, Detmers, redirecting left and also finishing things off. So would have to be thinking that's going to be going into her top two. And as of right now, Rodriguez up and riding, needing a score, Chris.
Yeah, this is where that connection becomes really crucial. We have seen, you know, the rare moment when one big turn out the back gets our surfers a 7 or an 8. It has to be something truly spectacular for the judges to throw out a big number like that on the strength of one maneuver. You know, the meat and potatoes scores that we've seen, those 6s, those 7s, those have mostly come from turn out the back, connector to the inside with a finishing maneuver. And that finishing move doesn't have to be something crazy spectacular. No. It almost is smarter to do some kind of survival turn, right? Tap the lip, float a little bit. You have some wiggle room to catch some air under your board, show your fins, but you know, trying too hard in the inside section, you're definitely going to lose that war. It's so fast, it's so powerful, it's shallow, uphill landing, and I'm never one to say play it safe, but I think on the inside, at least right now, you know, you got to be measured in your approach to that section.
And you said something that I feel a lot of people try to do too much of. Don't try to oversurf it, but make it look harder than it is, though. You want to accentuate, because remember, that is the cherry on top of the cake right there. You want to make things look much more difficult than they actually are in the shore break. But if you're trying to do too much, it usually just slaps you in the face. That is a tough section to deal with, and it's just not deep enough. It's too shallow for you to try to do something way too big, and I feel like there's always a lot of people that end up losing heats due to those kind of, mistakes on the inside, Chris.
Got 9.5 to go. All the surfers looking at this left-hander, but it's your surfer in yellow, Lucia Indiran, getting the edge. 2 nice turns there. Here their team, Argentina, going wild on the beach.
When are they not?
That's another one of our most spirited teams.
Yep. Juniors, Open, SUP, everything. They've always brought the passion to surfing.
You know, another element that makes the ISA events unique, the age differences. We have surfers in single digits all the way up to 40-somethings competing. And it's just another cool, unique element that you'll only find here in ISA competition.
Well, a few years ago, there were a couple people in their teens that were competing against Kelly, almost 3 times older than them.
Yeah. That's a better indication of how good Rodriguez surfs. Team Peru has to be excited about that outside turn, and she's going to have a good, clean path to the inside section. But even though she had the speed, the momentum, the wave had other ideas. Usually, that's where it would have reformed and given her another opportunity there, but that was one of those kind of weird cases of the whitewater just overpowering that sandbar.
You know what arena means? Sand. So guess what? Arena's going to have a connection with any sand bottom wave.
Okay, I like that. Mystical.
8 minutes to go, and that is easily going to be her best wave, Chris, and a bit of an underwhelming performance so far from Rodriguez, considering that she is a Challenger Series surfer, but gets her best score, a 6.93, so she's right back into things.
Clap back at you real quick right there with the 6.93. Big score. Woo. Big turn now for Shelby Detmers. That was so nice. Unable to capitalize on anything after that, but I feel pretty confident that that would be deemed a completed maneuver. She got it around and then kind of hit a flat spot, and the wave dissipated underneath her. But, wow, that was a beautiful use of rail. I mean, she probably had that rail from about 3 inches under her nose all the way past her tail engaged in the water. Great-looking turn.
And now with 7 minutes to go, if it is complete, it's probably going to better at least a 3:07 in her scoreline. And the interesting thing now is that with Rodriguez having the best wave of the heat and it being pretty competitive in terms of whoever has the best wave, Indurain has a better backup now, just dropped to 5.5. But Suzuki, though, in second place, she's got to be careful with the other 2 surfers, knowing that they've posted a score each. And there's a good chance that there's going to be more than enough waves in the 7 minutes that are remaining. And I think Suzuki might be looking at this right here, Chris. Looking good.
Big bully right-hander straight off the bottom.
Oh.
Hammers the lip. Maybe just pushes a little too hard.
And felt like she was a little bit indecisive in which kind of maneuver selection she was going for, too.
Maybe just a little too early into the turn. I mean, either way, if you take off the fall, that bottom turn.
Alone.
I feel like that gave her almost too much speed to deal with.
So this is the 6.93 of Rodriguez. Just a lot of commitment up there on the lip line, on the backhand. So great score for her, and it's been the best score of the heat so far. And the young Peruvian surfer still in third, needing a score to move up into second. And then this is the wave we're talking about, Suzuki. And just right there, it seems like she was trying to carve on a section that just stood up a bit too much. So I think the maneuver selection right there wasn't the right one, Chris. And she might be paying for her mistakes right now as she's in 4th priority with 5 minutes and 35 seconds to go. And knowing that that 3.07 could have been erased with just the one single turn on the outside. Wow, those missed opportunities, they can come back and haunt you.
Well, we knew this was going to be a high-scoring affair. It's living up to that expectation and more. All surfers with solid scores. Shelby Detmers, 4 and a 3.07. Regardless of the score, still love the turn. But you really, you got to fulfill the wants and needs of the judges. Speed, power, flow, of course, is a big part of the equation.
Combination of major maneuvers, which would have been right there.
Yeah. You figure subjecture here, but you do a turn like that out the back, and then you follow it up with something major on the inside. That's a 7. If you got a 4 for that one beautiful turn.
Easily.
Simple math there. It's not that simple of an equation, of course, in the eyes of the judges. They have a lot of factors that they look at. But 2 big turns, that's a big score. I mean, that's pretty safe to say.
When I saw her stand up, though, I kind of felt the same feeling that she had. I was like, don't get ahead of yourself. Just surf the wave.
She is again.
Shelby.
Building some momentum to the inside, setting things up. Now she fades right. Kind of a wicked-looking wave in front of her. Didn't give her much opportunity. She made full use of it, though. And now we see Lucia representing Argentina. Every time she stands up, you hear the crowd go wild. And she's got a good section to work with. Rides out over the double up and goes down. Goes from good to bad to ugly real quick on that inside section.
And it was literally like maybe a step or two out of place, and that was it. And it seems like Shelby might have been close to Lucia where she finished that wave off. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. I think Shelby's kind of hit that area where she's just kind of in the same scoring range the whole time. Chris hasn't really been able to get anything out of that 3 or 4 range so far. Here's her last. So good engagement of the rail right there. Brought it all the way around with the roundhouse cutback. And then was able to make it to the inside with the short break connection right here. And enough speed to gain some momentum. And then went up into the lip eventually and got the finish. But still don't think it's really going to be one of those big scores that'll move her up in the top 2. And then Lucia, who hasn't really missed a beat so far in this heat. Strong turn on the outside. Just wiggling her way through to the short break. And right here, it just seemed like she had done every single thing that she needed to do. And unfortunately, just a bit too much weight on the nose right there.
More action from Amuro Suzuki. Her backhand has been on fire throughout this entire heat. She's currently in second place. She needs a 4.84 if she wants to get back into the lead. Great start here for Amuro. Plenty of speed and momentum, pushing that Xanadu surfboard to its limits. She hammers the inside section. Can she ride out? She does. And stands up nice and tall, looking at the judges saying, I'm in control here.
Yeah.
You better give it to me.
And I just wanted to say that was an important wave, too, for how much little time is left. And, you know, just over 2 minutes to go, she was looking about a 3:07. And it seems like Rodriguez here with the answer back, Chris.
Oh, already a pair of snaps on the outside. She's, at the moment, looking for a 2.47. That, of course, is before we see the score that Amuro just dropped. Ooh, she can't make the connection. That's going to hinder her scoring potential.
Well, you'd have to think the Suzuki is easily going to better a low score, too, right? So adding a lot more pressure, that 2.47 that Rodriguez requires at the moment is going to disappear.
Sup paddle flagpole. I haven't seen one of those before.
So Arena gets a 4.13, Suzuki needing a 4.74. Be thinking we're going to see another situation change here with 90 seconds remaining.
Our graphics team is working overtime.
Yeah, they are.
They've been doing a lot of switch-ups throughout these heats, and every heat has gone down to the wire. You know, we've seen some flashes of brilliance with surfers getting up into that, 15-point score range, but for the most part, every heat of the day has been really tight up top.
So Shelby needing the 7 in second priority with just over a minute to go. You think that maybe she has a chance to get that one set wave to get that score, but look at Suzuki moving all the way up into the lead, Chris, with this last one. Just a nice setup turn right there on the backhand. I love the way she stays low the entire time across this wave, too. So maybe not the best sections on the outside, but she made up for it here on the short break section. Is able to connect it through, and look at how big this section is right here at the end and how intimidating, too. That was a real tough maneuver that she had to get out.
Confident surfing there. Clutch wave. She waited a while for that wave as well.
Yes,
so
she did.
You could have the tendency to get pretty nervous when you're waiting that long to catch your next wave, but not if you're Amuro Suzuki.
And props to Arena, too. She tried the whole time, got the 4.13 here. Unfortunately, it just seems like at this point of the heat, it wasn't the score that she was needing to move up into the top 2. And Suzuki, who was in second the entire heat, ends up taking the heat win, Chris.
And with that, time is up. Amuro Suzuki and Lucia Indurain get the top 2 spots. Arena Rodriguez and Shelby Detmers, 3rd and 4th, respectively. Peru and Mexico headed to the Repercharge. And the waves still pulsing through the afternoon here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with Shannon and Barton and more action. The women are going off today in Huntington Beach. Stay tuned.
I spent 22 years thinking about this. I'm arriving in Tokyo, turn my phone on, look, and it's like the waves are gonna be great on the first day, then better, and then best. So I said, somebody's looking at us. Somebody wants us to be successful.
As Olimpíadas, claro que me tornou pouco mais forte. Não maior que ninguém, mas me deu pouco mais de vontade de continuar buscando evoluir, de continuar no mesmo nível, crescendo e inspirando pessoas ao redor do mundo.
I went to the Olympics with this bigger sense of like pride and purpose. It felt just really special to win the gold medal in surfing for the first time and bring it back home to Hawaii. I've never been more proud to be Hawaiian than I am in this moment.
And in many ways, we gave a surfing hug to the Olympic movement.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games presented by Visit Huntington Beach. And not a surprising presenting sponsor considering that we are in Huntington Beach and we want to show the world how beautiful it is, this iconic surf spot on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Now taking off on her forehand. Nice snap to start for our surfer in yellow. Chelsea Tuak goes down from Barbados, former championship tour surfer, and always a delight to see in the lineup.
And there are so many waves along this stretch of beach that I reckon you could surf on your own every day if you were willing to go a little bit further away from the pier, because there's peaks everywhere, it seems.
Now, we do it all the time, so I grew up here. We'll get back to that in a moment as we see the lineup of ladies in the water. Ellie Turner, Chelsea Tuak, Carol Ribeiro, and Zoe McDougall. Barbados, Brazil, and then Great Britain and the USA. It's going to be a great heat, 17 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And we'll see a quick paddle there from Zoe McDougall. She has a look and decides not to go. Red now up and riding Great Britain. And there's just so much opportunity out there right now. Great snap in the pocket, banks it off the foam. She won't be able to connect through to the inside, but that was a nice little combo. And we'll have a score to come through for Ellie. Having a duck dive there. So when we are in town, we don't spend that much time in Huntington anymore, but when we are here, there's so many surf spots up and down, especially in the State Beach just south of the pier here. Yeah. My dad surfs down at Newland Street most of the time when he paddles out. And you can really pick anywhere between Brookhurst and Beach Boulevard, and there are so many little peaks, and you just kind of look around to see where no one else is sitting. Yeah. You can definitely just surf by yourself most days.
I've noticed that.
As we take a look at what we saw Ellie Turner get up to. Earlier on, she's got 2 scores.
The board looked fast through that flat section, didn't it? Snap out of the top there, waiting for the whitewater to get there. You see how she had to be patient, but that whitewater that was coming didn't have enough energy to kind of give her the opportunity to bounce off it and then back into the whitewater and connect the reform to the shore.
16 minutes on the clock, a 2.67 on the board for Ellie Turner for her opener, but that nice snap in the pocket, we're still waiting for the judges to deliver. Zoe McDougall, snap on the backhand, connects it for a second. The Hawaiian representing Team USA this week. Looking patiently, waiting it up to time it out for this inside. Getting all that work done. Great wave selection to be able to connect through, but takes a fall.
And we've seen, we've seen some falls and some spectacular wipeouts on that shore break, haven't we, today? Well, and yesterday and the day before.
It's actually been kind of crazy. Now, we saw Alice Barton from Great Britain surfing earlier on today, and I commented on the fact that I could see tape on her ankle.
Yes.
Now, I saw her after her heat, and I said, oh, is that an old injury? Is it anything that's bugging you right now? And she said, oh, she just did it the other day in the shore break right here. She said she was feeling okay to surf on it, but that commitment to the inside shore break is already damaging ankles around the contest site.
And we've seen a few boards as well as we see the replay of Zoe. A couple of quick hits on the backhand, a slopier face, so it didn't really allow the opportunity for big turns on the outside. The connection here, pumping and driving a board rail to rail. Such a great young surfer. And then that one, the board got up there, but it kind of got stuck on that sort of parallel angle. When you're in those steep sections, if you can get your board, the nose of your board around to be facing the beach, it's kind of your best chance of making that inside shore pound. That it is, it's pounding.
Great opening turn from Chelsea Tuwak. Links it in for the second, banks it off the foam. Super stylish, all that speed, power, and flow the judges are looking for so far. Puts on a clean finish. Is she going to ride out? She will, right in front of the judges. And that was 4 turns at least, maybe a 5th in there.
It's a seriously good wave.
That was
yeah, we haven't seen 3 turns on the outside at all.
Not once. I haven't noticed once.
Yeah, and it definitely seems like the shape of the waves is getting better. I spoke to the American coach, Brett Simpson, a while ago, just when we see this replay. Chelsea on the Challengers Series, second beautiful turn, and even time for a whitewater climb, and then through, look at the way it stands up through the inside, wrapping cut back, no downtime, nothing like pumping and doing the Huntington hop. It was just all maneuvers, all flow, and a great completion. That is going to be a fantastic score.
What a way to start things off for Chelsea Tuwak. Scores in. It's an 8.33. An excellent score to now put the rest of the field on edge.
And a pretty good example of when we talk about the quality of the wave allowing the quality of the performance. And you can surf a wave up and surf a wave down from what it basically is without you on it even. But that was an 8-point ride, and she took advantage of everything that was in it.
Well, Chelsea Tuwak is paddling out at the north side, would have done the runaround while we wait for her to get back to the top of the lineup. Let's check in with Ben Way and Mahina Maeda.
Thank you very much, Shannon Barton. So we're here with the winner of that women's main round 2, heat number 13, Team Japan's Amuro Tsuzuki. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I got all ready to give her a Japanese interview, but all of these riders have been studying their English, and they're doing so well. So that was an amazing heat. I was watching while my other buddy was doing the beach announcing. You got a great score in the beginning, and after that, you were searching around for 5 waves. You didn't really get a score. How were you feeling then?
Actually, I was nervous because today is first day of my competition, but I'm happy to make score. Yeah.
So the last 3 minutes, actually the last 2 minutes, you had dropped down to 3rd place, and the last score that you got made that need score, and you popped up into 1st after the buzzer. How did you feel?
I was like just kind of like, I can do it, like, and then make 6 points. Yeah, I feel so good.
Did you feel you already had the score at the end?
Yeah.
Right on. まあそれでは日本人の応援している方に一言お願いします。Do you remember how to speak Japanese?
Yes.
Okay.
応援ありがとうございます。ちょっと緊張してしまって、なかなかみんなも緊張するような試合だったと思うんですけど、次はもっといいスコア出せるように頑張ります。
ありがとうございます。桃とおやさん、よろしくお願いします。応援してます。ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
That was great. Great to hear from Amuro practicing her English there, feeling good, feeling confident, and looking for at least that 6-point ride, but also remembering how to speak her home language.
Yeah, and
that was classic.
We talked about it before, didn't we? The importance of being able to speak the English and the international sort of surfing language that it is. Here we go, Ellie Turner.
Just lighting it up. How good was that 2-turn combo at the back? Like you said, the wave shape certainly improving. She's now got this opportunity to finish off well, and she'll just get bumped off on the end.
And it's such a heartbreaking situation when you've done all the good work and there's just that last little bit you have to do to like put the full stop at the end of the sentence and maximize the scoring potential of the ride you've been on. And when you fall, at a guesstimate, I'd say it steals 0.5 or perhaps more depending on what's happened before it from the ride sometimes. Here's the outside. Nice vertical turn there, and then gets this wraparound cut back off the whitewater. Through to the inside. Inside connections look even easier to make right now too. So great conditions as the afternoon has come on, and unfortunately not making that one.
Yeah, there's really just giving more of that opportunity to connect things through. That swell's got enough push in it to push through that dead zone, that gutter.
Yeah.
That's really been taking advantage of the surfers. Now they can kind of take advantage of it.
Yeah, the US coach, Brett Simpson, lives
That's
here
right.
at Huntington Beach. And so he's got so much experience with this wave. And thinking that there's a bit of the weather up to the north of us is apparently, up in Santa Cruz, that area, they're getting a lot of rain. And we've kind of got that wind off the end of that storm front that's up there. And there's that west influence kind of in the swell that's making it peakier and creating these great waves we've got.
Well, I'm very thankful that we've got that storm up north and just pushing some swell down our way. And the Brazilian team standing on the sand, cheering on Carol, who is out in the lineup. And she's been looking for some waves. She hasn't been able to find anything so far, just a 0.83 to her name. One of the younger competitors coming out of their team. But it's great to see her in the water, repping that jersey. And looking to try and get some scores on the board. Down to 9 minutes on the clock. Chelsea Tuak in the lead with that 8.33. Great wave selection and very well surfed. And Jess Grimwood was just sharing with me before I ran in the booth that she was there on the beach in Spain. I believe it was at Pantin for the QS when Chelsea Tuak qualified for the championship tour back in 2017. And Jess was there to cheer her up the beach when she ended up winning the event. So she went on to make it in one heat. She beat Mahina Maeda, who's representing Japan now and is coming up in the next heat. She'll be in our next heat. And there was this battle between Chelsea and Mahina, and whoever came out on top was going to make the qualification for the CT. And it came down to Chelsea Tuak getting a score somewhere in the 3-point range, but it was just enough in her heat total to take her over Mahina Maeda's heat total. And Chelsea qualified for the CT out of that heat and then went on to win the event at the end of it.
Fantastic. Oh, we saw that type of confidence in the way she surfed that great wave that she had. 8.33. We haven't seen many 8s in the 3 days of competition. So anytime you go excellent, that's anything 8 and above is considered an excellent score. And anytime you go excellent, you've been on a great wave, you've selected a great wave, and you've maximised the surfing potential and the scoring potential.
Steep takeoff for Chelsea. Makes it with ease around the section. Connects into the lip and she'll kick out. So that 8.33 for her is one of 7 8s that we've seen in the women's draw so far. Other surfers that have found some 8s so far being Erin Brooks, Sally Fitzgibbons, Sophie McCulloch, Kara Pinkerton, Daniela Rosas, and Vahine Fierro as well. And then the only 9 in the draw on the women's side so far goes to Gabby Bryan.
The Hawaiian powerhouse. But that's a lot of 8s, isn't it? Really, and I wonder, it'd be interesting to see the amount of 8s from the men's competition as well, because the ladies have really put on a great show here today. Here we go.
Up and riding. Straight into it, Ellie Turner connects with the lip on that outside section. She's looking to increase on those 4-point rides. So she's done well to get 2 scores on the board and to put a requirement of a 5.34 onto Zoe McDougall. But she hasn't been able to scratch above that 4.67. And as she was taking off onto that wave, I was counting the excellent waves that we've seen on the men's side. And I believe we've got 11 8s and 2 9s in the men's side of the draw.
Who are those 9s?
Those 2 9s.
Give it to us, man.
Griffin Colapinto with a 9.33.
Yeah.
And Rio Waida with a 9.0.
Well, no surprises there. 2 of the sort of higher, or the biggest name surfers in this event.
Ellie Turner.
On the replay, looking for this connection. She gets it through, but doesn't get a turn on the inside. Pumping and driving the board. 21-year-old from Bude is where she resides. There's a great angle. Drone shot of Ellie making her way through to the shore break, pumping and driving. You see how you can press into the board and weight it and then unweight it. And it's that process of weighting and unweighting that creates the speed in the board.
Zoe with an opportunity to build her score line. She's only taken off on 3 waves now. Her opener a 3.53, and then just that throwaway kick out. This will also be a small score, 137 on the board. So I feel like for Zoe, she's someone that's had some great experience out here. And a huge takeoff from Chelsea Tuwak. Not sure what she got up to on the end of that, but Ellie Turner dropped in a score that's jumped her into the lead as we catch up again with Chelsea. Nice little back and forth, gaining that speed and projection. Nice smooth style, full wraparound into the shore break and combos it up to finish. So she's in second. She just needs a 2.17 to take the lead away from Ellie Turner, because Ellie dropped in a 5.83 for her last wave.
I was going to say bye-bye to that 1.93 she was counting. Here we go. Snaps out the back. Again, she's be interesting to see in a wide shot where she is catching these waves from, because wherever she is sitting, that looks like a great place to sit, because look at the fluidity and the movement that she's been able to keep all the way through that wave. Both of those 2 high-scoring waves, both the 8.33 and that one's going to obviously come in at a high score as well, have just had that consistent, fluid momentum all the way through it from the start to the finish, and the wave has got to provide you that. You've got to, it's got to be in the wave before you can maximize it and create it. And wherever she's sitting, it's a good spot.
Nice little bank. Let's take one more look at it.
From this drone shot, there's the first snap. Gets a wraparound cut back here. See Zoe McDougall paddling past her on her way out. And in here, she gets really busy. Starts throwing the board around, snapping it. Rail to rail turns. Great little inside flaring snap. And confident surfing.
Great surfing coming through from Chelsea. That board just looks like it has so much drive, and it's responding so well to her as well.
Yeah, it really does. As soon as she moves, as soon as those feet and the ankles move, the board moves with her, responds instantly, and creates this beautiful fluid performance that the judges are loving. A 6.07, so 2 great scores. The 2 best scores of the heat so far, both going to Chelsea.
And she's been selective with her waves. She's gotten those 2 huge scores. She had those 2 throwaway ones, but great wave selection to maximize on. Ellie down into second, now chasing an 8.57 to take the lead. Zoe McDougall chasing a 6.97 to get the advancing position over Ellie, and there you can see Ellie with priority over Zoe right now.
And just like a bead of honey, as they say.
Yes.
And just sticking right there, because you imagine if you're Ellie in red, you're in the second priority, you're in the second place, the person with the third place and the third priority, she needs a 6.67. Is that right? The old eyes?
6.97. No, you're nearly there. Great
Nearly
work.
there, close enough.
It's only because I got my glasses on.
Yeah, good job. 6.97, so it's a 7-point ride she needs. That's a big score, and if you were to let her move away from you and you weren't able to exercise the control that your priority gives you, and she gets the score, you've made that mistake by not being with them. Sometimes people don't want to look like the bad guy, and they're reluctant to use the priority in that way. It's almost like in surfing, sometimes it's uncool to do that, and there's like a judgment of you as a human because you've used your priority in a defensive way. And that deters people from doing it sometimes. The judgment of others stops them from being the best that they can be. But not in this situation for Ellie. She recognises the importance of this moment. Zoe's forced to move inside and catch a smaller wave, which was never going to be. So Ellie kind of goes, sure, catch that. Waste a bit more time. I'm good with it. And using some very powerful professional tactics to try and manage her second place and advancement in this heat.
Yeah, great breakdown of that entire scenario that we're seeing unfold. And now for Zoe, though, she has been able to scratch away, so she's going to be able to maybe sit on a different peak. We'll see if Chelsea's going to get into this one, and likely she will, because she's also been like a bee to honey on the waves in this heat. She's really had great wave selection. A little out of position maybe on that one. Now, Zoe McDougall, she has had some great results here in the past. She won the U.S. Open junior title back in 2018. So she's had that victory. And those junior events running here, I mean, junior events on the WSL Tour, those are stacked with some of the best surfers in the world.
And as you see, they always are people that have gone on to great things in their careers.
Yes.
So it's a great indicator of future talent. There's only 45 seconds on the clock, so time ticking down. That's why Zoe looked so desperate
Yes.
to get away, to get surfing. You know, I felt like it was a little frantic, and then you look at the clock and go, oh, rightly so.
Yeah, her wave selection just hasn't been there. She'll have a debrief in. Well, we've got one more wave rolling through, but now Zoe's under 4th priority at the bottom of the chain. Ellie Turner has to take off on that one to make sure that Zoe doesn't go, and she'll go over the falls, but that won't matter for her situation, except that Zoe is now sitting there in a higher priority rotation. Carol Ribeiro as well from Brazil. She's chasing a big score and just hasn't quite found that rhythm. She found that 3.03, but she'll be able to come back in into debrief. And I think for both of these women, for USA and for Brazil, they've got such powerful teams behind them, so much knowledge, the depth of knowledge coming out of Team USA and Team Brazil, to now work with these women and to give them that strategy, to give them that confidence, paddling out into their next round, their Repercharge rounds tomorrow, and how to just restructure that heat and paddle out with the opportunity to take some advancement tomorrow.
And learn the lessons that, you know, of where things have gone wrong. And
yes.
It's a difficult thing to do on your own because it's hard to identify, it's hard to understand from the water and from that emotional position you're in as a competitor. So having the coaching team there, the coaching staff to debrief with, very important.
Well, we're nearly done for the day. Stay tuned for more action, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, they got like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks and says, I never lent money to somebody with this title, you know. But reef was really nothing. First year we sold 3,000 pairs, then 15,000 pairs. And then for the third year, we started full-page advertisements in Surfing Magazine. And we went from 15,000 pairs to 100,000 pairs. I said, wow, let's do Surfer Magazine too. And then we went to 250,000 pairs. Next year, I said, okay, now we can make a living selling sandals.
And we're back here in Huntington Beach, California for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. And it's been a great day of surfing. It's been a full women's day of surfing. We started out with round one, split between the two podiums, and we're now into round two. We've got 2 more heats to wrap out the day. Mahina Maeda, Ana Laura Gonzalez, Kira Pinkerton, and Maxima Rossano in the water with 17 minutes on the clock. And Kira already getting out to a quick start. She's from San Clemente, California, has so much experience competing across her juniors career here in Huntington Beach. So for her, she's a sure good pick for Team USA coming into this year's ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah, and they just had Zoe McDougall go down in the last heat down to the Repercharge or elimination round. Everybody gets 2 chances here, and if you come 3rd or 4th in this round, second round of the main draw, you go down to that elimination round. So Zoe McDougall there, the Americans would not want Kira Pinkerton to follow suit and end up there as well. So while they're not out of the event, it's a much harder road, and you feel vulnerable once you go to that elimination round and you haven't succeeded in this main round. So Kira Pinkerton, though, she's, as you said, such an experienced competitor and a very powerful competitor.
Mahina Maeda also with so much experience, driving into the pocket on that first turn, looking to link through into the next section. Representing Japan proudly, but born and raised, spending time there on the North Shore of Oahu. And within that, in the junior tour for, you know, the U.S., she would have also spent so much time flying here to Southern California to compete.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of, that's the first trip, isn't it? You know, from Hawaii to the mainland for events, and particularly in summertime, you know, and to surf the south swells over here. I know that Mahina and I have worked together in the past, and I know that her Hanai father, Kid Peligro, the great jiu-jitsu master, teaches both of us jiu-jitsu, and so I do jiu-jitsu with Mahina, and she's also a qualified
Gymnastica Natural.
Gymnastica, I was thinking how I best say that. Gymnastica Natural instructor, so very physically fit, very physically aware, and a fantastic surfer.
She's just an amazing surfer, an Olympian, and looking to get another spot for Team Japan for Paris 2024. She's a three-time world junior. Sorry, she's won the World Junior Championships, and she took out a QS 6000 in Hainan in China years ago, which is an incredible win for her. As we take another look at this last one.
Drops down, compresses into the bottom turn, snaps out of the top. Beautiful one turn. The shoulder goes fat, and you can see that she's fighting to get back to that whitewater and just ran away and pulled back really quickly. It meant she didn't get the inside connection, but this outside turn would be enough to score this in that 3 range without any connection, I would think.
Waiting for scores to come through for that first exchange. And Kira Pinkerton with a 1.83 and a 2.0 on the scoreboard. Mahina a 3.83. So that's the highest score we've seen so far.
Yeah, and it was a great outside turn, and it, you know, you can see how without the inside, two big outside turns, and you can imagine, you know, you head towards 7 even without the connection. We saw Erin Brooks earlier get an 8.33 for 2 outside and 1 inside. So, you know, the recipe's obvious. Finding the waves that give you that potential is the difficult thing.
On her forehand, Maxima Rosano, the youngest of the Rosano surfers, representing Nicaragua. Nice style. Bumpy wave. She did well to negotiate it and just keep it real smooth.
Goofy footer as well. Mahina a goofy footer.
Down to 14 minutes on the clock, and Chelsea Tuak just put on a show for the fans on the beach and for Jess Grimwood as well. Take it away, Jess.
Thank you, Shannon. Yes, she, as per usual, put on a show, but I saw something really special in your performance just then in the opening heat, Chelsea. Let us know how you're feeling out there.
I'm really feeling great. I think for this event, something a bit different about me is that I'm a lot more relaxed and I'm enjoying myself. I'm happy to be here with the team, all the Barbadian surfers, and I'm not a ball of nerves like sometimes I am, and I think it's showing in my surfing, so I'm going to hopefully keep that momentum going and just know I need 2 waves, have fun. This is what I love to do. I love competing, I love the challenge, so just keep that happy momentum going.
And you've been blazing the path for Barbados and for women's surfing as well, and you're on a really good looking piece of equipment there. Can you break it down a little for us?
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, I've done these events before where I've been the only one competing for Barbados. Now we've almost got a full team, 2 girls with Chelsea and myself, and 3 boys, Caleb, Josh, and Shay. So we're getting there. Barbados surfing right now is in a really good place. We've got some good up-and-comers around the 11, 12-year-old age group, and I'm hoping to just do well in these events and trailblaze a little, inspire a little, and just hopefully show them, hey, just come on the team with us, keep surfing, keep representing, and we can go really far. So that's my intention.
Yeah, and you end up being a championship tour level surfer like yourself. I mean, what do you pick? You've picked something different to surf in Huntington today, or is this the standard setup for you on the surfboard?
No, usually I'm on Darren's boards. I love Darren Hanley boards, but I've been doing a lot of events in California, and I'm just watching what grows great out here, and I decided to try a Mayhem this time. I was asking Caroline and Kara, hey, who to talk to at Mayhem? I want to get a couple for out here, and they actually got this for me pretty quickly, so I had it for the Oceanside event where I also had some really good heats, and now out here, and it is working so well. It's just a sub driver from Mayhem, and it's a magic board. I'm gonna have to ice it after this, but no, it's going really well, and I'm just excited to be here at this event.
Well, incredible performance and outstanding surfing, Chelsea, and proud day for Barbados.
Yes, thank you so much, and thanks everyone at home that's been watching all day, watching Chelsea and myself, and for the whole week. Thank you.
What great insights from Chelsea. I think, Barton, for both of us, just loving hearing her say that she's here to trailblaze.
Yeah, you know what, the energy in the way what she just delivered, what she just said the whole way through had me smiling. It was powerful, it was strong, and she recognized, there's a lot of pressure in these situations. And as a competitive surfer, you're spending your time trying to find the right place to be in your mind, physically, and otherwise. And when you find that nice little spot and it feels good, then you're trying to reproduce it and stay there, and it becomes even more difficult. But I just felt such great energy from her in that interview, and it was the stoke of winning, but as well it felt like she'd found a nice little pathway to sit in, and if she can stay in that, she could go a very long way in this event.
Yeah, I can't agree more. As we see a little peak rolling through here with our surfer in blue, Maxima, up and riding again.
As you said, nice style. I love the looseness in the back arm. Pumping along that one, just went flat really quickly. While Chelsea was talking, we saw an amazing wave from Mahina Maeda as well. It was a long left-hander into a reformed into the shore break, and the 2 outside turns on that. I think that's going to be a big score and improve on that 3.83.
Scores are in for it. It's a 5.57 for Mahina.
There you go. Here it is on the replay. Drives off the bottom, nice snap out of the top. And look how far away the whitewater is, but the wave had enough energy to project her across to that. Snap there, looking for the inside connection, and it separates, and you can see there's a little left right there, but she's a bit behind it. And the last thing you want to be doing is pulling into that tube, heading straight towards that pylon. So she chose to pull through the back and keep that wave complete.
Especially thinking of the speed that you would gain pulling into that little tube, you'd just be able to fly down the line. Now, if there was no pier, you'd have this great little exit possibly if it would open up.
It looked like
with the pier in the way, that's way too dangerous.
You can't consider it.
There's no way, Not with the speed that you'd end up having there.
Absolutely.
Down to 9 minutes, 24 seconds. And I was just thinking about Chelsea Tuak. I love how well spoken she was, how much she had to say. And she's been joining in on the conversation with the Lipped podcast, the Surfers podcast out of Australia. And they run a specific Lipped Ladies version. So if you're listening in anywhere and you like surf podcasts, check out Lipped Ladies, because she interviews a lot of great female surfers on there. Chelsea Tuak does.
Oh.
As we see, Kira Pinkerton up and riding, cutting her way back. And looking for that finish on the inside. Smart surfing from Kira. But yeah, it's a great little addition to the Lipped podcast that the boys are running to include that women's voice.
I'll have to check that out. Here we go.
Ana Gonzalez from Mexico. What a great re-entry to start off for. She's only had small scores so far, so this will be building her confidence, but she's also going to feel that pressure coming through to the inside. She's got to keep it together, negotiate a tricky section there, and she'll be putting her best score down.
23 years of age. There's the Canadian team. They've got some good energy in that team. I've worked with the Canadian team leading into the qualifier for the Olympics in El Salvador. I know there's the sisters, Sanoa in the red, Matea next to her. Great family. And, great team. Dom Domick, who is the manager of the team, has put a lot of time, a lot of effort, and is scouting some great talent for Canada.
Up and riding, Maxime on her forehand. So she's looking for those lefts. She's feeling really comfortable on them. She's cruising down the line, but what's it going to take for her to kind of readjust to really putting a score on the board?
Almost like a closeout that's got enough time for you to drop to the bottom and get up to the top and hit it. She looks like she's selecting open waves that have got the green wall, and she gets up and she gets to get moving, but then they flattened out. So consequently, nothing of volume, nothing that the judges want to get excited about happens on those type of waves. So the wave selection could change, and you could be looking, you really need a closeout, but there's got enough time in it to get one really big clean turn. That'll get the judges excited and onside, and then the scores would follow.
Down to 7 minutes on the clock, and scores just came through for former WSL Junior World Champion Kira Pinkerton. As we look at it here, a 4.93 keeps her in that second place position.
Lovely cut back on the outside. Big wrapping turn through to this inside. And the inside, look at all the double ups, all the weird little bits in that wave. But her timing, her positioning on that wave was masterful. And it felt like when she cut off that wave that she knew she'd done a good job.
And then Anna Rosano got a piece of the action. We're still waiting for the score of this to drop through.
Obviously her best ride. Good outside work with that big backhand re-entry. Now some good inside work. Unfortunately, it ran into the back of the wave in front of it, and she didn't get anything big on the inside. But again, the outside work was good.
6.5 minutes to go. And the pressure is now on for Kira Pinkerton. She needs to increase that backup score, especially because Anna Laura Gonzalez has just dropped in a 4.17. So now both Anna and Kira have 4s as their high scores with bad backup scores. Anna's only chasing a 2.77 if Kira Pinkerton doesn't improve on her 2-point ride. As we see Anna now with another opportunity. She's going to improve on her. Nearly.
You jinxed her.
I jinxed her. I just called it too quick. She looked so good heading into that section.
I would have said exactly the same thing. It looked like the re-entry was completed, and if she just rode out of that and got some little work done through the middle section, it would have been enough to get that score and get her into second place and put some pressure on Kira Pinkerton. And then we'd see how she'd respond to that pressure. Unfortunately, didn't complete there, but signs are good for Mexico.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a good heat. All right, Kira with a chance to ditch that too. She gets that one turn out the back. That'll do it to improve on her backup score.
Well, not by much, though.
Not by much.
Yeah, again, it faded out, and even the re-entry on the outside was maybe not as good as what Anna's was going to be, potentially, if she'd made it down.
I agree with you there,
yeah,
for sure.
If she'd made it down, Anna's was a better turn. The incomplete of Anna's would, means that that's not the case. But still, Kira Pinkerton, that's not exactly the sort of wave she was looking for.
Nah, so she's got a 2.97, which means Anna's now chasing a 3.74. But if Anna pulls off a maneuver like that, she's got a 4 in the single turn, as we take a look here. So just a 2.97 for Kira. And I feel like this is kind of similar to what we saw. I mean, Kira's in that advancing position right now, but she's by no means found her rhythm.
No.
Which is surprising for Team USA. And what we just saw from Zoe McDougall going down in that last heat was that lack of rhythm in the lineup today.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, I suppose, when they're surfers of that ability and, what we know them to be capable of, it must speak to the pressure of the moment. And I remember surfing and putting the jersey on and the team on the beach and the flags waving and the heat not going so well and how that feels. It's so much easier to do it on your own in an individual setting, Sure, you don't have all of that support and all of that around you, but at the same time, all of that which is around you can bring pressure too to perform and to keep up with to do the right thing by your teammates and your team and your country.
I think it was Sophie McCulloch who said almost that in her post-heat interview.
That's right.
Feeling very proud to represent her country, but really feeling the pressure of that representation on her when she's in the water.
Yeah. And then as a coach of a country, there's this enormous amount of pressure that you're trying not to transfer to
the
people that you're coaching. That's right.
Maxima on her backhand. She just hits a wobble. That was, again, it was looking like a great setup for her.
And I like that idea. We've seen the forehand, and I like the idea of going the backhand and showing the judges something different. I think that was good strategy as well. Shame it didn't work out.
She's just 13 years old.
Well, there you go, mate. So much. And when you're that age, I suppose you look at these opportunities like the young Chinese surfers that we've watched this last few days. It's about garnering and gaining experience. Mahina Maeda.
Mahina, one of the hot athletes in this event. Great two-turn snap together. Now looking to tie it up on the inside. She looks calm. She looks collected. And she's got a great section to finish with. And she'll ride through. That ended up being head high on the inside.
That was the wave of the heat for sure. The surfing of the heat. Those first two turns on the outside were authoritative and they were radical. There was the power, but the looseness. It kind of had that combination of everything the judges look for. I can't wait to see it. Here we go. Drives off the bottom. Watch this. And watch what happens out of the top. Just flares it. You would have seen nothing but fins from behind that. And another one. Great two-turn combination on the outside. Then makes her way through to the inside.
Great surfing. Look at how solid that finishing section ended up.
and well managed. The way she got up there for that backhand re-entry early on that inside section meant that she could kind of be on the tail and just ride over and through that dumping part of it that would have definitely been difficult if she tried to do that last re-entry in that dumping part of the wave. So really well surfed wave, that one. Going to be the best score of the heat and solidify her position at the top of the leaderboard in it.
Mahina looking good, waiting for that score to roll through, building on her 5.57. And now our surfer in white sitting with first priority, chasing that 3.74 still. Kira Pinkerton looking to increase on a 2.97 for her backup score to put more pressure on, but really she needs to improve on her high score for Team USA. And the interesting thing with this heat specifically is that Mahina and Kira are great friends. They've been traveling together this year on the Challenger Series. I can't remember the location specifically. They may have been roommates for the Bolido Pro in South Africa this year. They spend a lot of time with each other, and so they really do know what's going on in the minds, I think, of each other and those secrets behind them competitively.
And at this point in time, Mahina has responded to this situation better, hasn't she?
She certainly has. Team Australia getting ready for one of the all-time greats to paddle out in our next heat, a 3-time ISA gold medalist, a tour veteran of 14 years on the championship tour. Sally Fitzgibbons will be in the next heat. Kira now answering the situation, and she goes down. 25 seconds on the clock, and the pressure has gotten to her.
And that leaves the door right open. Our surfers in third and fourth are again in the first and second priority. They have 15 seconds. They better do something. There are waves coming towards the lineup.
And the time may be the thing that saves Kira in this situation. Now she's done well to hold on to that second place position.
Paddling.
And a paddle there from, I believe that was our surfer in blue, possibly.
There goes the time's up.
Wow, what a heat. Mahina with a 7.67 as her last score improves the situation in the lead. And Kira Pinkerton holds on to an advancing role. So Team USA will be feeling happy that she's advancing through, but they'll have a few things to break down to find that rhythm heading into the next round.
Exactly, well put. Find the rhythm is what we've noticed. The rhythm with the lineup, the rhythm with the ocean and the waves has been missing. We know the performance and the surfing is there, but if you're not on the good ones, you can surf as hard as you want, and you're going to be struggling to push that score up. So Team USA, a little bit of work to do. One down, one up.
That's right. Team Mexico and Team Nicaragua, great performances. Loved the style of Anna and Maxima. But advancing through, Team Japan takes the win. We've got one more heat to finish out the day, so stay tuned. We'll be calling all the action right after this.
I spent 22 years thinking about this. I'm arriving in Tokyo, turn my phone on, look, and it's like the waves are gonna be great on the first day, then better, and then best. So I said, somebody's looking at us. Somebody wants us to be successful.
As Olimpíadas, claro que me tornou um pouco mais forte. Não maior que ninguém, mas me deu um pouco mais de vontade de continuar buscando evoluir, de continuar no mesmo nível, crescendo e inspirando pessoas ao redor do mundo.
I went to the Olympics with this bigger sense of like pride and purpose. It felt just really special to win the gold medal in surfing for the first time and bring it back home to Hawaii. I've never been more proud to be Hawaiian than I am in this moment.
And in many ways, we gave a surfing hug to the Olympic movement.
Well, we've already gotten to witness the impossible wave, Fernando Aguirre's journey to getting surfing in the Olympics. And it's going to be open for public viewing tomorrow night, 7 p.m. here at the north side of the Huntington Beach Pier in the Pier Plaza.
Free of charge.
Free of charge. Come down, watch it, get to hear the story of the exhausting journey and the exciting and exhilarating journey to getting surfing into the Olympics.
You know, the interesting thing we heard Fernando say on the night of the premiere was he kind of broke it down. He said, well, you know, if I've put however many hours into this this job that I'm not paid for and to get surfing to this point, and you get 6 waves an hour, that's 10,000 waves I've missed to do this. If you put it into that context of waves, whoa, big outside re-entry attempt.
That looked like our surfer in blue, Ornella from Argentina. Now we have a great heat in the lineup. Sanoa Olin from Canada, Mariana Areno from Brazil, up and riding in red, Sanoa. Nice carve, sets it up for the second and hits that dead section, so she'll have a score to come through. Those two up against Sally Fitzgibbons of Australia and Ornelia Pellizzari from Argentina.
Yeah, I've worked with both Sally and Sanoa in this heat in the past. In 2017, I worked with Sally and went from 8th place to the yellow jersey and wore that all the way to that last event, and unfortunately just fell short at the last event, but had an amazing career. And the fact that she's a 3-time champion of this event speaks to the talent and the commitment, the dedication that she's had to this sport. And then I've seen recently some Instagram posts of some amazing airs that she's added to her repertoire. And that was something in 2017 we were working on that, because you know, on the women's side of the sport, if you've got a great air game, it's a real point of differentiation from the rest of the field if you can consistently do that. And it looks like Sally's getting to that place where she's got that, and at a point in her career where you wouldn't expect it. So that's going to be powerful for her if she can bring that to competition.
Yeah, I think she's been the one that's probably worked the hardest and wanted to improve in that space the most of the current pack of, you know, that championship tour surfing.
Oh!
And she goes down on her first turn. That's unexpected.
Yeah, well, you know, I think sometimes too, Sal wants it so bad, and it's so top of mind that sometimes the head can get in front of the body. And that's what it felt like there. There was that determination to drive the whale and do that turn. Watch it here. So she drives off the bottom and drives. See how far the body leant over and drove into that turn? And it was kind of it felt to me like it was a little bit heady as a turn rather than sort of settled back into your body and fluid. So nerves, early nerves from Sally Fitzgibbons, you'd put that down to.
16 minutes on the clock. Team Australia has Clancy Dawson as main coach alongside Andy Kingy. They've got Kate Scarrett in their corner as well, and have been putting together some good heats from their men's side of the draw. As we see our surfer in red, Sanoa, on her backhand. Now making that adjustment to make it through the inside. I really like her style. I've enjoyed the couple of surfs that I've had with Sanoa in the past. And she connects the combo on the inside.
Beautifully controlled, wasn't it? How was the speed that she got as she projected into the flat water through the middle section? We'll see it on the replay. She really drove into the board and just created this speed that meant that the outside to the inside all connected together fluidly.
She's got just such beautiful style. Let's talk through it here.
And it's individual, isn't it? The way the hands and the arms go. Here's that drivey part right now that I was talking about. Just kept the speed in her board, nice backhand snap there, and then hits this early so as to make sure that it's completed. And that was a great opening ride.
Great opening ride from Sanoa. Scores dropping through now. She had that 2.9, now building. Sally Fitzgibbons up and riding again, just wanting to wash away that first turn fall. Gets that big open face carve now, going to those S-turns, gaining some speed, negotiates the inside section for the combo, and goes for a huge hit, drifts the tail, and holds control.
Beautiful surfing.
That was awesome.
And that spoke to that concept of staying connected with the fins. That back foot was back on those fins and just drove through every opportunity, every section was just maximised. You see Sal running there to get back out the back as quick as she can. It's always said, one of the fittest surfers in the game. And that was a really beautiful wave. It wasn't a beautiful wave. It was maybe an okay wave. At best, maybe, but it was surfed beautifully, and again, she surfed that up. She took every opportunity and milked every point out of it that was on offer, and maybe gained a few more just out of her performance.
Scores in for Sanoa, a 5-point ride, now waiting for last of Sally to drop through.
Best wave of the heat,
Best
I
wave
would
of the
think.
heat.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, even just the variance, the point of difference that she brought into that finishing turn.
Yeah.
Was great.
Flared the tail, didn't she? Looking forward to seeing it on the replay.
Scores coming through now for Sally Fitzgibbons, and as we wait for that, let's check in with Jess Grimwood.
Thank you very much, Shannon BL. I do have Mahina Maeda for Team Japan here. A very good afternoon. Congratulations on the heat win.
Thank you. It was a really tough one, but somehow made it happen.
Yeah, you did. I feel like you really generated the score, especially in that high 7 that you were able to post. How are you feeling when you took off on that one?
To be honest, I was pretty frustrated. I just wanted a good open section, and I just kind of kept fumbling around on some really weird, strange waves and stuff. So clearly that wave was not a 7. When I first looked at it, and I was like, I just want to serve, and I just somehow kind of release the tail. A lot of the times I feel like I'm just doing turns and I'm not really realizing that I'm doing those turns. So that was a surprise to me.
Oh, it was beautiful surfing to watch, and that's what we love about your surfing. You're quite spontaneous as well. I mean, this is a total grind. You've been on competition for a long time, and coming into the games and having a look at the Olympics again. How do you maintain that kind of energy throughout the event?
Definitely flying back home to Hawaii and seeing all my friends and family and stuff. It's really important to me. I to be honest, I really didn't have the best experience at the Olympics. I obviously wanted to win the others and stuff, and for me to in all honesty, I didn't even really realize I got 9th until someone said a year later, oh, you got 9th place, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. I thought I lost first round, because it felt like a first round loss to me. So going back to reality and my friends and stuff in Hawaii, they really put me where surfing isn't just everything. Then they just put me where I need to be.
Well, I feel like it makes you such the champ that you are, as having those high expectations of yourself. But for Team Japan also, you guys have got a really good performance and had some really good heats already today.
Yeah, funny enough, Amuro didn't even have to serve for first heat, so that was pretty funny. Other than that, unfortunately, Shin ended up losing in the main round. Not yesterday, but day 4 yesterday, but it was a lack of waves and anything could happen. So you can even see it with Griffin and stuff too. So, and we have such a strong team, and we have the local boy Kana to help us out and give us some really great tips and stuff to get through the heat. So it's really nice to have that support.
Yeah, perfect. Well, congratulations, Mahina. We'll let you go and rest up now, and good luck going into the next round.
Thank you. Also, I want to say one more thing. One of my really good friends, he's a childhood friend of mine, and he sadly passed away. His name is Kalani David, and just want to get everyone's prayers up in the, anywhere, just anything, just love and support. And if you guys need any information, a lot of the information would be announced through Auntie Tammy Moniz or Miko Parker or Bobby Lee and Rachel, his sister. So don't follow the other stuff, but please send some prayers to them and his loved ones and stuff. So rest in peace, Kalani.
Thank you so much, Mahina, and our thoughts do go out to Kalani David and the family.
Thanks so much, Jess, and for sharing that, Mahina. So many great insights to the heat, and of course a heartfelt love going out to the David family.
Yeah, it was a tragic news. He was one of the most prodigious talents we've seen on a board of any sort in a very long time. Great young kid, full of amazing potential, and at the same time so humble and sort of almost embarrassed by his own talent. And yeah, our hearts go out. Well, all of us are hurting, and good on Mahina for bringing it up, because we loved it, Kalani. As we see Sally ripping the bag out of this one. There's the replay of that one we saw earlier on, the 6.93, I believe it scored.
That's right, a 6.93 for Fitzgibbons. Takes her into that second place position behind Olin from Canada. Taking one more look at this through the inside. So much control and such a kind of shaky section.
Yeah.
A lot of water moving.
And confident, radical kind of approach. And here she goes for those airs. We talked about it. And you can't do them in competition unless you practice them in competition. It's easy to do them in a free surf, it may be easy. As we see Sanoa here, getting this reform through. That's the third nice turn there, coming onto the inside section. This nice backhand re-entry comes around. There's still time for the forehand one, but maybe there's not time. And she kind of forced it, but still, powerful ride.
That was going to be difficult to make that finishing section, but loved the look of the rest of it. At 4.83 has her sitting in the lead. Sally going for those airs and trying to bring in that progressive conversation. Like you said, in her free surf, she lands 99% of those. She lands, honestly, so much of that in her free surfing. But then when it comes to competition, there is just that extra level of pressure
trying to force things perhaps at the time that it's not appropriate. Interesting to hear Mahina Maeda talk to the Olympics and even to the score that she got. And it sort of makes you feel like she judges herself. She's judging the performance, and she was surprised when she heard the score because she judged herself down almost in her own mind. And I remember being like that, and it was one of the lessons for me as a competitor was to not judge and to let the judges, and that's their job, and not interpret those situations. Let them tell you what it was, and then try and understand why. And that judgment of self is it's something that we all have, but it's not something that's very valuable to any of us, So interesting interview there, and she opened up a lot, gave us a lot.
Yeah, she's always so insightful. I feel like she's very open. She kind of breaks things down. I love that sort of debriefing of her own situation, hearing it in the post heat. I really appreciate when we get athletes, no matter the discipline, but in surfing specifically, when we get those surfers that are able to kind of process out loud.
Yeah.
Because that just happened. She just walked out of the water. She would have hardly had enough time to check in with her team before even turning her jersey in to do a post-heat interview. So being able to catch that moment with someone when they're, kind of allow themselves that bit of vulnerability to really just process and think, and even if it's kind of coming up with a solution or coming up with the idea of how you think it went on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, it's not easy. It's interesting as a commentator, isn't it? I don't know what I'm going to say.
So much comes out of my mouth, and I'm like, whoa, where did I?
And people go, oh, you said. I go, well, really? When did I say that? I don't go back and watch it and critique yourself. I go, it's done. Don't go back. Don't look behind. So that opportunity to be spontaneous and to be in that moment and share your emotions with people can be a very powerful thing. We see Erin Brooks there.
She put on a great performance today.
Canadian team becoming more and more powerful as the years go by with a conscious development program from Dom Domic, and it's that's what I love about this games is seeing those countries put themselves on the international map, on the international stage.
And really start to show what they have to offer. Great to have Erin Brooks there on the team alongside of Sanoa and Mathia, sisters from Tofino. And for Erin, growing up between Texas and the North Shore of Oahu, I mean, she's kind of one of those global kids as well.
She's a global citizen, isn't she?
Yeah.
And, I always felt like that. I'm an Australian, but I've spent most probably more time in other places than I have in Australia over the years. And we live in a global community, and the concept of being a global citizen just suits a surfer down to the ground because we're always chasing that perfect wave.
Situation down to 6 minutes on the clock. Score requirements for third and fourth place position, a 6.27 and a 7.36. As we see our surfer in blue, Ornella, trying to connect with that section. She might make it through, right? She decides to duck out of it. Now she's chasing, that's her second score on the board. She's chasing a big score of a 7.36 to put herself into the conversation, representing Argentina, the 35-year-old from Mar del Plata. She absolutely loves surfing. She's a Pan American champion from 2017, so a few years back.
Mm-hmm.
And great to have her still there on the team alongside women like Josefina Ann and Lucia Induran. I saw Lucia had a great heat earlier on today. So we see the Kiwi.
That's the boxing kangaroo.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock. And a big requirement as well for the Brazilian in Mariana Areno. She's 18 years old, loves surfing, very proud to be representing Brazil here at the World Surfing Games.
Mm-hmm.
Her best result, a second place in a Pro Junior at home in Brazil, which is great to have made the finals like that.
Priority mistake.
And Sal's just handed away priority.
She had first priority, and that's unlike her. That's not the sort of mistake that you see a World Championship Tour surfer make with the priority out.
Do you see Liam's face just now?
Yeah.
Lob's face looks straight back, also with shock that Sally just lost priority like that.
Absolute shock. Well, great opportunity there. You go to the bottom of the priority roster, and Mariana needs a 6.27, so That's doable, but she really needs 2 rides when you think about it, because you're not going to count either of those for the total of 3.04. Once Sally gets something better than the 1.5, you're going to be in big trouble. So you need to take that opportunity, your priority that you've got now, and turn it into a score that puts you into the heat and makes you competitive.
Sanoa, big hit on her backhand, and she'll go down. Our surfer in blue, Ornella, also just, trying to find something that will facilitate a score, but that wave selection not quite there.
Now the Brazilian's got the priority and needs a wave quick, because really you want 2 at this point in time. And with 345, you can do that. You might not even want a connection. You might just want a couple of big outside turns on something, or 1 big outside, and then get back out and look for that second wave and finish that through to the shore. It can be done with 3.5 minutes, but you need to get moving really, really quickly. She's got the priority, so that's the ball's in her court, so to speak.
And you can see there now, Sally is sitting in the middle of those 2 out the back. She's paddling away from our surfer in white. She's paddling towards Sanoa, who's in the lead. And she's putting that little bit of distance. So they're not even considering that priority situation. Sally obviously being under priority of our surfer in white. She just can't really be there in a defensive space yet.
No.
So she really needs to be looking to ditch that 1.5.
Absolutely. That's what's made her vulnerable at this point in time. You add a couple of points to that, call to 3.5, and your opponent needs an 8.27, you feel very safe.
All of the pressure coming down here on our day 3 of competition.
Final heat of the day.
Final heat of the day. It's been a full day of women's surfing. Tomorrow we have been handed the schedule. We're going to be opening up here at the main podium. So on our broadcast for tomorrow, we're opening up with men's round 3. We're then going into women's round 3 and then men's round 4. And that'll round out the day. On our second podium at the south podium in front of the lifeguard tower, we'll be running women's Repercharge rounds the entire day. So starting out with Repercharge round 1, rolling through into Repercharge round 2.
Here's white.
As we see a big takeoff for Mariana. And that was the opportunity.
It was a set wave. It was a big, strong wave. It didn't close out. You can see the white water line had a nice line to it. She dropped in, it had a good spot on it, but just fell on the bottom turn. So you would imagine that would see Sally, who's got the priority now, and Sanoa safely through. And while nobody is eliminated, 3rd and 4th will go to that elimination round, and tomorrow you could be.
And they'll be surfing down at the other podium, having to figure out a different part of the lineup. As we see Sal now with a paddle. Little foam climb, and she gets bumped off.
In my mind, I was about to say goodbye 1.5, and then went,
Me too.
Nope.
And I was thinking, okay, she sat. She that quickly, she actually got priority back. It didn't feel like that long that she sat without priority.
No, got it back really quickly.
But 2 mistakes in a row. Now, earlier on, Sally had that 8.33 at the south podium in her early heat. She actually kicked off with that. It was her first heat of the event. Sorry, her first wave of the event.
Shannon there, the Canadian coach. And that crossed arms normally means go and sit on them and take control of this with your priority, because Sanoa has the priority. Sally paddling.
Sal paddling on her backhand. Oh, this is an interesting thing that we are witnessing.
It looked like she was turning away from someone who had a higher priority than her, who was on a wave.
Well, Team Canada is frothing right now. Sanoa's in the lead. She's got that opportunity to just maintain control. I'm not sure who that is up and riding. Is it our surfer in white or a surfer in blue? Now flying across the screen, it is so hard to tell those colors with the sun.
Wow,
but that's a
blue.
Good wave. That's our surfer in blue. She's chasing a 7.10. Now that's a shame that it took her that long to find a wave of that quality.
Yeah, and show us that performance
she surfed
level.
Very well just now. But that's a big ask. It's the highest wave of the heat.
That was really well surfed. It'd be interesting to see a close-up of what happened outside, because the whole way along I was impressed by what I was seeing. Speaks to her potential. There's the heat. It's done. It's over. The Canadians celebrating.
And what a moment for the 17-year-old in Sanoa.
Yeah.
To be able to take out Sally Fitzgibbons, 3-time ISA gold medalist, Olympian, and all of the other accolades that she has to her name. The young Canadian is showing her potential. She's showing that mental strength as well as far as competing goes to hold it down for a win. But we are waiting for that score to come through for last of the Argentinian in Ornella. celebrations for Team Canada.
Ah, it's so good when you're a part of a team and your teammates succeed and you get to celebrate it together. Erin Brooks was jumping up and down like a little bunny right
She's
there.
so cute. I love seeing the little ones
Here's the
there.
replay.
It's so fun. Okay.
Pumping and driving a board rail to rail through the inside. There was some good outside work. It's a big score she needs. 7+ ride. So, you know, it's a big ask. And there's the sisters, Matea and Sanoa, celebrating a great victory over one of the greats of professional surfing.
Incredible performance from Sanoa. And a 4.57 comes in for last of Ornella. It's enough to jump her into 3rd place, but she doesn't overtake Sally Fitzgibbons into the lead. And it is Canada and Australia that'll be advancing through into the main round here tomorrow. Our other 2 women, Ornella and Mariana, finding some rhythm towards the finish, but unable to get those advancing positions in the top round. They'll be surfing the Repercharge tomorrow.
Wheeler Ashburn there celebrating. And a vulnerable performance from Sally Fitzgibbons. Just hung on, had that one great ride and just couldn't find a second. Ended up counting a 1.5.
And it was that fall maybe from that very first wave.
Yeah, there
Kind
was.
of just set the tone a little bit weird.
And then she bounced back with the good one. And you're like, okay, she's on target. This is fine. She's going to make this happen. But then there was several falls and catches, and it was uncomfortable. But she got the 2nd place, got the advancement. So
she made it through. Well,
yeah.
Thank you so much for tuning in today. It's been a huge day of surfing here for day number 3 of the ISA World Surfing Games. We've had a great time calling the action. We've got so much more coming up tomorrow. Check out isasurf.org for highlights, for photos, for stories of what went down over the last couple of days. And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.